Chapter 112. Chapter 112. A dreamlike and fantastical day. You tramp, you're just pretending to be pure. I'll tear off your clothes and show everyone your dirty body. I wonder how many times you've been done, and by how many despicable men. You're both a pair of dogs. This sudden outburst scared Lin Bei Bei, and she screamed in fright. Wang Ying's hair was disheveled, and the corner of her mouth had traces of blood. It was extremely frightening, like seeing Sadako in broad daylight. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He didn't wait for Wang Ying's claws to reach Lin Bei Bei before he kicked this vicious woman out the door. Even pitiful people must have hateful traits. This saying isn't false. After kicking her, Qin Feng acted like nothing happened and muttered this line to himself. He tugged at Lin Bei Bei and led her to sit on the sofa to the side. At this time, an impeccably dressed man walked into the Chanel store. He had an unordinary aura and an air of capability. His expression revealed a sliver of anxiousness, and when he walked into the store, his eyes began to scan the premises. When he saw Qin Feng sitting on the sofa, he immediately ran towards him. "Young Master Qin, I didn't think you'd come to Wanqing Square. I have been lacking in my accommodations. I hope young Master Qin can forgive me." It was clear that the customers in the store didn't know Xiaocheng, but they all stared at him in utter shock. After all, when he came into the store, he could clearly see Wang Ying lying at the doorstep, but he didn't care and just barged past her. Once he got into the store, he reverently arrived before Qin Feng. The bystanders began to guess at Qin Feng's identity. "Oh, I remember now. I was wondering why this young man looked so familiar. He's Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young Master Qin Feng," an elderly man in his 50s suddenly exclaimed. He had only come to this realization when he heard Xiaocheng address Qin Feng as young Master Qin. No one thought that Acropolis City's #1 young master would wander around Wanqing Square in his free time. It was said that his old man developed the whole street, so it seemed meaningless for him to wander about in his own home. After this old man's exclamation, a couple more people recognized Qin Feng. Most of these people were those that attended banquets for the rich and powerful and had seen Qin Feng before. They didn't have much of an impression of him from then, and Qin Feng was dressed quite casually right now, so it wasn't strange that these people hadn't recognized Qin Feng immediately. "The young Master Qin you're speaking of, is that young Master Qin of Acropolis City's 4 princes? That's him." "Wait, that man said he was really familiar with Acropolis City's 4 princes earlier. He unknowingly sold himself." That's right. He clearly slapped himself in the face. After discovering Qin Feng's identity, these people got excited. If you were walking in the street and saw the richest son in the city, no, county, you would also have a discussion about him as well. Sun Yi stood dumbly in the crowd as if he were struck by lightning. His face was one of someone who had just eaten shit. He shook his head like his life depended on it, and attempted to struggle one last time. He suddenly shouted, "That's impossible, that's impossible. I know this guy, he's just a sales representative in Royal Group." "You idiots! I already said I'm very familiar with Acropolis City's 4 princes. How would I not know young Master Qin?" Someone in the crowd immediately refuted him with mockery. "You're the fucking idiot. Young Master Qin was clearly organized to gain some experience in his family's company. Stop making a fool of yourself. You even dared to say that you know young Master Qin? Don't you know that if you want to act pretentious, you need to at least put in some effort?" Xiaocheng weighed everyone debate about whether or not Qin Feng was young Master Qin and thought they were really boring. He flashed his name tag and playfully looked at Sun Yi. "Hello, I'm Wanqing Square's General Property Manager Cheng Xiang. Young Master Qin is this commercial street's Diamond VIP. A store that he enters is no longer open to any other customers. Please leave." Sun Yi saw Cheng Xiang's shiny name tag and knew that his identity was not fake. Only the number one hedonistic young Master Qin Feng could have the luxury of being personally attended to by Wan Chung Square's general property manager and have every store that he walked in to be shut from the rest of the public. This time something was stuck in Sun Ye's throat and he couldn't speak. After discovering Qin Feng's identity, Wang Ying, who was still lying on the ground at the doorstep of the store, was filled with regret. How was she so blind as to not even recognize young Master Qin? If she knew about his identity earlier, she would have done all she could to seduce him. Wait. Qin Feng called on Sun Yi before he could escape. Sun Yi now knew Qin Feng's identity, so he didn't dare act rashly. When he heard Qin Feng call him, he obediently stood still. Qin Feng walked up to Sun Yi and slapped him in the face. This slap is for Li Yuqin. Sun Yi hadn't even gotten the chance to react when a second slap flew over. This slap is for Bei Bei. After the two slaps, Qin Feng stared coldly at Sun Yi. These two slaps are to tell you that some women are off limits. For human trash like you ma with Wang Ying very well. I wholeheartedly wish the two of you happiness and that you'll stay together until you're old and gray. You can scram. Qin Feng suddenly exploded. Sun Yi was so frightened that he broke into a run, leaving Wang Ying on the ground at the doorstep. He didn't care whether she was dead or alive. What happened next was simple. With Chung Xiang's appearance, the customers in the Chanel store were quickly sent outside. In the end, Qin Feng and Lin Bei Bei were the only customers left in the luxurious place. Every girl has dreams of being a princess, and Lin Bei Bei always daydreamed about becoming one as well. At this time, this dream became a reality. Lin Bei Bei felt like a princess, a grand and beautiful princess that Qin Feng doted on. All of the emotions pent up in her heart dispersed. She came to the realization that Qin Feng didn't get angry before because he had a punishment prepared for Sun Yi and Wang Ying right from the beginning. It wasn't that he didn't care about her. Plus, these slaps were 100 times more effective than brutally beating them up. Qin Feng, thank you. While wearing the beautiful qipao, Lin Bei Bei suddenly tiptoed and kissed Qin Feng on the cheek. Qin Feng laughingly patted Lin Bei Bei's smooth and soft black hair. Why are you thanking me? You don't need to be polite with me. Now this whole Chanel store is yours. Choose whatever you like. Qin Feng tapped the tip of Lin Bei Bei's nose. Lin Bei Bei shyly nodded. Then she was like a happy little butterfly, freely dancing in the gleaming Chanel store. Lin Bei Bei's existence was previously composed of going to school, going home, and working. She never had time to walk around, and she didn't enjoy walking around either. Though she was like other girls and liked new clothes and dressing up, her life situation wasn't as good as these other girls. She had so few clothes that it was pitiable. At school, she always wore her uniform, while other college females would wear some pretty clothes to exhibit their youthfulness. Now that she finally had the opportunity to stroll and shop with the person she liked, Lin Bei Bei was addicted. After half an hour, she tried on over 10 outfits, 5 pairs of high heels, and 2 purses. Every time Qin Feng saw Lin Bei Bei walk out of the fitting room wearing different styles of clothes, his eyes shined. He realized that this girl was innately beautiful. No matter what she wore, it made her extremely well. Qin Feng, I think that's enough. I'm exhausted. Lin Bei Bei plopped down beside Qin Feng and casually leaned on his shoulder. She didn't call Qin Feng young Master Qin anymore because it didn't feel intimate enough. Qin Feng brushed away the small beads of sweat on Lin Bei Bei's forehead and smiled. Then let's pack up all of these clothes and I'll take you to dinner. Lin Bei Bei was so shocked that she sat up straight and stared incredulously at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I was just trying them. I wasn't planning on buying them. How much would all of these clothes, shoes, and bags cost? Lin Bei Bei didn't dare think about it because she had looked at the prices of everything she tried on. No piece of clothing was below 5 figures. If they bought everything, it would cost more than a couple $100,000. You've already tried them. Why wouldn't you buy them? They look really good on you. Qin Feng naturally understood Lin Bei's mindset and did not heed her words. He already told the pretty sales staff member to pack up all the clothes that Lin Bei tried on. Lin Bei was about to refuse, but after a moment of hesitation, she said nothing, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Xiao Cheng, I forgot to bring my card. Put the tab on my old man, Qin Feng said while looking at Cheng Xiang. Young Master Qin, of course I don't need you to pay. Just treat this as my gift to Miss Lin because it's the first time I've met her. Cheng Xiang thought it was extremely cost-effective to spend around 500,000 to establish a good relationship with Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand. There's no need for that. Bei won't accept gifts from other people. She only wants gifts from me. All right, next time young Master Qin and Miss Lin have time, I'll treat the both of you out to a meal. Qin Feng held 2 hands full of shopping bags and Lin Bei held his arm. The two intimately walked out of the Chanel store. After getting out, they ate a Western meal and even saw a fun movie. Lin Bei felt that this day passed by strangely fast. It was like a dream or illusion. She was still stuck in her blissful state when the sun slowly set. Bei, we've walked for the whole day. You must be exhausted. I'll take you back, Qin Feng said as he lifted his head to look at the darkened sky. Lin Bei's lips tweed. Although she was unwilling to part with Qin Feng, she had already occupied his entire day and couldn't ask him to keep walking with her. What if Qin Feng felt disgusted with her? The two returned to the royal clubhouse. Qin Feng tossed the shopping bags in hand onto the carpet and exhaled in relief. Today, he wore the 300-kilogram flying dragon armor, held 2 hands full of heavy shopping bags, and walked around with Lin Bei for the whole day. He was indeed a bit tired. Now that he was lying on the large and soft bed, he felt extremely relaxed and comfortable. When she saw Qin Feng lying on the bed she had slept on before, Lin Bei's face reddened. She didn't know where her courage came from, but she suddenly came up and stuck herself next to Qin Feng's body. Chapter 113. Chapter 113. The signal was bad. What did you say? Qin Feng was slightly startled when the jade-like body entered his embrace. He was about to push Lin Bei away when she whispered into his ear with a slight gust of warmth. Qin Feng, take me tonight. Qin Feng began to doubt that this was the Lin Bei he knew. He hadn't seen her for a week, but this change was too large. He didn't know about Yuan Xiang's brutality toward Lin Bei or her lonely, sleepless nights when she thought about him. He didn't know about a lot of things regarding her, so that's why he felt that she seemed to have changed. He pushed Lin Bei off him and sat up with seriousness. Bei, don't speak nonsense. You're still in college. This is not something you should touch upon. Qin Feng suddenly became angry. He scared Lin Bei, and she sat to the side and hung her head. He didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, Lin Bei bit her lip and softly asked, Qin Feng, do you like me? Qin Feng didn't rush to respond. He still had the quest of making Lin Bei his girlfriend, and even if he disregarded this quest, he still cared about Lin Bei. Who wouldn't like this pure, strong, independent, and beautiful woman? Let's talk about this another day, Qin Feng said after a lot of hesitation. Though only the Hao family elder was left as a general without an army, this was the most dangerous time of the war between the Qin and Hao families. After all, the Hao elder had nothing to lose, so he would definitely do anything to take his revenge on the Qin family. Qin Feng didn't want to endanger the people close to him during this tenuous time. A large part of why he went to work at Royal Group was due to this. He was afraid that if he interacted with Lin Bei, Zhao Lingxian, or Yun Xiao too frequently, they would be in danger. After all, the Hao elder would use them as leverage against him. Pure and sparkling tears rolled down Lin Bei's face. She had nothing more to say. She treated Qin Feng's words as a rejection, and her heart was struck with an unnamed ache. Originally, she wanted to mention the Yu Wenxiang situation. Now, she felt that there was no need for that. Qin Feng didn't even like her, so why would she cling on to him? She was not that kind of woman. Qin Feng, you head back. I need to sleep. Lin Bei suddenly stood and didn't look at Qin Feng. Half a month earlier, in the same room, Lin Bei was rejected by Qin Feng once. At that time, her heart was filled with all sorts of emotions. Today, half a month later, she was rejected again, but the one that left was Qin Feng instead. Though the time was short, it felt like a lifetime. But the pain of heartbreak was as distinct as ever. Qin Feng stood. He could tell that Lin Bei was down, but for her safety, he didn't explain himself. Once he completely resolved the Hao family issue, he would come back personally and provide Lin Bei a satisfactory explanation. Wait! Lin Bei called out just as Qin Feng approached the door. For you? Since there won't be a chance in the future. Lin Bei presented him with a white shirt with a little black bow tie. As a girl of her age, the love she pursued was pure and simple. It was not about brand-name purses, and especially not about race cars and mansions. That day on the sports field, he was as bright as the sun. She thought that if Qin Feng wore a white shirt with a black bow tie, he would be just as handsome and bright like the sun. After leaving the Royal Clubhouse, Qin Feng rushed back to the Qin Manor on his 28 bike. At this time, his cell phone rang. Qin Feng pulled out his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Who is it? Is this young Master Qin? A familiar laughter passed through the phone. But even after thinking for a while, Qin Feng couldn't think of who it was. Are you trying to figure out who I am? I'll tell you who I am. I'm proud of who I am, and I stand by my actions. I'm smart and handsome. My ability and status defy natural order. My name is spread far and wide in the capital, and I'm renowned in China as Young Master Wei of the 4 young masters of the capital, Wei Xiaolei. Wei Xiaolei said all this with his head high and chest puffed. Qin Feng screwed his ear. Hey, the signal was bad at first. What did you say? Wei Xiaolei's lips tweed and he almost hung up. I'm Wei Xiaolei. Oh, now that's much more natural. Qin Feng laughed. You gave all of these phony titles that I almost treated you as a clapper talk performer. Qin Feng, don't think that I'm afraid of you because you're Acropolis City's #1 young master. In my eyes, Acropolis is just a pellet of a land. I've seen a lot of people like you who are toads sitting at the bottom of a well. Ever since Wei Xiaolei lost the car race and his limited edition Maserati Gran Turismo to Qin Feng, he hated Qin Feng. After sending some people to do some research, he then discovered that Qin Feng had some background, and he was Acropolis' richest young master. But what then? Wei Xiaolei was also a rich young master. He was one of the 4 young masters of the capital. As China's economic hub, the capital was much larger than Acropolis. Not only was he unafraid of Qin Feng's background, he even looked right for him. He wanted to teach Qin Feng a good lesson. Since young Master Wei looks down on Acropolis, and me as well, then don't call me. The global phone card I opened is really expensive. Qin Feng was too lazy to care about people like Wei Xiaolei. He was about to hang up when he heard an urgent shout. Qin Feng, hang up then. If you hang up, I'll assure you that when you get back to the Qin Manor, you'll notice that your little lover is gone. By then, I can't guarantee how many men will be on her. Qin Feng's brows immediately furrowed. For other issues, he could let them go, but women and close friends were his sore spots. Wei Xiaolei touched his sore spot, and to Qin Feng, this was not a wise move. Qin Feng suddenly laughed. I, Qin Feng, am distinguished in my unruliness. I have as many women as I have clothes. I wonder which woman you've captured, young Master Wei. Haha. Qin Feng, why are you pretending? Aren't you trying to figure out if I've really kidnapped your woman? Then I'll let you take a listen. A crisp slap rang through the phone, followed by Wei Xiao Lei's ruthless shout. Fuck, hurry and say what your name is, and scream twice for me, so that idiot Qin Feng can hear. Don't hit me, I don't know Qin Feng. Why did you kidnap me? Let me go, I'm begging you. The tender and weak cry of a woman drifted over, though she didn't say his name and claimed she didn't know him. Once she opened her mouth, Qin Feng's eyes turned red. He thought to himself, Ruoro, don't be afraid. I'll be right there. I'll kill these people and use their blood as an apologetic sacrifice to you. Haha, hearing the voice, it does sound like a woman I've played with. Tell me, where are you? I'll go and take a look. If it really is my woman, I'll take her with me. Qin Feng, I'll be waiting for you at Coiled Snake Mountain. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, your woman will become everyone's woman. Ha ha ha. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. I'm begging you to participate in the race. After hanging up, Qin Feng flew on his 28 bicycle. His speed broke a new record. He removed his flying dragon armor and rushed toward Coiled Snake Mountain. Coiled Snake Mountain was in a barren mountainous region in the southwest of Acropolis. This mountainous region was originally a mine. After over 10 years of mining, it became a wasteland. Because the body of the mountain was craggy and towering, the paths on the mountain were built based on its shape. From far away, it looked like there was a massive snake coiled within the mountain. Hence the name Coiled Snake Mountain. Ever since the mine was depleted, Coiled Snake Mountain became a desolate wasteland. It had also become the street racing, holy land for the wealthy sons of the 4 cities near Yun Province. It only took Qin Feng 8 minutes to ride his 28 bicycle to the base of Coiled Snake Mountain. At this time, the sun had mostly set, and what was previously a desolate wasteland was now filled with dazzling and luxurious sports cars. These cars all had their headlights on. They lit up Coiled Snake Mountain so that it was as bright as day. The sports cars were like roaring beasts as the engines rumbled in the dark night. When he saw this scene, Qin Feng's blood began to heat up. Not long ago, he was also a member of this racing group. Every night, he brought a different hot girl to freely spend his youth. Only a couple of months later, when coming back to the bottom of Coiled Snake Mountain and looking at the familiar bustling scene, the scene felt like one from a lifetime ago. While standing at the bottom of Coiled Snake Mountain, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings. Under the glaring car lights that shot into the dark night, he wasn't able to pinpoint Wei Xiao Lei's position. He pushed his 28 bicycle and walked into the crowd. Tonight, Coiled Snake Mountain was more boisterous than before. The luxury cars lined up into the form of a long dragon. During his walk, Qin Feng noticed that even the lowest-ranked cars were Audi TT sports cars. Today, he attracted countless gazes as he pushed an antiquated and extinct 28 bicycle onto the pathway amongst the gathered luxury cars. Damn, which family's old man has run over here? My gosh, what the hell is this dude pushing? Is he also here to race? Haha. Damn, this idiot must have came from an alternate universe. The headlights were so blinding that it was hard to see Qin Feng's face, so they clearly hadn't discovered that he was young Master Qin. The sound of mocking laughter filled the ears. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He ignored their deliberations and continued to push his bike while searching avidly for Su Ruoro. Thump, thump. Suddenly, 2 bright headlights appeared, enshrouding the previously dark peak of Coiled Snake Mountain. In a fluster, the crowd turned to look. A Lamborghini Reventon silently stood at the mountaintop like a sleeping beast. There were only a limited 37 of this luxurious sports car in the whole world. 21 were sports coupes and 16 were convertibles. This top-of-the-line sports car was beautiful inside and out, so it was clearly something of high status. Its estimated selling price was 1 million euros, which was around 41 million yuan. Since this was such an astronomical value, there was a price but no market. If someone really wanted to buy it, they would have to spend around 15 million yuan. At this time, the audience that gathered at the bottom of Coiled Snake Mountain were rich young masters of high societal standing hailing from the 4 cities neighboring Yun province. They usually enjoyed racing and collecting luxury supercars like the Reventon. Everyone knew about this vehicle, and they all stared at it with their eyes aglow with desire. The name Reventon originated in 1943 by the bull that killed the bullfighter Felix Guzman. It was reported that this car was inspired by an F-22 fighter aircraft, so its figure and contours felt just like it. The car also used a lot of designs relating to elements, contributing to flight. The design of the inside of the car was so lavish that it's hard to imagine. It had a sports seat that supports and encapsulates the rider with a multifunctional 3-digit TFT liquid crystal display that made one feel like they were sitting in a cockpit. At the head of the Lamborghini Reventon was a large LED and xenon light. At the back of the car, there were modern taillights made of specially developed heat-resistant LED lights. This was the car that was a couple of hundred of meters away on the top of Coiled Snake Mountain. It turned its headlights on and shined them over so everyone could see it clearly. The crowd became impassioned. Someone walked out of the Reventon. Since he was a bit far away, his face could not be seen clearly. The instant he spoke through the loudspeaker, Qin Feng's face fell. "Hello, everyone. My name is Wei Xiaolei. If you know the capital, you're bound to know me. You can call me Young Master Wei. At this time, I wasn't able to find any entertainment in Acropolis, so I decided to hold an underground auto race for the 4 cities of Yun province. I'm sure you all know and desire this Reventon behind me because this is a priceless, top-of-the-line supercar. It's a means of pride and a badge of status to us young masters that enjoy collecting luxury cars. So, today I set up this underground car meeting because I have crazy prizes. This Reventon is the first prize for the first place winner." Wei Xiaolei paused here. An evil smile graced his face. Someone was forcefully pushed out of the Reventon. "So, what is the second reward?" "Well, that's this quality little lady. She's pure and cute, her body is slim and sexy, and she's also young and inexperienced. A nice car and a beauty. These are the presents prepared for the first place winner tonight. Whether you can get it or not will depend on how capable you are." These street racing young masters were clearly experienced. When they heard there was a beautiful woman as a gift, they all pulled out their binoculars to take a look. When they saw Su Ruo's looks, their eyes all glowed green, and they seemed to want to rush up and seize her. "Okay, we'll now begin registration for the race. There is a 200,000 yuan registration fee. Since the award is so generous, I'm sure you all won't want to miss out on it." When his voice subsided, Wei Xiaolei brought Su Ruo back onto the car, turned off the headlights, and the top of Coiled Snake Mountain once again fell into darkness. It was as if nothing had happened. At this time, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. "Young Master Qin, how was my speech? I was pretty cool, wasn't I?" Wei Xiaolei's jolly voice drifted over. "Tell me, what do you want from me in order to release Su Ruo?" Qin Feng's voice became icy. "Ha ha ha. Young Master Qin, oh young Master Qin. Weren't you really arrogant at first? Don't you have a lot of women? Isn't the entire Acropolis at the palm of your hand? Why are you begging this young master now? Since you're dissolute and hedonistic, why would you care about a mere pretty girl? Why don't you leave her for everyone so we can all have a good time?" You're right. Okay, then I'll leave first. Hope you all have a fun time." Qin Feng sounded like he wanted to hang up. Wei Xiaolei's smile froze violently. He urgently yelled into the phone. "Qin Feng, Don't fucking pretend you're at ease. I've already done my research. You've recently been trying to pick up this girl, and you haven't gotten her yet. Ha! How could you bear to let someone else defile this pretty little bird? Just beg me obediently. I'm in a good mood, so I might even return her to you. Oh, now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered that teacher Yin Xiao made plans with me tonight. She's also one of my targets. I'll take advantage of tonight to take her. Wei Xiao did his research on Qin Feng, and Qin Feng also did his research on Wei Xiao. Those who knew that he was from the capital's Wei family knew that he came to Acropolis to marry Yin Xiao. You get back here. You can't look for Yin Xiao. If you dare bother her again, I'll destroy you. Wei Xiao was so angry that he was about to spit blood. He clearly planned to ruthlessly squash Qin Feng tonight, so Qin Feng could get a taste of the consequences of offending him. But now the situation progressed very differently. Why do I have to listen to you? I don't have time for your nonsense. I have to go look for teacher Yun Xiao for makeup lessons. Teacher Yun Xiao loves to teach me while placing the textbook on her black, stocking-clad thighs, Qin Feng said while curling his lips. Wei Xiao was so angry that he turned green. He gnashed his teeth noisily. Qin Feng, what do you want? After he said this, Wei Xiao realized it sounded very familiar. Wasn't this what Qin Feng just asked him? Wei Xiao suddenly really wanted to cry. I don't want to do anything. I'm just going to teacher Yun Zhao's house to discuss literature and Chinese paintings. You know that I'm very studious. Wei Xiao was about to go crazy. He realized that Qin Feng wasn't like other rich boys. His way of thinking was uncontrollable. Wei Xiao worried that if he tried to threaten Qin Feng, he would be threatened instead. Qin Feng, don't leave. I've heard that you enjoy racing. Why don't you play a bit before leaving? Wei Xiao already swayed tactics. Since going hard didn't work, then he would try using softness to lure Qin Feng. Tonight's underground auto race was planned especially for Qin Feng. He plotted an accident along the route to kill Qin Feng. But if Qin Feng didn't participate in the race, then all his plans would be for naught. Are you begging me? Qin Feng asked. Silence fell on other line for a long while. Then there was the sound of grinding teeth. That's right. I'm begging you to participate in the competition. Oh no. This young master's greatest weakness is that he's too kind. Since you've heard that this young master's driving skills are godlike, and you're earnestly begging me to participate in the competition to see my godly skills, then I'll reluctantly fulfill your desires, but I'm not paying the registration fee. After thinking a bit, Qin Feng added, Okay, hand the phone over to our Ruoro so I can have a couple of words with her in private. Wei Xiao stupidly handed the phone to Su Ruoro. He suddenly realized that he was acting like Qin Feng's little brother. Qin Feng, when she got the phone, Su Ruoro uncontrollably burst into tears. Ruoro, they didn't bully you, did they? Qin Feng's previously calm demeanor was swept cleanly away, and he asked his question with concern. No, they didn't do anything to me. They just wouldn't let me go home, Su Ruoro said sadly. Qin Feng was relieved. His gaze was as cold as frost. Oh, don't be afraid. I'll race to the top immediately and teach these bad guys a lesson. Then I'll take you home and teach you to play the flute tonight. When Su Ruoro found out that Qin Feng was at the bottom of the mountain, her heart calmed. She nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll wait for you. When we get back. Teach me well. I really like the musical arts. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. Don't call me Big Brother Wei. After taking the phone back, Wei Xiao almost wanted to jump off the mountain. He was clearly the one who kidnapped Su Ruoro and threatened to kill Qin Feng. So how were they in the mood to discuss the musical arts? With a wave of his arm, He threw the cell phone off the top of the mountain. His face darkened. He told himself that he'd let Qin Feng feel good about himself first, and when the race starts later, he'll let Williams kill him on the route. He'd let him be cocky, then. He'll help deflower this pure and beautiful girl. After thinking this, Wei Xiaolei's lips curved into an evil smile, and his mood improved significantly. At this time, at the bottom of Coiled Snake Mountain, the young masters fought to be the first to register. For these second-generation rich kids, 200,000 wasn't much. Wei Xiaolei's awards for first place deeply enticed every rich young master. With hope in their hearts, everyone thought they could win first place. Qin Feng wasn't a part of this bustling scene. He stopped his 28 in a quiet corner and sat on it. He looked up and admired the moon. This competition was not stressful to him. He could win this luxury car race on his 28 bike. They quickly finished registering, prepared to get into their own cars, and warmed up. Suddenly, there was an ear-splitting grinding noise, followed by the appearance of a black Porsche 911, which stopped amidst the crowd with a beautiful drift. The car came to a steady stop, its door opened, and a pair of purple high heels street out. Though they hadn't seen the woman's face yet, her beautiful, long, and slim jade-like legs already caused a good amount of eyes to brighten. She wore light purple with blue and white porcelain designs embroidered into her clothes. She got out of the car and leisurely walked towards the registration area. This woman had beautiful hair that was twisted atop her head and revealed her beautiful white collarbones. Her eyebrows were long and thin. Her eyes were clear. Her nose was jade-like, her eyes were almond-shaped, and her small peach lips were naturally red. She was not only beautiful, but she was also outstandingly classy. Her small, quick steps were like lotus flowers. She was dignified and virtuous and also cultured and refined. From one glance, one could tell that she's clearly a well-bred young lady of a large, rich family. Qin Feng also couldn't help but look over. Ever since he saw Lin Bei wearing a qipao, his taste had become extremely picky. However, after seeing Su Qiuyu in this purple qipao with classical patterns, he felt his eyes brighten. When Lin Bei wore her qipao, there was a dreamlike, idyllic kind of beauty. In contrast, Su Qiuyu's qipao was much more elegant. Her every movement revealed an air of wealth. Wow, isn't this the princess of Sky City's Su family, Su Qiuyu? It's her. She's known as Sky City's #1 noble beauty. So it's Su Qiuyu. Seeing her today, the rumors weren't exaggerating. Her natural-born elegance and grandeur makes one want to win her over. Su Qiuyu's arrival made the scene impassioned again. When they thought about this refined and dignified woman that had just drifted so beautifully to a stop, their hearts swooned. Su Qiuyu did not care about their gazes or discussions. Beginning from when she got out of her car, her face maintained a slight smile. This was a habit that she grew up with as a child of a major family. That calm and enchanting smile made one feel as if they were cleansed by a spring breeze. When Su Qiuyu arrived at the registration area, she extended her slender jade hand and swiped her bank card. So she was also here to participate in the underground auto race. With this, tonight's race was becoming more and more interesting. After everyone finished registering, the Lamborghini Reventon's headlights flashed again from the top of Coiled Snake Mountain. Wei Xiaolei spoke into the loudspeakers. Everyone's enthusiasm has exceeded my expectations. After tallying it up, there are a total of 105 participants in my underground race. With such fierce competition, I believe that tonight's competition will be extra spectacular. Everyone present is a rich young master, so what we want is stimulation. We want fervor. What do you all say? Do you feel excited? Stimulated? Excited. Stimulated. The underground area suddenly resounded with agreement. With the Reventon and Su Ruoro as prizes, and Sky City's #1 noble beauty Su Qiuyu participating in the race, How could these people not be excited? Very well, then I won't waste everyone's time. Let's let tonight's peak excitement ring out. I'll announce that tonight's underground race at Coiled Snake Mountain officially starts. Challengers, please board your vehicles and await my command. Wei Xiao Lei's words made the atmosphere on scene reach a pinnacle. One by one, the audience members got into their cars. Su Qiu, you also walked towards her car with lotus-like steps. When her gaze unintentionally swept over Qin Feng, the warm smile on her face suddenly changed. She looked at Qin Feng with some astonishment. She saw him sitting on an ancient 28 bicycle with his head upturned and admiring the moon. The hazy moonlight shined on his handsome profile, and he looked quiet and peaceful. This scene was like a poem or painting. When comparing this scene to the fervent scene of the beginning of a race on the other side, Su Qiu, you couldn't help but smile lightly. She retracted her gaze, started her engine, and began to warm up. This person is pretty interesting. Over 100 car engines rumbled simultaneously. The sound was like violent thunder rising from the bottom of Coiled Snake Mountain. When Qin Feng saw everyone else warming up, he slowly rode his 28 bicycle, freely weaved through the cars, and went towards the last sports car. This move instantly blinded the spectators. Their surprised chins all fell into the cars. Before, some people saw Qin Feng and ridiculed him when they saw him ride a broken bicycle here to act pretentious. Now, practically all of the racers saw Qin Feng leisurely riding his 28 bicycle past their cars. They lost track of time and the scene seemed to pause. They wondered if they were hallucinating. A moment later, the world shook with mocking laughter. Damn, did this dude really ride a bicycle to compete? How much water got into his freaking head? Haha, I usually like acting pretentious as well. But today, I've seen the pinnacle of pretentiousness. He's freaking using his life to act pretentious. When the competition starts, the exhaust from my car will kill this idiot. This dude is really stupid, but why does he look kind of familiar? The moon was hazy, and most of the audience could only see the side of Qin Feng's face. No one was able to identify that he was Acropolis #1 hedonistic young master. Otherwise, the current scene would probably be completely overturned. After passing Su Qiu Yu's race car, Qin Feng slowed down. Her window was rolled down so her beautiful, refined face burst into view. Su Qiu, you also looked earnestly at Qin Feng. Their eyes met, and the vehicles brushed past one another. Another high-quality beauty. After leaving the side of Su Qiu Yu's car, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Ding, the hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Take down the Sky City Su family's company. Time limit, 3 months. Successful completion reward, 10,000 hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will lose 5 to 10 years of his life. The cold, automated voice suddenly rang in his head. Damn, that's completely uncalled for. You want me to take down the company of Sky City's Su family? A company that they had built with their blood, sweat, and tears? Isn't this forcing me to be a bad guy? Qin Feng's righteous heart suddenly broke out and roared with extreme anger. Master, in the system, that Su Qiu Yu is also considered a part of the Sky City Su family's company. Little Pig said with disdain. Then taking down the Sky City Su family's property includes taking Su Qiu Yu. Qin Feng's face changed considerably, and he laughed with satisfaction. Very good, this quest is quite humane. All of the luxury vehicles were ready. They were just waiting for Wei Xiao Lei at the mountain top to yell start. Wei Xiao Lei raised the little colored flag and stood at the peak of Coiled Snake Mountain, overlooking the various luxury cars beneath him. His heart swelled with an unspeakable pride. All of these people here awaited His orders, right now. If he said nothing, these idiots could only anxiously wait for the competition to begin. Ready, set, go. After dragging it on for a long time and thoroughly satisfying his vanity, Wei Xiao yelled into the loudspeaker. In an instant, the rumble of engines resonated throughout the valley. Their violent and majestic auras were like warriors going out to conquer the universe. Qin Feng's 28 bicycle was at the end. The cars shot forward one by one before his eyes. Not long later, they disappeared after the first curve. At this time, he slowly rode his 28 bicycle towards the racecourse. Damn, is this brat here to visit the market? Right from the beginning, Wei Xiao kept an eye on Qin Feng and his movements. When he saw that Qin Feng moved as slow as a turtle, he couldn't help but shout. According to the original plan, Wei Xiao planned for Williams to cause an accident during the race. However, if Qin Feng raced at this pace, Williams wouldn't be able to see him. So how could he create an accident? Wei Xiao huffily pulled out his cell phone and called Williams. William, I think you'll have to slow down. The brat Qin Feng just started, and he's as slow as a turtle. He hasn't even passed the first curve. In the middle of his speech, Wei Xiao suddenly froze. He held his binoculars and looked towards the spot Qin Feng was at previously, but found no trace of him. Brother Wei, then I'll stop my car to the side and wait for him to arrive. Brother Wei, did you say something? Big Brother Wei, are you still there? Wei Xiao was flabbergasted, completely flabbergasted. He looked like he had seen a ghost, and he even suspected that he had seen a ghost. Otherwise, how could Qin Feng have gone from the starting line to the middle of the coiled mountain route? His current speed was like a rising rocket. The only difference was that he was a rocket traveling horizontally. Every time he blinked, Wei Xiao had to move his binoculars. Qin Feng riding on his 28 bicycle was like an apparition in the darkness, floating and constantly in motion. Not even a minute had passed when he went from being last place to passing the 5th place racer. Big Brother Wei, hurry and say something. The sound of Williams's complaints passed through the phone. He spoke English from start to finish. Once Wei Xiao regained his senses from his shocked state, his face immediately darkened. William, I said many times not to call me Big Brother Wei. Call me by my full name, Wei Xiao. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. Even Guan Yin has come. Wei Xiao, I already stopped my car at the side of the road. When will that little brat be here? Wei Xiao did a 180-degree turn with his binoculars and said coldly, he already passed you. Fuck, how is that possible? Please don't make that kind of meaningless joke. Williams yelled. This wasn't a joke, it was humiliation. Qin Feng was riding a bicycle. How could he possibly see up to him so quickly? William, I'm not joking with you. You can stay there. Pretty soon, Qin Feng is going to win first place. Wei Xiao directly hung up. His expression froze dramatically. Qin Feng was too fast. He was so quick that Wei Xiao almost shouted in shock. He now knew why he had lost the race last time when he drove his limited edition Maserati Gran Turismo S. Taking into account Qin Feng's current speed, it would be weird if he didn't win. Qin Feng quickly sped to the 2nd place position. Currently, 1st place was held by Sky City's number 1 noble beauty Su Qiuyu. Originally, Qin Feng could have swished past Su Qiuyu's Audi TT like a rocket, but he purposely slowed down. One of his hands was on the handlebar, while the other hand grabbed at his hair. His expression was melancholic as he looked at the moon in the sky. W, what are you doing? Su Qiu, you quickly became aware of Qin Feng's existence. Though she was usually calm and collected, she couldn't help but shout in surprise. This scene was too strange. It defied the world she knew. All these years, this was the first time she saw someone that was able to ride a bike so quickly. Su Qiu, you couldn't see Qin Feng's legs clearly. They looked like two electric fans. No, they were faster than electric fans. They were so fast that it was dizzying. Beautiful. I'm admiring the moon. Qin Feng looked flirtatiously at Su Qiuyu. This moon is also another moon. Su Qiuyu was really smart. She immediately understood the implications behind Qin Feng's words. The last word of her name was Yu, so his words were clearly a confession? As Sky City's #1 noble beauty, Su Qiuyu couldn't remember how many confessions she had received. She received these confessions in countless strange ways, but until now, she felt Qin Feng's was the most original and shocking. You have to be careful since you're going so quickly. Other than shock, Su Qiuyu had no other intentions towards Qin Feng. She gave him a polite reminder and began to drive at ease. Qin Feng noticed that Su Qiuyu regarded him calmly. He hesitated about whether or not he should tell her. In the future, you're going to become my woman, and the Su family's business will also be mine. In the end, he got rid of this idea. He was afraid that if these words came out, either Su Qiuyu's car would flip into the valley or his 28 bicycle would be pushed into it instead. He steadied his heart and sped up again. At this time, he already went up over half of the mountain. He was a bit anxious and his speed was at the limit. Roar! Su Qiuyu felt the ground shake. Then Qin Feng and his 28 bicycle transformed into a wave of air that suddenly disappeared into the finish line up ahead. Here. Qin Feng looked at his watch. 9 minutes and 28 seconds. He recalled that when he drove his Batmobile in the past, his record was 15 minutes and 36 seconds. When he got to the mountaintop, Qin Feng casually tossed his 28 bicycle to the side and quickly rushed behind Wei Xiaolei. Wei Xiaolei did not suspect anything and was currently holding his binoculars and scanning all the areas of the mountain path. He muttered to himself, "Where's Qin Feng? Why the fuck is he gone? Young Master Wei, were you looking for me?" Qin Feng's voice suddenly drifted from behind Wei Xiaolei, scaring him so much that he threw the binoculars in his hands. When did you? Wei Xiaolei looked at Qin Feng in fright. He only uttered half of his sentence when a slap flew towards him. Pow! This slap rang clearly. Wei Xiaolei's howl of pain rumbled throughout the valley. "Didn't you really want to see me? I came as quickly as I could, so I could have some fun with you." Pow! While he said this, another slap swept over and swelled up the other half of Wei Xiaolei's face. "How dare you touch the women near me? You fucking don't want to live anymore." Pow pow. Don't think that because I look talented, genial, kind, and like I have a big heart, you'd be able to find an excuse to bully my people. Pow pow pow. I'll have you know that I won't sad about hitting those who bully me, but I will talk to you about general truths. I must use virtue to win over people. I'll penetrate your soul and help you achieve nirvana. Pow 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 pow. Even Qin Feng wasn't sure how many times he slapped Wei Xiaolei, but when his hand began to hurt, he stopped. Wei Xiaolei was no longer the handsome and arrogant Wei Xiaolei from before. Qin Feng could no longer recognize him. At a glance, he looked like a relative of Zhu Beiji. Wei Xiaolei, who was beaten into looking like a pig, could not even cry. Even a slight shift in his expression was so painful that it felt like something was tearing his heart and splitting his lungs. He really wanted to shout at Qin Feng. "Didn't you fucking say you win over people with virtue, and that you don't use your fists but you reason with them? You're a big fucking liar." But now he couldn't even cry out, so there was no way he could yell at someone. The noise outside was so loud that the bodyguard weighing over Su Ruo walked down. He saw that there was another person at the mountaintop, so he immediately ran before Qin Feng and asked Qin Feng warningly, "Hey brat, where did you come from? Where's young Master Wei?" Qin Feng pointed at Wei Xiaolei. Before he could speak, the bodyguard yelled in shock. Fuck, that pig has cultivated itself and combined a human and a pig. What kind of holy being are you? And where did you come from? Wei Xiaolei's bodyguard was not lacking in IQ. However, Qin Feng's bike riding was too quick, and he came and went without a trace. Thus, the bodyguard could not imagine where Qin Feng and the pig-headed man came from. Since you've discovered a mystery only known by the heavens, we seem to have been brought together by fate. This here is the envoy Zhu Beiji, and I'm the victor of battle, Sun Wukong. We followed Tang Sun to retrieve Buddhist scriptures in the West, but we got separated. Now we're looking for the master. Hurry, and look, even Guan Yin is here. Qin Feng had a face of complete seriousness and pointed behind the bodyguard. The bodyguard was covered in cold sweat. In this dark night, he stood at the top of Coiled Snake Mountain. The surroundings were completely black, and there was even an icy breeze. Now, there were suddenly two strangers that said extremely ridiculous things. In the heat of the moment, the bodyguard believed Qin Feng and turned his head to look behind him. He was prepared to meet Guan Yin with her glowing halo descending from the heavens, but all he saw was the pie-black mountain range from before. Thump! Qin Feng slapped the bodyguard on the back of his head, and he fainted. Wei Xiaolei weighed everything unfold before his eyes. While weighing, there were a good many times where he had the urge to jump off a cliff. He laughed when he thought about how he spent 20,000 yuan on this bodyguard. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. Another competition. Qin Feng, is that you? Su Ruo asked cautiously while peeking out of the car. Ruo, it's me. Hurry and admire the moon with me. Su Ruo's worried little heart calmed down. She ran out of the car and rushed into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng, I was scared to death. These are all bad people. When he saw Su Ruo's slightly red and swollen face and the 5 finger marks that hadn't completely faded, he did all he could to control his emotions. He didn't want to show a vicious expression in front of Su Ruo. Does it hurt? He lightly caressed Su Ruo's injured face and asked. Su Ruo gritted her teeth, shook her head, nursed her head, and looked at Qin Feng with determination. Qin Feng, let's head back. Qin Feng touched Su Ruo's soft hair. Wait a bit longer. I have to make the person that bullied you regret they were ever born. As she lay in Qin Feng's embrace, Su Ruo felt that the world quieted. She felt safety and peacefulness that she'd never experienced before. Suddenly, a ridiculous idea came to mind. If she became Qin Feng's woman, she would definitely be really happy. Qin Feng got to the mountaintop, gave Wei Xiaolei a beating, idiotically reenacted journey to the west, hugged Su Ruo, and sat for a while on the mountaintop admiring the moon when the sound of a car finally drifted over. The first to arrive was a man with curly blonde hair who drove a flashy red Ferrari. After stopping the car, he hurriedly ran out. He saw Qin Feng and Su Ruo's backs. Where is Big Brother Wei? If you want Viagra, you have to buy it at the drugstore. There clearly isn't any here. Qin Feng comforted Su Ruo by rubbing her thigh and said this to Williams at the same time. Where's young Master Wei? Williams fell quiet for a while and then asked in a different way. Qin Feng casually pointed in a direction. Wei Xiaolei was currently sitting and drawing circles. Williams hurriedly ran over. When he saw Wei Xiaolei, he jumped in fright. Fuck, is this a pig or a person? Have you seen young Master Wei? Wei Xiaolei almost sprayed fresh blood out of his mouth. He pointed at his own nose. William, look clearly, I'm Wei Xiaolei. Williams looked at Wei Xiaolei again, more closely, but he still couldn't recognize him. However, he confirmed his identity through his voice and ran over. He did all he could to suppress his smile. Young Master Wei, what time is it? You're still in the mood to bring a pig's head to scare people? Then what about Qin Feng? I flew up the mountain wildly, but I didn't see him. Could he have ran off after riding half of the course? William spoke English, but this didn't cause any difficulties for Qin Feng. From his youth, Qin Feng went to America every year for vacation. In order to pick up girls, he forced himself to practice until he could speak fluent English. Wei Xiao Lei didn't know what to say. He suddenly thought of how Williams was extraordinarily strong. Now that Qin Feng was sitting at the mountain top, wouldn't it be more straightforward if William threw Qin Feng into the ravine? Once this idea came to mind, the discouraged Wei Xiao Lei suddenly stood. He was about to exchange gazes with Williams when the sound of a car rumbled from down the mountain. Then a Porsche 911 arrived at the top, and a beautiful and elegant woman wearing a chi pao leisurely stepped out of it. Damn! The curse resounded in Wei Xiao Lei's heart, and all he could do was temporarily cancel his intentions of killing Qin Feng. Once Su Qiu got out of the car, she surveyed the area. She knew that Qin Feng had passed her on the course long ago. She didn't find it strange when she saw Qin Feng sitting there, but when she saw Williams and the red Ferrari parked to the side, her beautiful face that was normally calm like water shifted slightly. She thought her driving skills were out of the ordinary, and that she was even better than some professional racers. She didn't think that this big and tall foreign-looking man would be faster than her. It appears that he's also not an ordinary person. Williams naturally wasn't an ordinary person. His driving skills were not ordinary, his talent wasn't ordinary, and his family background was even more unordinary. He was a professional first-place-winning race car driver in America. He only interacted with these amateurs because he was looking for excitement. He wasn't on the same level as the rich young masters that did street races and picked up girls. Because his driving skills were so outstanding, Wei Xiao Lei specifically looked for Williams as a surefire way to take care of Qin Feng during the course of the race. Not long after Su Qiu's arrival, more luxury cars continued to stream in. Soon, the empty mountaintop became extremely crowded and bustling. When these people knew that they didn't win first place and that they brushed shoulders with the Reventon and that beautiful pure girl, one by one, they hung their heads in disappointment. At this time, Wei Xiao Lei and Williams sat in the Reventon. Wei Xiao Lei didn't want these people to see what he currently looked like, so he held the loudspeaker and yelled from inside the car. It seems that almost everyone has reached the mountaintop. The first place winner of this underground race has already appeared. According to the agreement, I will award both this Reventon and that little beauty to him. If there's nothing else, we can adjourn this meeting. Tonight's plans didn't progress normally. Not only was Qin Feng still alive, Wei Xiao Lei was beaten into having a pig's head. How could he be satisfied? Now he wanted to get rid of some extraneous people. When there was only Qin Feng left on Coiled Snake Mountain's peak, he'd have Williams make his move on him. After hearing that first place was already taken by someone else, these rich young masters felt that staying would be meaningless. Thus, they left in groups of 3 or 4 to relax at the bar and foot massage places. One by one, the sounds of the luxury cars' engines rumbled through the valley as they sped down the road. Soon, very few people were left on the mountaintop. "Miss Su, is there anything else?" Everyone had left, but Su Qiu still stood at the mountaintop. Wei Xiao Lei's eyes flashed with coldness. It's quite dangerous to stay on this desolate mountaintop at night. Isn't young Master Wei here? What danger could there be? Su Qiu smiled lightly. Her gaze carefully swept over the area. A black shadow quickly concealed itself. The moon from Coiled Snake Mountain is big and round. I still want to stay here for a bit longer. Su Qiu had no intention of leaving. Wei Xiao Let was at a bit of a loss. He saw Qin Feng hugging Su Ruoro and sitting at the edge of the mountaintop, so he wanted to kick him from the back to send him tumbling down the ravine, where his bones would shatter and his body would be torn to shreds. But now that Su Qiu was here, he couldn't openly do this. Wei Xiaolei and Williams exchanged glances. A cold smile flashed through Williams' eyes, and he muttered into Wei Xiaolei's ear. Wei Xiaolei's lips slowly curved upwards, revealing a cold smile. Qin Feng, would you dare compete with Williams? Suddenly, Wei Xiaolei and Williams arrived behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng hadn't left because he was waiting for the opportunity to get rid of these two. Now that he saw Wei Xiaolei presenting himself at his doorstep, he stood with a chuckle. Didn't I just beat that oaf with my bicycle already? What else is there to compete in? Williams could not accept this. He thought of how he drove a race car, but was beaten by a little brat riding a bicycle and felt so angry that he wanted to beat someone up. Wei Xiaolei immediately gave Williams a look. Williams used his strength to rein in his anger. He stood to the side and glared viciously at Qin Feng. Wei Xiaolei said, Qin Feng, I'll admit that you bike really quickly, but since this is a car race, Williams is not satisfied with his loss. I hope you can drive a race car and compete with him again. What does him being dissatisfied have to do with me? As long as I'm happy, then it's fine, Qin Feng said indifferently. Williams was so angry that he was about to spit blood. Wei Xiaolei also forcefully suppressed his anger and continued. Qin Feng, Williams said that if you win this competition, he'll give you his Ferrari 458. Williams' Ferrari 458 was at least $5 million on the market, so Wei Xiaolei didn't believe that this wouldn't entice Qin Feng. Okay, then can we start the competition now? Qin Feng suddenly asked. Wei Xiaolei didn't expect him to respond so quickly. He nodded stupidly. Why, yeah, we can start now. Qin Feng suddenly laughed. Young Master Wei, you only said that if Williams loses, he'll give me his Ferrari. But you didn't mention my punishment if I were to lose. You've clearly set a trap. Didn't you make this too obvious? Don't tell me you were going to try some funny business on me during the race course? The corner of Wei Xiaolei's mouth tweed. He felt that he was too hasty. He immediately cleared his throat and said with seriousness, That's right, I almost forgot about that. If you lose, then return the Maserati Gran Turismo you won from me. Qin Feng thought a bit and finally remembered. Oh, that Maserati. That was taken by a junk-collecting old man as scrap metal. I didn't ask for money. Wei Xiaolei felt as though someone brutally stabbed him in the heart. That was his favorite car, and it was reduced to the value of scrap metal. He gnashed his teeth and said, Then, let's bet on the Reventon. You've just won. If you lose, that car will be Williams. That's no good. This Reventon is worth 10 million, and that Ferrari is only 5 million. They're clearly not on the same level. Qin Feng shook his head. Wei Xiaolei felt like he was about to explode. He had the urge to just let Williams go and get rid of him. But he saw Su Qiuyu, who was standing to the side, so he suppressed this urge. Then what do you say we should do? Qin Feng walked up beside Su Qiuyu and said with a smile, Beauty Su, can I borrow your Porsche? If I win the competition, I'll give you the Ferrari. If I lose, I'll give you the Reventon. Su Qiuyu looked long and hard at Qin Feng. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Go ahead and use it. If the rich young masters of Sky City saw this scene, they would stare in disbelief. Su Qiuyu was dignified and virtuous. She treated everyone with the same refined and courteous manner, but she had a clear baseline. She had never even let any man get in her car, so it was unheard of that she would lend her car to Qin Feng and let him drive it as she did now. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Car flying in midair. I'll use the Porsche to race with you. We can start now. When Qin Feng got the keys, he immediately stepped into Su Qiuyu's car. The inside of the car smelled fresh and fragrant like its owner. He started the engine, tested out the necessary functions of the car, opened the window, and then smilingly shouted at Su Ruoro, Ro, get in. Su Ruoro stood on the dark mountaintop and felt quite afraid. She hurriedly boarded the car. There were many reasons why Qin Feng agreed to this competition. For one thing, he had gotten intermediate racing skills from the system a while ago, but never got to use them. Now he could try them out. At the same time, Qin Feng also wanted to bring Su Ruoro along and use this competition to give her a taste of excitement and craziness. Maybe it would help her fix her weak and gentle personality. Of course, what was most important was that Qin Feng wanted to see what Wei Xiaolei and Williams were up to. He didn't mind causing an accident during the race to kill that Williams. The race was about to begin. Qin Feng and Williams got into position and stopped their cars at the start line. This race was just for a short distance. It started at the mountaintop and ended after the first curve on the path down the mountain. Williams' mouth curved into a disdainful smile when he saw that Qin Feng even put a passenger in his car. As a professional racer, he completely understood the importance of a car's weight in relation to speed and control. Thus, race car drivers strictly controlled their weight for fear that if they got too much fatter or thinner, this might affect the weight of the car and create some mistakes. Today, when he saw how Qin Feng so casually put someone in his car, Williams already understood his skill level. He only treated Qin Feng as an amateur racer and had the expression of someone who already had the win in his grasp. 3, 2, 1, go. When Wei Xiaolei's voice fell, the two race cars set off at the same time. The low rumbling sounded like a flood beast hiding in the valley. Williams didn't have the title of a professional racer for nothing. Once he set off, he kept shifting gears. Within the span of a few breaths, the speed of the car hit its maximum and left Qin Feng in the dust. At this time, Qin Feng's face was filled with shock. His shock was not due to Williams's speed, but because of his suddenly nature-defying driving skills. Right when the car set off, a series of memories flashed through his head. His body seemed to have a mind of its own as it performed a series of extremely complicated moves. He sped up, stepped on the CLU, shifted gears, and drifted. Though he tried some racing before, his prior racing skills were nothing compared to the mastery of skills he currently possessed. He already felt like he had become one with the car, like he was the one flying on the road. Ah, Qin Feng, slow down. AHH, we're going to fall off the cliff. Qin Feng, it's really scary. Su Ruoro's screams kept passing through Qin Feng's ears. She was so scared that she burst into tears. She wasn't used to this kind of speed, and the constantly shifting road made her eyes spin. Then, under this speed, Qin Feng reacted precisely. He held control over the direction and moved stably forward. Su Ruoro was so scared that she didn't dare open her eyes. Time and time again, she saw the edge of the car line up with the edge of the cliff, and her heart stopped. Qin Feng smiled. The more Su Ruoro screamed, the more excited he became. He could feel his extraordinary racing skills that allowed him to do as he pleased. He drifted beautifully and turned the car around. Then he drove in reverse and raced with Williams that way. Su Ruoro peeked through her fingers and saw that the scene before her eyes changed. Her screams were enough to shatter the sky, and she weighed the winding mountainous paths quickly zoom away. She finally realized Qin Feng was driving backwards. After reversing, Qin Feng fell serious. He used his full abilities and his previously acquired Stage 2 external techniques and Stage 1 internal techniques. His reaction speed and agility surpassed that of normal people. His continuous, lightning-fast stick-shifting movements became a mirage. Under these manipulations, the black Porsche 911 was extremely fast but still very stable. It was like a speeding cheetah. Very quickly he caught up to Williams. Shit! When he saw Qin Feng CA up, Williams jumped in shock. This guy was playing and driving backwards. His ego suffered a colossal blow. With his eyes ablaze, he looked at the last curve before the finish line. Williams's body brimmed with murderous intent. Stinking brat, who told you to show off? Wait until you fall off the cliff and shatter your bones. Williams cursed and suddenly turned his steering wheel. Turned his car into the inner part of the road. Qin Feng and Williams were already right next to one another, so his car shifted closer to the cliff. Both cars sped towards the curve and drifted simultaneously. Williams kept his car close to the inner portion of the road and drew a beautiful arc. On the outer portion of the road, Qin Feng also drifted. He drifted backwards, so it felt even more thrilling and strange. The two cars were neck to neck like before. It was almost as if they were staging a racing performance. But then the distance between the cars slightly broadened. While reversing and drifting, the back of Qin Feng's car slowly surpassed the front of Williams's car. Suddenly, Williams swayed directions and crashed his car into Qin Feng's. Bang! Due to the vicious crash, both cars lost a bit of control. Williams was prepared, so he quickly stabilized his car. The Porsche was pushed near the edge of the cliff, and the whole car was lifted off the ground. Su Ruo screamed non-stop the whole time while Qin Feng's expression was completely calm and composed. His hands continued to move quickly. Then, Williams saw something that stunned him. Qin Feng controlled the Porsche 911 so that even though only 2 of the tires were on the mountain path and the other 2 were soaring off the edge of the cliff, he was still speeding forwards. The mountain path was not straight, but all the way to the curve. Qin Feng seemed to be driving on flat land. He continued to rush on using 2 tires. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, removed his flying dragon armor, shouted, jumped, and slammed his fist at the roof of the car. With 6 times the strength of a normal person, a total of 600 kilograms, falling onto the roof, the car flew towards the inner portion of the mountain path. Su Ruo already forgot how to scream. The instant the car flew upwards, she thought she was going to die. She looked at Qin Feng with some regret. Qin Feng, I'm sorry, this was all my fault. Qin Feng merely smiled at Su Ruo and punched at the roof a second time. When the second fist fell, the Porsche spun 360 degrees in midair. Williams gaped. He waved the car fly over him, and with a rumble, Qin Feng's Porsche smashed a dent into the roof of his car. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. An individual with special abilities. Swish, swish. The 2 cars zoomed forward like before, but Qin Feng's car sat atop Williams. The tail of his car extended past the front of Williams' Ferrari a bit. Williams quickly braked, and the cars came to a complete stop. Since Williams' car carried Qin Feng's, when he got to the finish line, he was not the winner. This was an explosively exciting race. Su Qiuyu and Wei Xiao Lei were dumbstruck. Su Ruo, who was sitting in the car, stuck her head out the window and fell into a vomiting spell. Qin Feng leisurely opened the door and jumped onto Williams's Ferrari before hopping onto the ground. He arrived beside Su Ruo and carried her off the car. Ruo, how do you feel? Did you feel the thrill? Qin Feng smiled and then shook his head. No, that's not right. You felt it before. I wonder what that's like. Su Ruo's face turned completely red. She didn't know what to say to Qin Feng. She still felt dizzy and her world was still spinning. She was like a drunkard and needed Qin Feng's support to walk. Qin Feng, what happened? Wei Xiao Lei hurriedly drove over with Su Qiuyu in the Reventon. He saw Williams' flattened Ferrari and suddenly felt a bad premonition. Is Williams still in the car? Probably. I didn't see him come out, Qin Feng said nonchalantly. Right from the get-go, he knew Wei Xiao Lei teamed up with this American dude to harm him. Thus, Qin Feng decided to make the first move. In the competition earlier, he intentionally drove his car so that it spun in the air and smashed on top of Williams's Ferrari. Qin Feng shook his head at the Ferrari with its roof smashed in. Wei Xiao Lei's entire face twisted. He had originally planned to kill Qin Feng, but Qin Feng didn't die. Instead, Williams died first. Wei Xiao Lei was left as a general without an army. He acknowledged that he could not beat Qin Feng and looked at the scene before him with despair. Thump! Suddenly, the flattened Ferrari began to move. With an enormous bang, the Porsche 911 on top of it began to sway. Bang! The banging became increasingly louder, and bits of rock fell from the side of the cliff. The Porsche sitting on top of the Ferrari swayed even more. With a rumble, it fell onto the road, rolled a couple of times, and fell off the cliff. Rumble. Seconds later, an explosion resounded in the valley. In an instant, this over 2 million yuan race car became waste. But no one paid attention to the falling Porsche. Their eyes were all glued to the red Ferrari. After another loud noise, the Ferrari's roof was lifted. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed, tall-nosed man leapt onto the top of the car. He smiled evilly at Qin Feng. This was the Williams that the spectators thought was smashed to death. Qin Feng, I'm going to crush you. This yell was like an enraged beast, and it shook the whole valley. With a casual wave, the ceiling he supported flew over at full speed. He did this with the ease of tossing a pebble. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He lightly tapped the tip of his foot on the ground, sent his whole body flying, and avoided the colossal car roof. Thump! The roof fell onto the mountain path and stood vertically. It dug 1/2 meter into the floor. Williams, kill him! Wei Xiao Lei's blood boiled when he saw this scene. He could tell that Williams was infuriated by Qin Feng. Originally, the two planned to covertly eliminate Qin Feng, but they both lost their patience. Now, they wanted to just openly kill this brat. As the privileged son of the William family, Williams was someone with innately extraordinary strength. When he was 3 years old, he could lift a rock over 50 kilograms. The currently 23-year-old Williams could break out in a strength of close to 500 kilograms. What does this mean? Based on Williams' strength alone, he was comparable to a stage 8 external expert. He didn't need Wei Xiao Lei to remind him what to do. Since Williams was already bloodthirsty, once he saw that his move didn't make impact, he suddenly jumped off the car roof and charged towards Qin Feng while brandishing his fists. This sudden and unforeseen event caught Qin Feng off guard. When he saw that Williams was as imposing as a tiger, he didn't initiate any moves. Instead, he observed his strength. Bang! A fist fell, and Qin Feng quickly dodged it. Williams' fist smashed into the cliff behind him, leaving a fist mark. At this point, Qin Feng could tell that Williams wasn't unarmed. He wore a full set of gloves containing flickering winter light on his fists. When it swished past his ear, he could feel a bone-piercing coldness. Judging by Williams' punch, there was at least 400 or 450 kilograms of power, so he was at least a stage 7 external techniques expert. This was Qin Feng's first time meeting such a strong opponent. Last time he fought Uncle Feng at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, but he was only a stage 4 external expert. At this day, after winning over the stage 4 internal expert Liang Zhenwei, Qin Feng had the confidence to win over people with stage 4 or 5 external techniques. However, he felt a bit of despair when he saw Williams' sudden explosiveness. A stage 7 expert was not someone Qin Feng could battle at this time. What he practices isn't external techniques or inner qi either. He has special abilities relating to strength. Qin Feng jumped when he heard Su Qiu use pleasant and gentle voice drift over. One with special abilities. This was the first time he heard of this. He wondered how different these people were from those who practiced martial arts in China. Miss Qiuyu, what is someone with special abilities? Qin Feng asked while dodging Williams's ferocious attacks. There are 2 types of special abilities. One is innate, while the other is acquired. Every person with special abilities has either one or a couple of special abilities. For example, there are those with strength powers that are born with superior strength. Those with fire powers can release fire. Su Qiu's shapely eyebrows furrowed. She said urgently, but other than their special abilities, their other functions are no different from normal people. Stinking whore, shut your freaking mouth. since he had already decided to kill Qin Feng in front of Su Qiuyu. Wei Xiao lay dropped his facade in front of her as well. With a sinister expression, he pounced at her. "Bye, I'm going to kill you." Wei Xiao lay thought to himself that he was glad he was a man. He should have no problems going against a weak and gentle woman like Su Qiuyu. However, he hadn't even touched Su Qiuyu's body when she leapt into the air. Her body was as light as water, and her moves were as gentle and beautiful as a flower. The tip of her toes kicked Wei Xiao lay in the face. The kick was so powerful that it sent Wei Xiao lay flying. She gracefully dropped back onto the ground with an expression as calm as water. She didn't look at the fallen Wei Xiao lay. The soft moonlight shined onto her beautiful face, and she looked like an extraordinary fairy. Due to Su Qiuyu's explanation, Qin Feng came to a sudden realization. No wonder he thought William's attacks were problematic. He was extremely strong, and every time he attacked, rocks would be sent flying with explosive noises. But from start to finish, he hadn't hit Qin Feng once. He hadn't even touched Qin Feng's body. Because he only had strength powers, he was only strong and couldn't compare to Qin Feng in regards to speed. During these constant attacks, William's patience had worn thin and his moves became messy. Before, there was a method to his madness, but now he had become a crazy cow that just relied on his strength to punch recklessly. "Qin Feng, besides freaking running, what else can you do? If you have the guts, stay still and let me punch you," Williams shouted angrily. Qin Feng looked at him with disdain. "Why don't you stand still and let me kick you?" Though he said this, Qin Feng already found the pattern in William's movements through his prior observations. He suddenly stopped evading and viciously pounced at his opponent. At the same time, he removed the weight of his flying dragon armor and used his inner qi to move faster. The current Qin Feng was so fast, he looked like a flash of lightning. Williams was dumbstruck. Once he saw that Qin Feng didn't run away and ran towards him instead, he slowly became excited and thought he could finally beat up this brat. But in the blink of an eye, he realized that Qin Feng disappeared. With another blink, oh my God, Qin Feng appeared above his head holding a sharp and glowing sword that popped out of nowhere. "Blondie, don't move and let this young master slice you." Qin Feng smiled. At the same time, the sword in his hand fell. This slice was a flash of cold steel shaped like a rainbow with enough strength to slice through mountains and rivers. Williams's light blue eyes were extremely fast. He instinctively punched upwards. Rumble. Fist and sword collided, and a rumble echoed through the valley like thunder. An enormous strength struck the true steel sword and sent Qin Feng flying with blood spraying from his mouth. On the other hand, Williams was largely unaffected. All he did was retreat a couple of steps. "Haha, stinking brat. Who cares if you're fast? With your meager strength, you clearly haven't eaten yet. There's no way you can harm me," Williams cackled arrogantly. Qin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at William's gloves containing flickering winter light. His true steel sword could not cut through it. Liang Zhenwei had an ox tendon whip made of a rare wild ox's tendon as the main ingredient, which he sewed together with leather. Yet it was still sliced in two by the true steel sword. These gloves with the flickering winter light seemed to be a pretty good tool. "Qin Feng, I'll help you." A fragrant scent wafted into his nose. Qin Feng saw Su Qiuyu standing beside him, but he had no idea when she got there. As usual, she was calm and composed, but her body became turbulent and a red fan appeared in her hand. The fan was made of a special material that was neither wood nor gold. Since she was holding it, it was clear that she intended to use it as a weapon. Chapter 120. Chapter 120. Winter Iron Gloves. "Little beauty, don't be anxious. Your older brother will satisfy your body after I take care of this brat Qin Feng." Williams clearly didn't consider Su Qiuyu as a threat. He gazed vulgarly at her limber body. "I don't need your help. Hurry and run." "Don't be mistaken. I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself, Su Qiu said indifferently. Since Wei Xiao Lei and Williams already tore off their masks, even if Su Qiu didn't make a move, the two of them would make a move on her later, so she thought it would be better to join hands with Qin Feng now. I know. That's why I told you to hurry up and run. Even if there's the two of us, we might not be able to beat him. Qin Feng had long seen the conclusion Su Qiu had come to. From her movements, Qin Feng could tell that she currently possessed stage 4 abilities. She clearly was no ma for Williams. If she joined the fight, Qin Feng would only get distracted because he would have to take care of her as well. But Su Qiu wanted to say something else when Qin Feng roughly pushed her away and shouted, "Hurry and run. If you don't leave now, then it'll be too late." Su Qiu looked at Qin Feng with uncertainty. Then she suddenly pounced at Qin Feng and hugged him tightly but very briefly. "Take care!" He weighed her beautiful image quickly disappear and shouted, "Drive that Reventon away!" "Humph, you want to leave?" "You have to get permission from this elder first," Williams growled and rushed forward while brandishing his large fists. Qin Feng held the glowing, faint yellow true steel sword with a lonesome smile and met the fists with his sword. Flashes of the sword shot out in all directions. The valley gently swayed. With the elementary sword skills, his moves were much better. With his speed, he was able to dodge Williams's attacks. After 10 consecutive clashes of sword and fist, there was still no way of telling who was winning. "Qin Feng, don't fucking run anymore. If you have the guts, be a man, and let's have a close combat fight." Williams chased Qin Feng from the top of the mountain to its halfway point. He was so tired that he was wheezing. Qin Feng stopped. His gaze swept over the bottom of the mountain. When he saw that Su Qiu had left safely, he smiled. "Okay, then you have to see my blade." Qin Feng had just finished speaking when he violently sped up, brandished his sword, and pounced at Williams. Williams had trouble hiding his expression of excitement and contempt. As long as Qin Feng dared to come into close combat, he had confidence that he would be able to beat him into ground meat. The two got closer and closer. Qin Feng's sword sliced downwards, and Williams bellowed and waved his large iron fists to meet the blow. Rumble. Fist and sword met again with a noise similar to that of a powerful army. Qin Feng was sent into the air by the punch. He looked like a kite with its string cut off. Williams's eyes filled with mirth. This time he didn't give Qin Feng any chance to breathe and immediately rushed forward with another vicious punch aimed towards Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng kept his eyes shut. He looked as though he was about to faint. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, shifting the blood stains with it. This scene was strange. He suddenly opened his eyes, tapped the tip of his foot on the ground, lifted off the ground as if he were as light as a sparrow, and arrived behind Williams. Then he gave a light palm. This palm was soft and light. It seemed a lot more like the caress of a lover's jade back than a move in a fight. Buzz! The sound of this falling palm didn't shake the valley. It was very low and seemed like a violent storm, continuous and uninterrupted. Boom, 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 boom. William's body seemed like it had a bomb on it. This time he detonated, and the sound of explosions repeated continuously. Like before, he was still in his attack pose, but his body stood on the ground like a statue. He didn't move for a long time. A mouthful of fresh blood spilled out. Then a second mouthful came out. He kept spitting blood until all of the blood in his body was depleted. His eyes were still filled with shock. He didn't think that Qin Feng was a Chinese martial artist that cultivated both internal and external techniques. His palm used inner qi. It seemed to land on his back, but the explosive qi flow pressed his internal organs and shattered them. "Qin Feng, you dare to kill me? The William family will never forgive you." After saying this, William's breathing stopped completely. He had just died when Wei Xiao Lei dragged Su Ruo down from the top of the mountain. Qin Feng, hurry, and tie your hands and prepare to be captured. Otherwise, I'll kill this pretty girl. But at this time, William still retained in an attacking posture and stood there. The sky was dark, so Wei Xiaolei didn't detect anything out of the ordinary. William, what are you doing? Hurry and punch Qin Feng's brains out. Hurry and freaking move. I have Qin Feng's little lover in my hands. He won't dare act blindly. Fuck, what time is it? You're in the mood to fucking pose? Wei Xiaolei yelled until his throat was hoarse, but Williams didn't move at all. If he really did move, Qin Feng would be shocked to death. A flying blade with flickering winter light suddenly appeared in his hands. With a shake of his hand, the flying blade flew like electricity. A second later, it landed between Wei Xiaolei's eyebrows. Ah, Qin Feng! Once Su Ruo felt Wei Xiaolei's grip loosen. She shouted in fear and ran crazily towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng opened his arms with a smile and welcomed this beautiful little lady. Qin Feng, let's go. Let's hurry and leave. She dived into Qin Feng's embrace and hugged him hard. She wanted to squeeze her body into Qin Feng's chest. Okay, we'll go now. Let's grab the bike on the mountaintop. There was no way Qin Feng could lose his precious 28 bicycle. After this night of shock, Su Ruo suddenly felt the call of nature. After walking halfway, she looked at Qin Feng apologetically. Qin Feng, I have to relieve myself. Qin Feng looked at Williams and Wei Xiaolei's corpses, and then looked at the blushing Su Ruo. He touched her soft hair and said, Go, I'll wait here for you, and bring our bicycle down while you're at it. Su Ruo immediately ran away shyly. After sending Su Ruo away, Qin Feng arrived before the two corpses. Because the sky was dark, Su Ruo didn't know they were dead. Qin Feng intentionally sent her away so he could take care of the bodies. Since Su Ruo's personality was too soft, Qin Feng didn't want her to see the overly dirty and dark side of the world. When he arrived beside Williams, he squatted. His gaze fell on Williams' fists. The gloves containing flickering winter light clashed with Qin Feng's true steel sword over 100 times. Yet they did not suffer any damage and still looked as good as new. This was an absolute treasure. Qin Feng didn't think too much and took the gloves off William's hands. When he held the gloves, a gust of bone-chilling wind swept over him. Qin Feng shivered from head to toe. His fatigue vanished like smoke, and he was filled with an unspeakable vitality. Winter iron gloves, equipment grade, white rank upper grade weapon. Crafted with 1,000-year winter iron as its primary material and strong without comparison, it can collapse mountains and crush rocks. Its natural winter iron properties makes the wearer ice cold from head to toe and clears their determination. It also increases battle endurance and precision. The cold voice of the system rang and scared Qin Feng, who knew the system also had identification abilities. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. Under the heavens, no banquets last forever. Qin Feng looked at the winter iron gloves in his hands. This thing was a pretty good treasure. Its equipment grade was a level higher than the flying dragon armor, but a bit lower than the true steel sword. Qin Feng thought of his intermediate thunder tiger fist technique. Now that he had this pair of winter iron gloves, he was sure his abilities would increase significantly. As of today, Qin Feng had dual internal and external cultivations and could fight in both long and short distances. Master, you can store this pair of winter iron gloves in the system. Little Pig's voice rang out. Qin Feng was a bit startled. I thought the system could only store items from it. After asking, he felt that something was wrong. Last time when he was in the North District's Sub-Bureau prison, Codename Y gave him a mysterious black box that was also placed into the system. Master, the system can store all items with spiritual qi. This pair of winter iron gloves clearly possesses spiritual qi, so it can be stored. This time, Qin Feng understood. With a slight thought The winter iron gloves in his hands went into the system. After taking what he wanted, Qin Feng had to deal with the bodies. SSSSSSS. Qin Feng was about to toss the bodies into the valley when Black Turtle in the system excitedly stuck out his scarlet tongue. Little pig, what is this thing saying? Qin Feng had an expression of helplessness. Little pig was even more helpless than Qin Feng. Black Turtle said he hasn't had any meat for 2 days already. He wants Master to let him out. He wants to eat humans. Fuck! Qin Feng bellowed internally. This Black Turtle was too cute. He was just in the middle of worrying about how to handle the corpses. If he tossed them into the valley, it was very likely someone would discover them and find some clues. There was nothing better than having them disappear completely. With a thought from Qin Feng, Black Turtle arrived beside his feet. When he looked down, Qin Feng was scared stiff. He had not paid attention to Black Turtle for 2 days, and he had doubled in size again. Before, he was as big as a wash basin. Now he was as big as half a bathtub. Qin Feng did not need to give any instructions. Black Turtle shifted his big fat body and slowly crawled up to Williams. The vicious, many-banded Krite suddenly opened its large bloody mouth and swallowed Williams whole. The body of the many-banded Krite expanded. One person was clearly not enough to satiate his hunger. Without waiting to digest Williams, he crawled before Wei Xiao lay and opened his large bloody mouth again. Not even 5 minutes later, both people disappeared. Burp. After eating 2 people in succession, Black Turtle belched with a full stomach. He happily crawled around Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in shock. He realized that after eating 2 people, Black Turtle grew again. Qin Feng suddenly felt that he couldn't bring Black Turtle around anymore. This guy could eat too well. Most importantly, Qin Feng wasn't able to let him grow freely. According to his growth speed, if he stayed in the Qin manor, he would scare away all members of the Qin household. Master, Black Turtle was originally an aquatic battle pet. I advise Master to raise him in the ocean to bring out his abilities, Little Pig recommended. This recommendation made what he had thought before. Long ago, he had wanted to throw Black Turtle into the ocean to fend for himself, but he had no time and hadn't found a good place to release him. At this time, Qin Feng's eyes brightened as he stood on Coiled Snake Mountain and looked down at the unceasing river water below the cliff. Song River seemed like a pretty good place to raise Black Turtle. Its water ran into the Yangtze River, and the Yangtze River ran into the ocean. This way, Black Turtle could slowly grow in the Song River. After growing a bit, he could go to the Yangtze River. Then, after he becomes uninhibitedly powerful, he can advance to the ocean. Unlike on land, there are thousands and tens of thousands of living things, so danger lurked from all sides. By the time Su Ruo brought the 28 bicycle down, Qin Feng already returned Black Turtle to the system. This guy gave Su Ruo quite a fright last time. If he scared her again, she would be scared silly. With Su Ruo in tow, Qin Feng rode the bike and sped across the roads. There was a slight night breeze in the valley. When he saw Su Ruo shiver slightly, he hugged her tighter. Ruo, wait for me here. I also have to go relieve myself. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, so Qin Feng found a random excuse to go to the shore of Song River. He took Black Turtle out of the system. When he looked at the violent waves of the river, and then looked at Black Turtle obediently crouched at his feet, he felt a bit reluctant to part with him. Though he'd only interacted with Black Turtle for no more than a week, Black Turtle was still a battle pet that he created. Thus, he could be considered his own flesh and blood. Wait, damn, if his own flesh and blood really looked like Black Turtle, Qin Feng swore that he would jump into the river and drown himself. Black Turtle, you have to be careful. Many-banded Krite and Sea Turtle, you two have to help each other and make up for what the other lacks. I hope that when I see you again, you will have become the overlord of the ocean. He patted the sea turtle's shell and said his farewell. SSSSS. The many-banded kite kept hissing at Chin Fong. Even the sea turtle that couldn't keep his eyes open and always looked sleepy swayed his head while looking at Chin Fong. Master, they said not to worry. They'll miss you. Little Pig translated without needing to be prompted. No banquet under the heavens lasts forever. I hope that when we meet again, we'll both find our own places. Chin Fong lifted Black Turtle and used his strength to throw him into the river. Black Turtle suddenly got excited and scuttled freely, frolicking down the stream. Master, you don't have to worry. Things of the hedonist sovereign system have a special aura that only you, Master, can feel. As long as that aura is still there, that means that we're still alive, Little Pig said. Chin Fong used his senses and was able to clearly detect Black Turtle's familiar aura. Chin Fong felt reassured by this. No matter where Black Turtle was, he would be able to find him. When he returned to the road, Su Rua Ro had a strange look on her face. She curiously thought to herself that Chin Fong could really hold in his urine. He took so long that he probably drowned the flowers and grass on the roadside. Chin Fong lifted Su Rua Ro onto the bicycle. He didn't ride very quickly. Instead, he basked in the tranquility at the base of Coiled Snake Mountain. This tranquility was quickly shattered by a police siren. Flashing red and blue lights appeared not too far away, and they soon stopped in front of Chin Fong. A valiant, formidable, icy, and beautiful policewoman stepped from the car. The instant she saw Chin Fong, her eyes went ablaze. The first time Lu Bingbing saw Chin Fong, this brat publicly totaled a Maserati. From then on, she had a bad impression of Chin Fong and saw him as a hedonistic young master. The second time, Chin Fong participated in an illegal boxing ma, killed someone and got away scot-free. The third time, Haonan tried to run over him, but Haonan ended up dead instead. From the outside, it looked like he died from a car accident. After, the forensic scientist determined that the cause of death was a sharp object that cut through his head. The prime suspect was Chin Fong. However, due to the Chin family's power, he was discharged and awarded a Good Samaritan award. This was the fourth time Lu Bingbing encountered Chin Fong. She noticed that every time she saw this brat, nothing good happened. Once she had received the call reporting a crowd of racers at Coiled Snake Mountain. She hurried over. Then she saw Chin Fong. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. Such an important matter. The old fire Lu Bingbing suppressed in her heart blazed with the new fire that arose. Without saying anything further, she handcuffed Chin Fong. You're under arrest for gathering a crowd for a street race. Come to the police station with me right now. Chin Fong looked laughingly at Lu Bingbing. Beauty Bingbing, take a look. Coiled Snake Mountain is so quiet that there aren't even people sleeping together. Where did you get the idea that there was a street race? Lu Bingbing's face turned to ice, and a flash of astonishment passed through her gaze. She also thought that it was weird. Someone had clearly called the cops. But once she got here, there was no one racing. The only person she caught was Chin Fong, and he was riding a bicycle. I don't care. Either way, someone reported it. Since you're the only person on Coiled Snake Mountain, I suspect that you were illegally street racing. Come back with me. Chin Fong could tell that Lu Bingbing was determined to arrest him. This little girl had an explosive temper, so Chin Fong didn't protest. Okay, I'll head back with you, but have someone take Ruoro home. Don't tell me you suspect that she also came to race? Lu Bingbing's gaze fell on Su Ruoro. When she saw how weak and pure she looked, Lu Bingbing was so frustrated that she gritted her teeth. She couldn't understand what was so great about Chin Fong that so many beautiful women enjoyed being with him. Of the women Lu Bingbing had seen, there were 3 beauties with different personalities: Yun Xiao, Haningying, and Su Ruoro. If she knew about all the other beauties he had an ambiguous relationship with, she would be so angry that she'd want to bite someone. Xiao Hong, Take this younger sister home, Lu Bingbing said to the policewoman standing behind her. This policewoman immediately helped Su Ruo row off the bicycle. Qin Feng! Su Ruo looked worriedly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng patted her hair. Don't worry, this big sister and I are quite familiar with one another. She likes dancing, and she actually wants to take me back to teach her how to dance. You go back and rest early. Qin Feng! Lu Bingbing yelled coldly. She almost pulled out her gun and shot Qin Feng. Northern Sub-Bureau, Interrogation Room Number 2. Qin Feng leisurely sat in front of the table. This was his third time here, and it felt like home. Lu Bingbing continued to have a cold expression. She faced Qin Feng and glared at him. Qin Feng, tell me, are you going to confess or not? Here was the same scene, the same people, and the same opening speech. Qin Feng was a bit helpless. Beauty Lu, can you please interrogate me a different way? You always take the same course and say the same words. I think that you're just fooling around to get paid. Lu Bingbing knew that Qin Feng had a way with words. She used all her might to suppress the rage within her. She viciously slammed the desk. Cut the bullshit and answer my question. I'm not confessing, Qin Feng actually responded. Lu Bingbing was so angry that she almost spat blood. Look, I was joking with you to make you happy, and you still got mad. Now that I'm serious and I follow your orders and answer your question, you're even more mad. AI, it's hard being a poor commoner. Qin Feng sighed and shook his head. Qin Feng, don't pretend. You're Acropolis #1 young master. How can you say you're a poor commoner? I think it's more accurate to say that you specialize in bullying commoners. Qin Feng was dissatisfied. If you say I'm Acropolis #1 young master, I appreciate you. But if you say I'm tyrannical and that I bully people, that's not true. Beauty Lu, you're mistaken about me. Very deeply at that. I think we need to set apart a time to have some tea in this office, chat, and get to know one another. You must be aware of this. And since you've taken the initiative to invite me over countless times, this means that you're a good, qualified, and earnest cop. Qin Feng said this heartfeltly. You. Lu Bingbing was so angry that the hairs on her body stood up. She had never seen such a shameless person like Qin Feng. But Lu Bingbing couldn't beat Qin Feng in a physical or verbal fight. Now that she was angry, she could only suppress it. This was the first time she had felt so sullen since she became a cop. She was so annoyed that she wanted to combust. Her brain spun at high speed as she thought of how to deal with Qin Feng. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible crafty smile flashed through her beautiful and icy face. She left Qin Feng and minded her own business as she ran out of the interrogation room. Not 2 minutes later, Lu Bingbing anxiously ran back. She arrived beside the water dispenser and filled 2 cups. One of the cups had laxatives in it. Qin Feng, I'll go outside and consider this earnestly. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Maybe I am biased against you. Now I got some water. I'll sit face to face with you, so we can talk and learn more about one another. Lu Bingbing sat before Qin Feng and pushed a cup of water in front of him. Qin Feng looked at Lu Bingbing with a smile. Okay, Beauty Lu, tell me your height, weight, and 3 measurements. Lu Bingbing's expression fell dramatically. You think I'll tell you these things? Qin Feng waved his hand with seriousness. Of course, Beauty, Lu won't tell me these things. I can tell that you've come here in earnestness. This is just the most basic information, but you can tell me deeper things so I can get a deeper understanding of you. For example, questions like how often you wash your undergarments. Lu Bingbing wanted to kill someone. She underestimated Qin Feng's shamelessness. But to get him to fall into her trap, she suppressed her anger like before. She slowly lifted her cup and took a small sip. Then she smiled at Qin Feng. You're right, we have to come to a mutual understanding regarding these questions. Since you've said so much, drink some water first, and I'll slowly tell you. Thanks, I'm not thirsty, Qin Feng smiled. Lu Bingbing's mouth tweed. She wondered if Qin Feng already saw through her plot. She shook her head. That was impossible. She was very covert and dropped the laxatives outside before bringing it into the interrogation room. How could she have been discovered? Qin Feng, the mutual understanding I mentioned relates to the understanding of habits and rituals along with acknowledging achievements. Don't you think that wanting to know a woman's 3 measurements is a very base thing? Base? You said I'm base? Qin Feng became agitated and stood abruptly. He looked at Lu Bingbing angrily. His expression was full of seriousness. The understanding of so-called habits and acknowledging accomplishments you speak of occurs after admiring the other's beauty. Do you know how important a woman's 3 measurements are to men? It will make the man want to know this woman completely. He'll know her beauty. Though this beauty is external, it also hides the internal beauty beneath the clothing. This perfection will make men appreciate this woman even more. He'll want to do everything to get close to her, interact with her, and understand her. And you think it's base for me to want to know your 3 measurements? Chief Lu, you disappoint me. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng shoved all of the documents on the interrogation room table into the ground. Lu Bingbing sat frozen in her chair, and her brain couldn't come to. She suddenly thought that Qin Feng wanting to know her 3 measurements was actually a really sacred thing. She quickly came to her senses and immediately bent down to pick up the documents. At the same time, Qin Feng smiled evilly and swiped his cup with Lu Bingbing's. Chief Lu, my apologies. I was too agitated earlier. Lu Bingbing stood, and Qin Feng continued to have a serious expression. It was really a waste of talent for him not to be a face-changing magician. Oh, it's fine. Maybe because of the gender difference. Our views on the matter are also different. Maybe you really meant nothing by it. As expected, Chief Lu is a person that does big things, has an open heart, and sees the bigger picture. I'll use water as a substitute for wine, and I'll drink to you. Qin Feng grandly lifted the paper cup and drank all of the clean water in one sip. At this time, Lu Bingbing began to feel guilty. She thought she was kind of petty and that she was using the public office to commit a private revenge. Chief Lu, why aren't you drinking? Won't you give me some face? Qin Feng said while looking earnestly at Lu Bingbing. Oh no, I'm drinking. Lu Bingbing regained her senses. Since Qin Feng already drank, he could just be considered unfortunate. When his stomach starts to ache, she won't make things difficult for him, and will just let him go to the restroom to relieve himself. Then Lu Bingbing lifted her cup with some regret, and slowly drank the whole cup of water. Chief Lu is indeed refreshing. I can't help but admire you. Okay, let's get back to business and talk about why you've arrested me and brought me back to the interrogation room. Qin Feng changed his expressions too quickly. Lu Bingbing almost couldn't react. She couldn't help but feel that something was off. But what was off? She couldn't say. Then, the two returned to the interrogation regarding the street racing incident. Qin Feng's attitude was clear-cut as usual. No matter how Lu Bingbing asked, he insisted that he didn't street race, and that he only rode his bike there to admire the scenery. Lu Bingbing already knew Qin Feng wouldn't admit to his crimes. If this kind of shameless, hedonistic young master easily admitted to his wrongdoings, Lu Bingbing actually wouldn't accept it. After all, that was why she decided to use other means to deal with Qin Feng. She put laxatives in Qin Feng's water so this perverted and shameless stinking man could get a stomachache. Then she also wouldn't let him go to the bathroom to relieve himself, so he'd go in his pants and his stinking reputation would be spread far and wide. That's weird. It's been so long the laxative should be taking effect. So why didn't Qin Feng have any sort of reaction? Lu Bingbing blinked her large eyes and looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. Qin Feng had a smiling face and admired Lu Bingbing's beautiful features at the same time. Hey, are you all right? Lu Bingbing probed. Why wouldn't I be? Qin Feng laughed. Does your stomach hurt? No. Chief Lu, does your stomach hurt? Right from the beginning, Qin Feng could detect something fishy from Lu Bingbing's previous attitude. Even if Qin Feng was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that such a cold and fiery beauty would calmly discuss emotions. Thus, he suspected that there was something wrong with the water Lu Bingbing gave him. Lu Bingbing's question seemed to contain some sort of underlying meaning. Qin Feng guessed that she probably put something like a laxative in his drink. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. About to have a breakdown. Once Qin Feng asked, Lu Bingbing found that her body felt strange. Her stomach indeed began to hurt, and the pain kept getting stronger and fiercer. In an instant, Lu Bingbing realized what had happened. A stifling coldness shot out of her body, and she glared at Qin Feng. You swide our cups, didn't you? Chief Lu, what do you mean? Why would I swee the cups? Qin Feng feigned ignorance. Lu Bingbing gritted her teeth angrily. She already understood what happened. She was played by Qin Feng. Thinking back, Qin Feng probably swide the cups when she bent down to pick up the documents. When she thought about how Qin Feng pushed the documents off the desk, Lu Bingbing realized that the brat played her in circles. And to think she even felt guilty earlier. Now Lu Bingbing thought she was too naive. Qin Feng, you're very good. You wait, just you wait. Lu Bingbing's stomach hurt more and more. She felt the urge to set everything free. She resisted the urge to beat up Qin Feng that instant, and immediately ran towards the door of the interrogation room. After she finishes releasing everything, then she could come back and clean up Qin Feng. Wait! Lu Bingbing hadn't even touched the handle of the door when Qin Feng leaned on it. Chief Lu, you have to clarify what you mean. How did I offend you? Why are you making me wait? When she saw Qin Feng feigning ignorance, Lu Bingbing's eyes went ablaze. She snarled, Qin Feng, fuck off. You clearly know what you've done. Chief Lu, I didn't do anything. You're tarnishing my righteous reputation and hurting my noble spirit. If I've done something wrong, just tell me and I'll change. But I can't stand it when people slander me so casually. That's a no-no. So, Chief Lu, you have to explain or I won't let you out. Qin Feng put his hands on his hips and said this with an air of righteousness. Lu Bingbing's face darkened. She felt that Qin Feng was really despicable. He shamelessly talked about fallacies as if they were true. But Lu Bingbing couldn't bring up Qin Feng swine the cups because she was the one who put laxatives in it. If she brought it up, she would be the one to get embarrassed. Move! Lu Bingbing's stomach felt unbearable, and she had no more strength to get mad. In the name of my virtuous soul and lofty reputation, I'm not moving. Unless you want to step over my dead body today, Qin Feng said with a frown. Qin Feng, why don't you go die? Lu Bingbing couldn't stand it anymore. At this time, she crouched onto the floor and covered her stomach. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Chief Lu, you don't look so good. Are you sick? Qin Feng also squatted down and helped Lu Bingbing wipe her sweat with an expression of concern. Get your grubby paws away from me. I don't need your concern. Lu Bingbing slapped Qin Feng's hand away and glared at him. Tell me, what can I do to get you to fuck off? I don't understand. Why would Chief Lu have such a rude request of making me leave? As an upstanding man, how could I leave? Qin Feng's serious expression suddenly changed and revealed a slight smile. His eyes were glued to Lu Bingbing's chest. Chief Lu, will you really agree to do anything? Lu Bingbing rolled her eyes. If her stomach didn't hurt so much that she felt completely strengthless, even if she couldn't beat Qin Feng in a fight, she would still duke it out. Retract your dog eyes. If you dare let your gaze wander again, I'll pull your eyes out and step on them until they explode. All right, then Chief Lu can only step over my dead body today. Qin Feng reinstated an air of righteousness. He stood at the door and began to whistle. Lu Bingbing desperately had to answer the call of nature, so when she heard Qin Feng's extremely loud whistling, she wanted to go crazy. The color of her face continued to worsen as the laxative came to the stage of peak effectiveness. She felt as though the inside of her body began to boil. She feared that if she didn't get out now, she would embarrass herself. Qin Feng, I can't do it anymore. Hurry up. Not long later, Lu Bingbing put down her front and looked at Qin Feng tenderly. Qin Feng almost stumbled and fell onto the ground. Lu Bingbing's words were too easy to misinterpret. Chief Lu, how do you want me to be faster? Hurry and tell me what you want. Hurry and let me out of here. Lu Bingbing's words were concise and straightforward. She wasn't going to make it soon. Chief Lu, you know that I'm not a petty person that takes advantage of people. If I suggest something improper, will you look down on me and internally laugh at me? Lu Bingbing clenched her teeth and said word by word, I won't. Since Chief Lu already said this, then I'll trouble you and really bring out the improper suggestions. Chief Lu, let's kiss. No way. Even if Lu Bingbing almost couldn't hold it anymore, she flatly rejected this improper request. Qin Feng thought for a bit and said with seriousness, how about this? Hug me and let me feel your sincerity. Then I'll let you out. Kissing was too much for Lu Bingbing, and even hugging made her feel conflicted. But due to the circumstances, she was forced to her wits' end. Lu Bingbing clenched her teeth and hugged Qin Feng. The two both squatted in the ground and hugged. A natural and fresh, perfume-free fragrance drifted into Qin Feng's nose. He stuck his nose onto Lu Bingbing's beautiful hair and inhaled deeply twice. An unnamed comfort arose in his heart. After hugging Qin Feng, she smelled the unique, manly smell on his body. It was a bit fragrant and a bit enchanting. Lu Bingbing was surprised to find that she didn't hate the smell. Although she'd been hugged by this beast Qin Feng before, this situation was different from the previous one. That was a coincidental hug that took place while she was unprepared. This time, Lu Bingbing initiated the hug with Qin Feng. It felt really strange. Besides the feeling of resistance and disgust, there was also a sliver of wonder in her heart. Lu Bingbing was shocked to find that her heartbeat actually increased. Qin Feng, that's enough. After hugging for 10 seconds, Lu Bingbing hurriedly pushed Qin Feng away. Chief Lu, I think you've misunderstood. We can be considered good friends, so I wanted a simple friendly hug. I didn't have any impure thoughts or bad intentions. This kind of hug doesn't even need to last 2 seconds, but seeing how engrossed Chief Lu was, I felt bad disturbing you. Move! They already hugged and liberties were taken, so Qin Feng moved out of the way. Lu Bingbing shot out of the interrogation room like a rocket and bolted toward the restroom. Lu Bingbing hadn't left for very long when Uncle Fu and Chief Zhang hurriedly rushed over. After seeing Qin Feng, Uncle Fu took the initiative and rushed over. Chapter 124. Chapter 124. 100-Year Blood Lotus. Young Master Qin, are you all right? Ruo Ro went back to the Qin manor and said you were arrested. I'm fine. There's no need to worry, Uncle Fu. Qin Feng waved his hand and smiled. Chief Zhang also greeted Qin Feng with a smile. Young Master Qin, I just looked into it, and this was a misunderstanding. You were only riding your bike to admire the scenery at Coiled Snake Mountain. How could you possibly have participated in a street race? Chief Lu was careless. I hope young Master Qin forgives us. While saying this, Chief Zhang even extended a pennant. Young Master Qin, last time at the Western-styled restaurant a hoodlum wanted to hit you. You must have been traumatized. This is also considered a mistake on the part of the police, since they didn't successfully carry out their duty to protect the safety and harmony of the citizens. This is a brave citizen pennant. Please accept it. Qin Feng came to the Northern District Sub-Bureau 3 times and got 2 pennants. He suddenly fell in love with this place. He thought about how warm and considerate this family was. He had to come often in the future. Then, "Thank you, Chief Zhang." Qin Feng took the pennant and said, "That's right, last time's Western restaurant accident. Luckily, Chief, Lu got there in time. If not for her continuous care and comfort for me, I don't know how I'd escape the shadow of the accident. This pennant should belong to the both of us. When you see Chief Lu later, I'll trouble you to tell her about the pennant." "Okay, I'll certainly pass the message along." After exchanging polite words, Qin Feng and Uncle Fu left the police station. Qin Feng wondered what Lu Bingbing's expression would be like once she heard that he brought another pennant home. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. When they got back to the Qin manor, Qin Huang and everyone else in the manor were waiting for Qin Feng at the villa lounge. Once they saw that he returned safe and sound, they all sighed in relief. "Qin Feng, are you all right?" Since Su Ruoro was also there, Qin Huang kept up Qin Feng's act. He wasn't able to express too much concern, so he glared at Qin Feng with some dissatisfaction. "Chairman Qin, I'm fine. Didn't I tell Ruoro that I know Chief Lu? We're good friends that can talk about anything. She invited me for tea and a heart-to-heart conversation," Qin Feng said merrily. Qin Feng and Han Ying stared at Qin Feng with disdain. Lu Bingbing invited him for tea? Good friends that could talk about anything? More like Lu Bingbing couldn't wait to kill him. "All right, since you're fine, everyone go sleep. You brat! You kept Ying and Ruoro up until now. Go apologize to them," Qin Huang reprimanded before taking the lead to head up the stairs. Su Ruoro immediately looked at Qin Feng and waved. "Qin Feng, I'm fine. You don't have to apologize to me. Ying, I'm guilty of worrying you. I'll walk you back to your villa to rest." "There's no need for that." Once the image of Qin Feng sneaking around and sniffing Su Ruoro's underwear appeared in her head. She immediately stopped him. "I'll go back myself. I'm afraid that if you come with me, I'll lose undergarments." Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were the only two left in the large living room. After hearing what Han Ying said, Su Ruoro looked at Qin Feng differently. Her gaze now became guarded. "Ruoro, then I'll take you back to your room." Qin Feng looked smilingly at Su Ruoro. "I can go back myself." Su Ruoro was like a frightened deer and immediately ran up the stairs. She didn't have that many undergarments to begin with, so she was even more afraid they'd be stolen. Women these days, why are they so polite? We're all tenants anyway, Qin Feng muttered while returning to his room. Once he got in bed, his attitude suddenly became serious. He stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a small wooden box. The small wooden box was rectangular, narrow, dark red, and was about the length of a palm of a hand. This was not Qin Feng's own box, but was provided to him on Coiled Snake Mountain tonight. When Su Qiuyu initiated the hug with Qin Feng before she left, she shoved it into his arms. Though Su Qiuyu's movements were quick, Qin Feng still felt it, but didn't stop or expose her. The two had just met, and Qin Feng wasn't so self-absorbed that he thought Su Qiuyu fell in love with him at first sight. He slowly opened the red wooden box. A fresh, herbal smell wafted into his nose. The image of a dark red pill that was a shape similar to the snow lotus herb flower appeared before his eyes. As a young master from a wealthy family, he had seen the Tian Shan snow lotus herb before. It was extremely rare, and his old man always made medicinal liquor with it to drink. But the Tian Shan Shou lotus special to Xinjiang was a pale yellow, while the herb in this wooden box was red. Though the shape was similar to the snow lotus, the color was a dark red, so it clearly wasn't Tian Shan snow lotus. "Master, this is a comparatively precious and rare 100-year blood lotus pill. Every 100 years when the flower blooms, it absorbs the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. It contains a large quantity of spiritual energy and is the most important medicinal ingredient in concocting pills of immortality. Little Pig always appeared at key times. Qin Feng suddenly deeply understood the true meaning of a very close same-sex friend. 100-year blood lotus. Sounds pretty amazing, Qin Feng mumbled to himself. Master, do you know what the selling price of this 100-year blood lotus pill is in the hedonist sovereign system? Little Pig didn't wait for Qin Feng to guess and said with an exaggerated expression, 10,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng jumped in shock and said excitedly, Little Pig, hurry, I'll sell this 100-year blood lotus pill and buy Windblade skills. This 100-year blood lotus isn't an item of the system, so it can only be stored but not sold. Little Pig had a look of disdain. Master, do you know the uses of the 100-year blood lotus? I can't believe you wanted to sell it. This is the most vital medicinal ingredient for learning to make blood qi pills. Do you know what the blood qi pill can be used for? If normal people eat one, they can immediately break through the first internal stage and step onto the path of becoming a martial cultivator. When low-leveled martial cultivators use it, there's a possibility of breaking through the fourth internal level or the fourth external stage. Wow, it's that great! This time, Qin Feng understood how precious this 100-year blood lotus pill was. Little Pig, then how could I concoct pills of immortality? The hedonist sovereign system's medicinal interface was already unlocked when the host bought the elementary gold sore medicine, the lowest leveled medicine. But the host can only unlock the basic requirements for concocting pills of immortality after breaking through the fourth internal level. At the moment, Master has no way of doing so, Little Pig said. Qin Feng suddenly felt that something was off. So you're saying that I need to break through the fourth internal stage before I can concoct pills and create the blood qi pill. But the most the pill can do is help the user quickly break through to stage for internal abilities. So what the heck is the use of me concocting this blood qi pill? Little Pig chewed his lips and began to play dead. But in the end, this blood qi pill was pretty great. If he couldn't use it, he could give it to someone else. It's pretty incredible for a single pill to be able to create a stage 1 internal expert. With a thought from Qin Feng, he stored the 100-year blood lotus pill in the system. At this time, he still couldn't use this toy. Chapter 125. Chapter 125. Need to Rebel. Yun Province, Sky City. Su Qiu Yu drove the Reventon and sped across the cool and clear streets. She was already back at Sky City. She saw a black Benz following her through her rearview mirror and smirked. The instant she gave Qin Feng the Su family's heavily guarded treasure, the 100-year blood lotus, she felt as though a huge weight was lifted off her chest. When she saw that the person in the Benz had not noticed this and kept following her, she sighed in relief. However, she knew that this news could not be hidden for long. Soon, these people would notice that the 100-year blood lotus was moved. Su Qiu Yu had no way of telling when they would find that the trail led to Qin Feng, but she could only do her best to string them along. She would take advantage of this time to find someone who could heal her grandfather's illness. As long as her grandfather woke up, everything would return to normal for the Su family. Not long later, Qin Feng had already been working at Royal Group for 10 days. He also came a long way from not wanting to get out of bed and internally rebelling against going to work like he did on the first day. Now, he woke up early every morning, ran over to Su Ruo's room, sneaked a peek at how she looked with her loose pajamas, and went to the shared restroom to brush his teeth and wash his face with her. During these 10 days, Qin Feng became familiar with his coworkers in the sales department. At the very least, the male sales representatives had his name deeply ingrained in their memories. After all, his nickname was Beast, who told him to take liberties with their pure little beauty, Su Ruo, every day at work. Today at work, Qin Feng saw two familiar figures. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma. These two stayed at the hospital for 5 days and were just released last night after getting kicked down the stairs by Qin Feng. Older brother Qin mourning. Once they saw Qin Feng arrive, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu immediately put on smiles and greeted him. Qin Feng's expression fell. He berated them. Who's your real brother? Don't randomly claim people as your relatives. Their lips tweed and they immediately changed their verbiage. Big brother Feng, good morning. Now that's right. Qin Feng smilingly patted the two on their shoulders and led Su Ruo away. Qin Feng, it seems that those two really respect you. Su Ruo sat at her desk and said worriedly, they have a bad reputation in the company for using force to bully people. Why you have to be careful? Nah. Qin Feng merrily waved his hand. Last time they went to smoke by the opening of the stairs and forgot to bring a lighter. I gifted one to them, so they were impressed by my free and easy personality. They insisted on recognizing me as their elder brother. I didn't age. When she saw Qin Feng beginning to brag again, Su Ruo shook her head. Then she ignored him, buried her head, and began to work. After greeting Qin Feng, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu's worried hearts slowly began to calm down. The two experienced how powerful Qin Feng was, so they were afraid that he'd take revenge on them. However, based on what just happened, it looked like Qin Feng already seemed not to care about this matter. Xiao Ma, Xiao Qiu, come to my office. Both of their hearts had just calmed when Wang Chao's call suddenly came from behind them. They both jumped in fright and exchanged glances. Then they walked into Wang Chao's office with dark expressions. What were you two doing? Where have you been for the past couple of days? Once they entered, Wang Chao viciously scolded them. He saw Qin Feng and Su Ruo come to the company together and suspected that they were already in a relationship. He hated Qin Feng more and more, but he couldn't get anything on the brat. And during this short period of time, he couldn't think of a way to clean him up. Right from the morning, his stomach was filled with fire. He vented this fire onto Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu. The two were usually at Wang Chao's beck and call, and they usually agreed with everything he said. Today, their attitudes changed. They looked coldly at Wang Chao. Group leader Wang, we accidentally fell down the stairs and were in the hospital for 5 days. There's no need to be so angry at us, is there? Wang Chao viciously lifted his head and looked at the two suspiciously. He already discovered an abnormality. Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu were really strange today. I want you two to clean up Qin Feng. Why haven't you taken action yet? The brat prances around in my face all day, and it annoys me. I'll give you two another day today. If I don't see Qin Feng lying in the hospital, you two can scram. The two were beaten into the hospital because they were trying to help Wang Chao clean up Qin Feng. In the end, they got chewed out instead. Both of their hearts were filled with fire. Humph, aren't you just a little group leader? You seem to treat yourself as someone important. If you want to force us to leave, go ahead. We'll go to General Manager Li and tell her that you commanded us to deal with Qin Feng. If we leave, you'll have to leave as well. What did you say? Wang Chao was stunned, and his pen stopped abruptly. He pushed up his glasses and closely sized up Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu. He was so surprised that he even thought he recognized the wrong people. Were these still the reverent and respectful, wildly ass-kissing brats from before? They must have fucking eaten bear and leopard gall to be so brave. If you guys dare say that shit again, I think you two haven't fucking woken up yet. Wang Chao slammed the desk angrily. Qin Feng had not even been cleaned up, and these two wanted to rebel. Wang Chao, if you fucking dare make a big fuss towards me again, I'll kill you. Since they had already torn off their masks, they had nothing to hold them back. With one on the left and one on the right, they arrived beside Wang Chao. Each grabbed one of Wang Chao's shoulders and lifted him. What are you two doing? Hurry and let go of me. Okay, you two stinking brats. You want to rebel and you don't even care about your group leader? You clearly don't want to get along in the sales department in the future. In this moment of calamity, Wang Chao directly pulled out his status to suppress them. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma hated this the most. Not only did they not let go, their faces immediately became sinister. Wang Chao, you want to make our lives difficult? Consider what you're capable of first. Be careful going home in case you get covered in a sack, knocked out, and thrown into a dumpster. Wang Chao was scared to death. Without his status, his small physique was no ma for Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma. He was afraid that with a casual smack from them, his skeleton would fall apart. What do you guys want to do? Hurry and let go of me. Your elders don't want to do anything. We just want to clarify to you that starting from today, don't fucking order the two of us about. And don't look for trouble with us, or you'll regret it. After saying these harsh words, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu let go at the same time. Wang Chao was unprepared and fell roughly on his bottom. His buttocks almost fell apart, and it hurt so much that his face contorted in pain. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma pretended that they saw nothing. They strutted out of the office and ruthlessly slammed the door behind them. Wang Chao sat on the ground. After a long time, he still couldn't come out of his stupor. All of this happened too quickly. His little heart couldn't withstand it. What kind of wrong medicine did Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu take that they became this way? The whole morning, Wang Chao sat in his office and deliberated this question in pain. On the other hand, Qin Feng slept comfortably while splayed on his work desk. Qin Feng, time to eat. When lunchtime rolled around, Su Ruo called Qin Feng awake. She looked at him with a pout. I have no idea how you're going to stay in the sales department. If you keep sleeping like this during work, be careful, you might get fired. Qin Feng tidied up his hair that was mussed from sleep, patted his chest, and said grandly, Who would dare fire me? I'm the champion sales representative of our sales department, an undefeated legend. Qin Feng wasn't lying. He sold Cloud City Hua Manor's worst villa to Sun Yi for over $1 million. With this achievement, even if he slept for a quarter of the year in Royal Group, he would still be stably at first place. However, Su Ruo didn't know about this matter. Qin Feng just continued to brag. Su Ruo scrunched her attractive nose. Then she talked and laughed with Qin Feng as they arrived at the employee cafeteria on the 3rd floor. Royal Group's 3rd floor was 1,000 square meters. The whole floor was the employee cafeteria, and its maximum capacity was 600 people. The 3rd floor's cafeteria was split into 2 large sections according to status in the company. One side was for the normal employees to eat in, while the other side was for managers and supervisors. The normal employee side was like a school cafeteria, and the other area was separated into half see-through private rooms and completely closed-off booths. The latter was evidently an area of a much higher grade. Su Ruo and Qin Feng were normal employees, so they naturally were only able to eat in the normal employee section. As usual, Su Ruo was in charge of grabbing a seat, and Qin Feng got the food. Soon, Qin Feng brought over 2 trays of sumptuous food and sat across from Su Ruo. You must be hungry, hurry and eat. Su Ruo nodded. She looked at the table full of sumptuous food, and her eyes became crescent moons. The 2 ate happily when they suddenly detected 2 people arrive beside them. Qin Feng turned and saw Wang Chao and a sales representative from the sales department, Xiaozhang. Oh, Qin Feng and Ruo, what a coincidence. We randomly found a table, and we found co-workers from our sales department. Wang Chao sat down merrily and greeted Qin Feng and Su Ruo. Xiaozhang only came over to sit because Wang Chao came over. He wanted to kiss Wang Chao's ass, but he could not be too obvious about it. He greeted the 3 of them in succession. Group leader Wang looked around the ordinary employee section a couple of times with his pair of cow eyes before finding this spot. A coincidence indeed. Qin Feng clearly didn't give Wang Chao any face and said whatever he wanted. Wang Chao awkwardly coughed twice and ignored Qin Feng. This time, he came to gain Su Ruo's favor. If he didn't act now, this lady would become food for Qin Feng. Ruo, you look so thin that you're about to disappear. Here, I've especially gotten all of these good meat and vegetable dishes. Eat more. Girls your age are in the midst of developing. You mustn't learn from those other people that try and lose weight. Those people don't want their bodies anymore. Wang Chao talked and prepared to place food into Su Ruo's bowl at the same time. Su Ruo was so shocked that she immediately lifted her tray away. She felt disgusted when she looked at Wang Chao. So how would she eat the food he got for her? Thank you for your kind intentions, Group Leader Wang. I don't like eating meat. How can you not like to eat meat? Look at this child. Are you not going to listen to Group Leader Wang? Wang Chao put on a serious expression and pretended to be mad as he said, Hurry and bring your tray over. As your group leader, I should care about your daily life. What is there to be shy about? Chapter 126. Chapter 126. All of your family members are ass-kissers. Su Ruo was so anxious that she was about to cry. She pouted her little mouth and gave Qin Feng a pleading look. Qin Feng smiled and also picked up a couple of pieces of meat from his tray. Why wouldn't Ruo like eating meat? Ruo just doesn't like eating the meat that other people pick up with their chopsticks because it's filled with saliva. Isn't that gross? Here, Ruo, eat the beef I have for you. Eat more so your chest can develop more. Qin Feng grabbed some beef and extended it to Su Ruo. She hesitated and extended her tray, caught the beef, and then began to eat with gusto. When he saw this, Wang Chao was so angry that he turned green. The food that he picked up had saliva, but did the food that Qin Feng pick up not have any? It seemed to him that these two already kissed. He wondered if they had done anything more intimate. Wang Chao couldn't let Qin Feng steal away a large delicacy like Su Ruo. Ruo! Actually, the food in the ordinary employee section of the cafeteria doesn't have much taste. You have never gone to the upper management section to eat? Huh? I went with General Manager Li once, and the food there is what you'd call fragrant. The chefs were all hired from 5-star hotels. When we get the chance, I'll take you to eat on that side. When he said this, Wang Chao couldn't help but lift his head toward the ceiling. From time to time, he glanced at Qin Feng and gloated indiscreetly. Su Ruo couldn't help but burst into laughter. She had been staying at the Qin Manor for a while, and she knew that the head chef of there was hired from a 5-star hotel. The food in the manor was indeed delicious, and she and Qin Feng had the ability to eat it every day. Ruo, what are you laughing at? Do you think I'm bullshitting you? Haha. I'll have you know that I, Group Leader Wang, never talk big. I only deal with reality. Just you wait in 2 days if the sales department receives some sort of special guest. Then I'll have the opportunity to eat on the other side. At that time, I'll bring you over and let you gain some more experience. Otherwise, you'll always follow behind and get fooled by the words of a sales representative with no future. We can't have that. Both Qin Feng and Su Ruo could detect that Wang Chao's words hinted at something else. Su Ruo felt a bit irritated. She got along with Qin Feng pretty well and thought that he treated her well, so she didn't want to hear other people saying bad things about him. Group Leader Wang, since you have so much face, why don't you bring Ruo to the high-class dining area to experience the so-called greater aspects of society now? Qin Feng wasn't angry at all. It was beneath his dignity to be angry at someone like Wang Chao. Tea today is inconvenient. Wang Chao's expression changed completely. He looked like a cat whose tail was stepped on. What's inconvenient about it? Group Leader Wang, it's bad to be all talk and no action. Qin Feng smiled. I'm too lazy to care about you. Wang Chao's entire face darkened. He tilted his head and said nothing. He discovered that this Qin Feng was the bane of his existence. He did nothing all day but undermine him. Group leader Wang was so angry that he couldn't find the words to refute Qin Feng. On the other hand, Xiao Zhang, who sat across from him, looked at Qin Feng with distaste. Qin Feng, what are you doing? How can you talk to group leader Wang like that? You're acting like you're so capable. If you're so great, bring Su Ruoro to eat on that side. Xiao Zhang seized this golden ass-kissing opportunity and felt impossibly elated. Wang Chao was moved. The gloomy expression on his face instantaneously dissipated. He nodded at Xiao Zhang with appraisal. What Xiao Zhang said is quite sensible. Comrade Qin Feng's attitude seems to imply that you have a lot of face in this company. It should be as easy as playing around for you to eat on that side. A group leader like me is truly untalented. If it's not a special circumstance, I don't have the ability of eating on that side. Qin Feng, open our eyes. Bring Ruoro over and bring some good food back, so Xiao Zhang and I can see a glimmer of your brilliance. That's right, that's right. Qin Feng, you're so great. From night to day, you act like everything's so easy. I suspect that you must have started this company. Go to the high-class dining area and bring some food back, then we'll talk. Group leader Zhang, don't you agree? Xiao Zhang gave Wang Chao a strong kiss on the ass. Wang Chao smiled and was unable to contain his glee. This morning, he lost his two faithful underlings, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma. Thus, he was just about to renew his search for a dependable subordinate. This Xiao Zhang brought himself onto his doorstep. Compared to Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma, Xiao Zhang had unparalleled ass-kissing abilities. His abilities made Wang Chao elated. Immensely satisfied, his gaze swept across his surroundings. He saw Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma sitting not too far away. They were also weighing the current situation. Wang Chao gave them a look of disdain as if to say, "Did you see that? Even without you two, there are still people lining up to kiss your elder's ass." On the other hand, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ma looked at Xiao Zhang with sympathy. They thought to themselves that in a couple of days, he'd also have to check into the hospital. Since group leader Wang and this ass-kissing addict are begging me so sincerely, I'd feel bad refusing. Ruoro, let's go. Let's eat in the high-class area. There are some houseflies that keep buzzing around by our ears. Just hearing it is annoying. Qin Feng stood with a smile and extended his hand toward Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro shyly lowered her head, held Qin Feng's hand and walked away. While weighing the backs of the two walking toward the high-class dining area, Xiao Zhang clenched his teeth, internally cursed. You're the freaking ass-kisser. Your whole family is made up of ass-kissers. Qin Feng, are we really going to that side? We don't have high enough statuses. Su Ruoro said this with a bit of nervousness when she saw that they were about to enter the high-class dining area. Of course I know. I coincidentally saw Assistant Han sitting and eating, so we'll pretend to say hi to rile up Wang Chao. Qin Feng didn't stop. He held Su Ruoro's hand and swaggered into the high-class dining area. At this time, Han Ying sat eating in an elegant compartment. She was enclosed on two sides by wooden carvings. Countless men from all sides had their eyes glued to these partitions. They looked through it and peeked at Han Ying, who was inside. There was the sense of beauty one would feel while admiring flowers through fog. Her hands held the fork and knife lithely as she ate her steak meal. Her movements were elegant and graceful. She elegantly speared a small piece of steak, delivered it into her sexy red lips, slightly closed her lovely eyes, chewed slowly, and savored it with a charming expression. This kind of sexy and intellectual beauty became the talk of the higher class not long after entering the company. However, since she was usually icy and proud, and she was also Chairman Qin's assistant, these people only dared to peek at her secretly. No one had the guts to burst into her compartment and disturb her elegant eating. Thus, Qin Feng broke through this special barrier. With Su Ruoro in tow, he already smilingly walked into Han Ying's compartment. Assistant Han, your days are going really well. After entering the compartment, Qin Feng casually sat across from Han Ying as if he had entered his own house. When Han Ying heard footsteps enter her private room, a layer of frost appeared on her face. But after hearing the person's voice, the frost fell and a lovely, cordial expression graced her features. When she saw Su Ruo standing cautiously at the door afraid to enter, she waved her over. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. I've been using my legs the whole time. Little sister Ruo, don't be so shy. Sit next to big sister. You don't need to be so polite with me. Su Ruo nodded and obediently sat beside Han Ying. Young Master Qin, asked close attendant, I'm not as comfortable and at ease as you say. What do you two want to eat? I'll order it for you. After Su Ruo sat down, Han Ying casually looped her arm through Su Ruo's. They looked to be as close as best friends that could talk about anything. Her charming eyes seemed to have the ability to speak. Her gaze fell on Qin Feng, and she looked at him with some coldness. No, Ruo and I are the little workers at the bottom of the food chain. We can't enjoy Assistant Han's benefits. We just heard that the food on this side was really good, so we wanted to come over and take a look. Qin Feng smiled. Han Ying glared at Qin Feng and suddenly couldn't help but laugh delicately. Qin Feng, you're even being peculiar with me? Be careful, or I might spill everything about you in front of little sister Ruo. Qin Feng became agitated and grabbed Han Ying's hands. He said with a smile of one trying to gain favor, Assistant Han, I was just joking. Don't take it as the truth. After Qin Feng grabbed her hands, so suddenly, Han Ying looked like she was electrocuted. In private, though she always appeared very forward, and even tried to seduce Qin Feng a couple of times, this was only for the sake of a business partnership. Besides, she knew that Qin Feng was on guard against her. Thus, though the two both lived in the Qin manor and seemed really close and loving, nothing actually happened between them. Even when their hands were merely joined like they were currently, Han Ying's heart surged with a peculiar feeling. A slight blush tinted her fair and charming face. She promptly tugged her hands away and continued to look flirtatiously at Qin Feng. All right, I'm not going to chat idly with you anymore. I'll order a steak set meal for each of you. Han Ying stood up to leave. Her elegant figure and movements made it so that wherever she went, the audience's gaze would follow. This scene stunned its audience right from the get-go. Whether it be the managers in the high-class area or the employees in the ordinary employee section, all of them had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbstruck at the scene. One of these girls was the pure jade beauty Su Ruo of the ordinary employees, and the other was the fiery hot Queen Han Ying. One was of water and one was fire. These people would be unable to contain their happiness if they could get even one of these two high-quality, extraordinarily beautiful women. However, they now saw a man from the ordinary employee section sitting and eating with both of these beauties at the same time. They even talked and laughed. The audience felt as though they were shot by 10,000 arrows. They could not comprehend what women looked for in a mate these days. Group? Leader Wang. I am not seeing things, am I? That brat Qin Feng actually went over to eat in the upper management area. And who is that flaming hot beauty? Xiao Zhang asked in astonishment. He and Wang Chao were able to see Han Ying's private room from where they were sitting. They could generally see the situation inside the room through the faintly discernible wooden carvings. Wang Chao's expression was even more stunned. Since Xiao Zhang's position in the company was too low, it was normal for him not to know Han Ying. However, Wang Chao clearly knew that this Han Ying had just arrived into the company and was extremely popular. She was reportedly Chairman Qin's newly hired assistant. Wang Chao's eyes were ablaze when he saw Qin Feng talking and smiling with a beauty of the status. That's impossible. How could that brat Qin Feng know Assistant Han? I think there's an 80% chance that his conduct of bursting into the high-class dining area affected Assistant Han's mealtime, so she's going to look for a security guard to deal with him. Let's wait to see a good show. In a bit, Qin Feng will be treated like a diseased dog and he'll be driven out of there. Once Wang Chao came up with this reasoning, his gloomy expression changed to a smile as he rejoiced in Qin Feng's misfortune. Right. That beauty was originally eating on her own, and that idiot Qin Feng went and disturbed her. She must have gone to look for the security guard. Haha, this idiot. He clearly has the life of a sales representative, but he insists on pretending to be someone of consequence. This time, he's going to lose face spectacularly. Let's see if Su Ruoro will still be with him after this. From what I see in the whole royal group, only group leader Wang Chao has the ability to take Su Ruoro. As for the others, they can only stand to the side and wah. In truth, Xiao Zhang also eyed Su Ruoro's beauty all along. His heart was restless, but he knew his place. At this time, he decisively gave up on this goddess and used her to kiss Wang Chao's ass. Wang Chao was so happy that his face bloomed. He began to like this Xiao Zhang more and more. Xiao Zhang, you seem quite good at talking. You definitely have the qualities of a salesperson. In the future, follow me, and I guarantee that you won't be treated unfairly. Group leader Wang, don't worry. In the future, Xiao Zhang will be at your beck and call. I pledge a life in your service, group leader Wang. Xiao Zhang was so elated that he almost jumped up in happiness. Haha, you don't need to be at my beck and call. As long as you do your work well, it'll all be yours. Wang Chao said artificially. Xiao Zhang was well aware that these words couldn't be said too freely. His gaze shifted, and he saw Han Yingying walking back holding 2 large trays. He immediately called Wang Chao. Group leader Wang, hurry and look, that beauty came back. The show's about to begin. Wang Chao immediately gained vitality and looked in Qin Feng's direction. He saw that there was no security guard behind Han Yingying, and she carried 2 trays back into the private room. A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Assistant Han, you're a person of such high status, and you're personally bringing food over to us. You're really shortening our lives. Qin Feng said this smilingly while looking at Han Yingying's fiery body under her work clothes. Han Yingying brought the trays in front of Qin Feng and Su Ruoro. She rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Hurry and eat. Even good food can't stop your mouth. That depends on what kind of good food it is. If it's Assistant Han's fragrant lips, I'm sure it could definitely stop it. Qin Feng smiled. Han Yingying's lovely body shook, and her charming face immediately became scarlet. In the past, she was the one that used words and her body to seduce Qin Feng. Now that Qin Feng initiated the seducing, it felt completely different. It even made her heartbeat quicken. Su Ruoro was used to Qin Feng taking liberties with her, so her expression was beyond normal when she heard his words. However, she thought of how Han Yingying was Chairman Qin's assistant. If Qin Feng even came onto her, older sister Yingying would definitely bear a grudge towards him. Su Ruoro immediately explained for Qin Feng. Older sister Yingying, thank you for getting food for us. Qin Feng has a careless mouth, but he doesn't have a bad heart. Don't be mad. Han Yingying looked at Su Ruoro and Qin Feng with a strange expression. A complicated feeling arose in her heart. However, she smiled outwardly and said, Little sister Ruoro, no need to be polite. I didn't realize that you and Qin Feng became so close. You're beginning to seem like a little wife in that you're helping him talk. Su Ruoro's face became completely red. She shyly ate her steak and didn't know what to say. Qin Feng didn't touch the utensils on the dining table. He looked at the steak, juice, and fruit salad before him and thought about the communal food in the ordinary employee section. He suddenly stood. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Han Yingying immediately asked this. Once, she saw Qin Feng's expression change. Breaking some traditions. Qin Feng looked back and smiled. He was already standing before a row of French windows. This row of French windows separated the ordinary employee section from the high-class section of the cafeteria. Qin Feng stood before the French windows and could see several hundred employees eating in the ordinary employees section. He could also be seen by the tens of managers and supervisors in the upper management section. His lips quirked into a relaxed smile. He suddenly lifted his leg and kicked through the French windows. Bang! An enormous sound made all of the people in the third-floor cafeteria jump in shock. One after another, they all looked over. A tall and slender man was crazily kicking and shattering the row of French windows. He looked thin and weak, but his explosive strength was very frightening. With each kick, a piece of glass from the French windows fell and shattered onto the ground. From behind, he suddenly appeared larger and taller. The gazes of the several hundred people in the ordinary employee section became heated. They stared attentively at Qin Feng's every move. Not long ago, this wall was the chasm in their hearts that separated them from the upper class. It was coldly erected as a constant reminder that they were all ordinary employees, that they had the lowest wages, that they did the hardest work. Must they eat from a tasteless communal rice pot? They were dissatisfied, deeply dissatisfied. However, they didn't dare suggest criticism because pretty much every large company had this kind of cafeteria that separated the classes. They knew to be satisfied that they were even able to work at Royal Group and that they could support their families. How could they risk losing their jobs to contemplate these kinds of unrealistic ideas? But now they saw someone who dared to stand out. This was an ordinary employee that did what they had always imagined. He was crazy, tyrannical, and reckless. Their previously suppressed emotions came bubbling forth. One by one, they produced earth-trembling, rallying cries from the bottoms of their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng already kicked over the glass in the row of French windows on one side. Now he ran over to the left side and commenced another bout of wild kicking. He was like a wild beast that had gone crazy. He was unrestrained and did what he wished. Since he thought this wall couldn't exist, it didn't. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry and stop right now. Suddenly, a voice reprimanded behind Qin Feng. A large, tall, and handsome young man that exuded an air of success walked over. This was a new addition to Royal Group's finance department, Lin Shuai. He was a student that had just returned from studying abroad in Australia. Not long after joining the company, he went from being a little assistant financial analyst to the position of a gold medal financial analyst. Because he was only 25, young, handsome, and rich, he was the resident celebrity that all of the single females in Royal Group chased after and crushed on. Lin Shuai's sudden appearance didn't stop Qin Feng. Qin Feng was still happily sending out flying kicks. This simple and base disregard immediately froze Lin Shuai's face. He neared Qin Feng and bellowed deeply, "I told you to stop. Are you trying to start a revolt?" Qin Feng continued to kick down the remaining glass wall. He said innocently, "Are you blind? I didn't move my arms. I was using my legs the whole time." Chapter 128. Chapter 128. I like calling you Cricket. Lin Shuai's mouth tweed. He felt like he was shot through the heart by an arrow. Though he was brimming with talent, since he had only been at Royal Group for less than 2 months, he was still considered new. Originally, even if he saw these kinds of things, he wouldn't care. It clearly wasn't Lin Shuai's style to meddle in other people's business. But he saw Han Ying, the goddess that the entire upper management of Royal Group crushed on and debated about. Lin Shuai was not an exception. After all, he saw himself as the person with the most strength and capability to win over Han Ying. He took the initiative to run over and stop Qin Feng because he wanted to show off in front of her. "Then stop your feet," Lin Shuai bellowed coldly. Qin Feng stopped. He looked at Lin Shuai with mirth. "Friend, are you thinking that I must be tired from all this kicking, and you want to help me? Then I'll trouble you to kick down these last 3 pieces of the glass wall." "You're crazy. I'm here to stop you. There's no way I'd help you do such an idiotic thing. Which department are you in?" I'm going to take down your information and report this to upper management. Your vile behavior is affecting the way all of the employees in Royal Group work, Lin Shuai said haughtily as he looked at Qin Feng with disdain. Haha, Manager Lin, how do you do? Before Qin Feng could speak, Wang Chao suddenly ran over and greeted him with a smile. He shook Lin Shuai's hand firmly and shook it with the enthusiasm he would put into shaking his own father's hand. I'm the group leader of Royal Group Sales Department, Wang Chao. I'm really sorry. This is my subordinate, Qin Feng. He's a normal sales representative in the sales department. As his group leader, I didn't teach him properly and let him cause trouble. I approve of Manager Lin's punishment suggestion from earlier. Even if he is my subordinate, if he did something wrong, I absolutely cannot shield him. I have to handle him impartially and punish him severely. That's right, that's right. Someone like Qin Feng makes our entire sales department lose face. We have to punish him severely, Xiao Zhang echoed Wang Chao. With a bit of effort, Qin Feng was surrounded by people. The crowd was split in two, the ordinary dining area group and the high-class dining area group. The two groups each had their own skills. Now that they were all together, their gazes were covetous. One side loudly criticized Qin Feng's vileness and behavior, while the other side said nothing and only dared to use unhappy expressions to scare the other side. It was clear that they were unable to scare them. So it's an ordinary sales representative of the sales department. I was thinking that no one in our high-class area would have this kind of unruly behavior. It was clearly the work of a heckler. I'll make sure to realistically report this kind of person to upper management and have him fired directly. After discovering his identity, Lin Shuai became more confident. He acted like he was too lazy to give Qin Feng another glance. It wouldn't even be enough to fire him for such vile behavior. Wang Chao also nodded angrily. That's right, fire him, fire him. Xiao Zhang kept kissing Lin Shuai and Wang Chao's asses. He was extremely happy. If Royal Group presented a quarterly ass-kissing award, it would undoubtedly be his. This situation became increasingly dangerous, and the crowd of spectators grew increasingly as well. At this time, Liu Qin rushed over anxiously as if there was a fire. Originally, she hadn't paid attention to what was happening here. She only rushed over when a subordinate from the sales department told her Qin Feng was causing trouble. Qin Feng was in the sales department and Liu Chen was the general manager of it. Since she managed all of the people in the department and there was now someone from the sales department causing trouble, she held a large portion of the responsibility. While rushing over, Liu Chen thought of over 100 ways Qin Feng could be causing trouble. Maybe there was a cockroach in his food and he started an argument with the cafeteria staff. Maybe he was picking up girls during lunch and she ignored him, so they started up a fuss. Or maybe Qin Feng didn't pay for his food and got into a tussle with the security guard. Once Liu Chen saw the messy scene and broken glass all over the ground. She realized she underestimated Qin Feng's ability to cause trouble. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Liu Chen ran to Qin Feng's side with an icy expression. She was extremely angry and began to bellow at him. For the sake of her mother's wishes of marrying her into the Qin family, it wasn't easy for her to squeeze into Royal Group, the company of 500 strong. However, she still hadn't formed a relationship with young Master Qin. Now, Qin Feng went around smashing things in the cafeteria. This matter could be big or small. If it got big, she could forget about keeping her position as general manager of the sales department. She could just pack up and leave. If this really had to happen, Liu Qin would definitely chew Qin Feng's head off. General Manager Li, perfect timing. I did a great thing for our company. In a bit, upper management should be here. Just stand here and don't leave. I'll split the credit with you. In this precarious scene, Qin Feng's words stunned the entire audience. Wang Chao, Lin Shuai, and Xiao Zhang laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Those several hundred ordinary employees were moved to tears by Qin Feng's indomitable energy. Clack, clack, clack. The crisp rhythm of high heels drifted over. Each step seemed to trample on its audience's little hearts. The heartbeats of the males increased, and their gazes followed this pair of high heels. What they saw was Blackstocking's slender, smooth and round calves, perky and impressive buttocks, a full willowy waist, a swelling and full chest, a white and beautiful jade neck, and charming and beautiful features. No matter what position they held, the spectators couldn't take their eyes off her. Everywhere, everyone's blood heated. Han Yingying walked unhurriedly into the crowd. She passed Lin Shuai and Wang Chao, walked past Liu Qin, and lastly stood beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng, tell everyone why you did this. Han Yingying's elegant and slightly cold voice passed through the cafeteria. It didn't seem like she was talking to Qin Feng. It seemed as though she addressed all of the people in the cafeteria. She looked around and smiled charmingly. All of the people were drunk on the sight. They forgot about Qin Feng angrily smashing the French windows. Instead, all of them were daydreaming about whether or not they would defy expectation and be fancied by Han Yingying. Assistant Han is right. You have to give everyone an explanation. Lin Shuai was enchanted by Han Yingying as well, but he used all of his might to check himself. He immediately catered to Han Yingying's words and sternly commanded Qin Feng. He clearly misunderstood Han Yingying's words. By talking to Qin Feng so maliciously and arrogantly, he already offended the two beauties at the scene. Han Yingying and Su Ruoro both eyed him with dissatisfaction. That cricket, right? Qin Feng looked at Lin Shuai and asked earnestly. It's Lin Shuai. Lin Shuai cut him off furiously. I know, but I like calling you cricket. Lin Shuai's mouth gave a violent shui. He felt as though his heart was ruthlessly hammered. He asked with a gloomy expression, Why were you calling me? Go pour me a cup of water. I'm thirsty from smashing so many glass walls. Qin Feng spoke like he was addressing a subordinate. The audience was stunned. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. Give him the additional wages. As the gold medal financial analyst of the finance department, being commanded to pour water for a little sales rep made Lin Shuai so angry he wanted to kill someone. He said unhappily, Why do I have to pour water for you? I think you should explain your vile behavior first. I was just about to explain, so that's why I told you to pour water. I'm thirsty. I have to finish drinking the water before I can speak. Hurry and go. Huh. Why are you still not going? Didn't you say Assistant Han was right and I need to give everyone an explanation? Now that I want to explain, you're not letting me. You clearly mean to oppose Assistant Han. Cricket, do you hate Assistant Han? Are you trying to intentionally go against her? Lin Shuai jumped in shock. He hurriedly looked at Han Yingying and explained. Assistant Han, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. I don't have anything against you. I admire you, whether it be your beauty or your outstanding ability. Lin Shuai lived up to his name as a genius player. No wonder he was able to climb from the position of a little assistant financial analyst to the position of a gold medal financial analyst, after only being in Royal Group for less than 2 months. The effort he placed in his explanation was incidentally enough to be in surreptitious confession. Once these words came out, Han Yingying sighed deeply and retracted her charming smile. Her expression fell. Manager Lin, hurry and go pour the water. Lin Shuai looked like he was dizzy from being struck in the head. He would have never thought that Han Yingying would agree to Qin Feng's shameless and disrespectful request. However, reality was that Han Yingying had spoken. She told him to pour water for this sales representative Qin Feng. Though he was reluctant, Lin Shuai ended up gritting his teeth and getting the water for Qin Feng under the countless gazes of the audience. Qin Feng took the water and immediately splashed it onto the ground. Wow! It took half a day of fussing around to pour water. Now I'm no longer thirsty. Qin Feng. Qin Feng, give everyone an explanation now. Han Ying requested again. Once she spoke, the noisy cafeteria immediately fell quiet. Of course, I'll give everyone a statement, but this is not an explanation, it's a critique. Qin Feng stood in the crowd with seriousness. He stood perfectly straight, like a javelin, and his voice was loud and clear. In this restless and robust society, we were all able to become members of royal group and co-workers that work hard together. This is something to be elated about. This is a warm and secure family. It's one where we can all develop our own places to shine. Here, we splash down every drop of the sweat of our youth and withstand hard work and criticism. We're all the lowest-leveled, ordinary employees that do the hardest work. We must withstand the most abuse and questioning, and we get the lowest wages. But we haven't given up. We're all doing our best to fight on. However, even when we're eating lunch, the cafeteria has to be split by ranks and grades. Hungry, ordinary employees like us, who are busy all morning, are given unappetizing food from a communal rice pot, while these higher-leveled people who played games and only took 2 calls in the morning aren't hungry, but eat a more nutritious and luxurious meal. My behavior at first was crazy indeed, but my thoughts are simple. I need to tear down this separated relationship, this wall that has divided our trusting and loving family. When we eat and rest, we should throw away status and all be good friends. We should not be separated by status. Instead, we should happily eat and talk together. Now, there are only 3 glass walls left. Those that agree with me can come over and kick them down. When Qin Feng's words fell, these people were all in shock. The audience from the ordinary employee area's hearts surged, and their blood boiled. On the other hand, the audience in the high-class area's hearts frosted over, and their expressions turned cold. Ha ha ha! Are you staging a peasant revolt? You're crazy. You can't break through to the ordinary and high-class sections. The high-class section isn't only for us managers to eat in. When guests come to the company, we also have to receive them there. Otherwise, you'd let these important customers eat with you ordinary employees? Royal Group can't afford to lose these people. That's enough. Separating the cafeteria was Chairman Qin's idea. It's too laughable for a mere sales representative to want to be a leader. Haha. Lin Shuai was the first to step up to oppose Qin Feng. He began to laugh without restraint. Then Wang Chao laughed, Xiao Zhang laughed, and over 10 managers and supervisors in the high-class area began to laugh. This wall formed a castle that indicated status. It blocked off the ordinary employees and kept them outside to revere them and yearn to be in their position. Who wouldn't want to experience that lofty feeling? Haha, Han Ying laughed as well. It wasn't a laugh in ridicule, but a charming laugh that she directed at Qin Feng. Then her strong and icy voice rang out. You all think it's funny, do you? I actually think that what Qin Feng said was quite sensible. I'll make sure to relay it to Chairman Qin. The laughs came to an abrupt stop. The upper-leveled employees stared flabbergasted at Han Ying. As Chairman Qin's assistant, she had a position of significance. These people didn't dare to offend her. Right, Assistant Han is right. Qin Feng's idea expresses the sentiments of the countless low-leveled employees in the company. We should value it. The second person to stand in Qin Feng's procession was Wang Jun. After expressing his sentiments, he looked at Qin Feng in another attempt to curry favor with him. Lin Shuai had originally come here to give Han Ying a good impression of him and to get in her good graces. Now he was slapped ruthlessly in the face. He was so angry that his neck turned red. He wanted to stand up and protest to salvage some face when a deep and robust sound arose in the cafeteria. All of the gazes instantly flitted over to look. Once they were able to clearly see who it was, their jaws fell to the ground in shock. Clap, clap. Qin Huang, accompanied by 2 directors, walked over while clapping his hands. This lad's suggestion is quite profound and remarkable. Why don't we all give him a round of applause? After an extended silence, an earth-shattering applause rumbled through the cafeteria. Now that Chairman Chin stood out and expressed his opinion, whether it be the employees in the ordinary employee section or the high-class section, everyone pasted a smile on their face and cheered and applauded with all their might. Cricket, Wang Chao asked Kisser. You three opposed my suggestion earlier. Why are you clapping? A man of character should stand by his words. He shouldn't succumb to the pressure of the powerful. Qin Feng smiled while he said this to the three. The three of them had their hearts pierced with arrows. It hurt so much they couldn't speak. Qin Feng, you're too amazing. I'm happy for you. Su Ruo pranced excitedly to Qin Feng's side. She felt the same way about this issue of dividing the cafeteria, but didn't have the guts to express her sentiments. Just as not all milk is milk deluxe, not all people can become hedonists. Okay, everyone quiet down. Qin Huang waved his hands and indicated for everyone to be quiet. The atmosphere that was as bustling as the Chinese New Year special instantly quieted. Qin Huang's smile swept over every person. He said steadily, I think this young lad's suggestion is very good, and your strong reaction shows that you also agree. Then, beginning from today, the employee cafeteria will no longer be partitioned. Everyone will eat the same food and enjoy the same lunch benefits. After hearing Qin Huang's decision, the normal employees felt as though they were dreaming. This feeling of bliss arrived too quickly. When they thought about the wonderful food in the high-class area, such as the steak banquet and French cuisine, they immediately began to drool. Their gazes simultaneously fell on Qin Feng. He brought on all of this. In their eyes, Qin Feng was this lofty. He was like light. Wherever he was, brightness and pleasure followed. Then, Qin Huang said a couple more sentences and let everyone eat. He went beside Qin Feng and glared at him while no one was paying attention. Stinking brat! Was there a need to cause such a ruckus when all we had to do was get rid of the divider separating the sections in the cafeteria? You could have just called me, and we'd be done with it. Chairman Qin, as a little sales representative in the company, how would I know your phone number? Even if I called, you would ignore me, Qin Feng said casually. Qin Huang's expression darkened. He was about to get angry, but after thinking for a bit, what Qin Feng said made a lot of sense. You did pretty well this time. Keep up the good work. In the end, Qin Huang said a couple of sentences in praise. When he heard Qin Feng's passionate speech earlier, a large wave also swelled through his heart. He felt comforted as he weighed his son standing among the lower-leveled employees and thinking on their behalf. A good leader and a successful company must begin looking at the interests of its lowest-leveled employees. They must try their best to share the company's warm attitude with them so the company could be long-lived. You all eat. I'll be leaving first. Chairman Qin's gaze briefly met with Han Ying and Su Ruo's, and he prepared to leave. Chairman Qin, I've done such a great thing. Aren't you going to reward me? Qin Feng asked. Qin Huang stopped in his tracks. He looked at Qin Feng, was quiet for a brief instant, and said to the property director, Director Huang, this youth kicked down 9 glass walls, according to the price of tearing down walls. Calculate the pay and add it to his current month's salary. Qin Feng's mouth quirked as he weighed Qin Huang's receding back. Han Ying and Su Ruo stood on each side of Qin Feng. At this time they tilted their faces and tried hard to pretend nothing was wrong, but one could tell from their shaking, delicate bodies that they were laughing really hard. Qin Feng eyed the two women and walked directly up beside Wang Chao. Group Leader Wang, it seems that I won't be able to bring food over from the high-class dining area for you to try, because there's now no such thing as the high-class dining area. A lowly person intoxicated by success. Wang Chao left with a dark expression. Xiao Zhang glared at Qin Feng and immediately followed. Don't be happy too early. I'll teach you a lesson in the future. Ask Kisser, walk properly. Qin Feng looked at the two leaving backs and waved his hand. When Xiao Zhang heard ask Kisser, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. You shower first. I'll be there right away. The whole afternoon, everyone ranging from the executives and senior management to the ordinary employees discussed Qin Feng. After discovering that he was just a minor sales representative from the sales department without any background or influence, they had varying opinions of his conduct during lunch. During this afternoon, Qin Feng became a well-known celebrity in Royal Group. As the main character of this incident, Qin Feng did not care at all. At this time, he got off work and told Su Ruo crude jokes while weighing her shy, blushing face and walking towards the exit. After exiting the building, Qin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and looked to see that it was teacher Yun Zhao's number. Qin Feng's expression changed. He said solemnly, "How do you do, teacher Yun Xiao?" The Yun Xiao in the phone sounded a bit urgent. "Qin Feng, where are you? Can you come over to my neighborhood?" Qin Feng's heart rippled. He promptly said, "Okay, teacher Yun Xiao, go shower first, and I'll be there right away." Yun Zhao's face darkened when she heard the two beeps pass through the phone. She thought to herself that Qin Feng still hadn't changed. "Ruo, I have to see an old friend. Wait here for Ying and follow her and Chairman Qin home," Qin Feng said to Su Ruo after hanging up. That's not a good idea. I can just go home on my own." Su Ruo was clearly a bit nervous. It was too much pressure to take Chairman Qin's car back. "Don't dilly-dally, just do as I say. Otherwise, if you get abducted, I'm not going to rescue you." Qin Feng gave Su Ruo's face a pinch. Su Ruo shuddered as she thought about the last time she was abducted. She was just buying her daily necessities when she was abducted by Wei Xiaolei. She nodded vigorously. "Okay, then I'll wait for older sister Ying." "No, Assistant Han and the rest." With this, Qin Feng finally felt reassured. Last time he raced with Wei Xiaolei, he went to the district Yun Xiao lived in. At this time, he rode his 28 bicycle and flew across the road. He wondered if teacher Yun Xiao finished showering. Su Ruo was really obedient. She waited at the entrance to the company and weighed Qin Feng's slowly receding back. Not long later, Han Ying and Qin Huang came out together. Su Ruo walked up to them and explained the plan. Han Ying linked her arm with Su Ruo's, and they stepped into the Benz together. Li Yuqin caught this scene. Her lovely eyes flashed with shock. Why would Su Ruo leave an Assistant Han and Chairman Qin's car? This afternoon, she once again received a call from her mother, pushing her to get married. She wasn't young anymore, so she decided that from today onwards, she would wander around the Qin Manor every day after work. She didn't believe she wouldn't be able to bump into young Master Qin. Li Yuqin believed that if she could bump into young Master Qin, she would be able to form a relationship with him if she relied on her beauty and was a bit more forward. With this mindset, Li Yuqin ran out of the office after work and saw such a shocking scene. Suddenly, a possible scenario flashed through her mind. Could it be that Su Ruo and Qin Huang knew one another? Then she'd definitely know young Master Qin. If this was the case, it would be better if she tested the waters when Su Ruo came to work tomorrow. Li Yuqin couldn't help but sigh. So Royal Group really was concealing identities. Based on their appearances, Qin Feng and Su Ruo looked like ordinary sales representatives. However, one knew the assistant manager of the administrative department and the other directly got into Chairman Qin's car. Not 20 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived in teacher Yun Zhao's little district. "Teacher Yun Xiao, which building and unit do you live in?" "I'm already here." "That fast? I am in 1102 in building 3. Come up." Yun Xiao was a bit shocked. She wondered if Qin Feng just so happened to be in the area. This was the first time she let a male in her home. For some strange reason, her heartbeat quickened after she stated her address. After receiving the address, Qin Feng immediately ran up. When he arrived at 1102, the front door was already open. Yun Xiao stood at the doorway waiting for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, did you run up the stairs? Yeah, the elevator's too slow. I was thinking that Teacher Yin Xiao just finished showering and was worried that you'd be anxiously waiting, so I sped all the way over. Huh. Teacher Yin Xiao, you haven't showered yet? Qin Feng was a bit disappointed to see Yin Xiao wearing the black uniform and stockings she wore to work. Yin Xiao knew Qin Feng's personality too well. She glared at him with feigned anger. Qin Feng, I'm your teacher. Be proper, and don't give me any crooked thoughts. All right, hurry and come in. Qin Feng followed Yin Xiao into the room while admiring the perky behind that was wrapped in the short black skirt. Yin Xiao rented a 1-bathroom, 2-bedroom, and 2-living-room apartment with all of the necessary electrical appliances. She lived on her own, and it was just right. It had a bit of a cozy feel to it, since it was her first time bringing a man into her house. She felt a bit awkward. When they arrived in the living room, she allowed Qin Feng to sit on the sofa. The two sat on the sofa side by side. Yun Zhao's heart tingled. She scooted a bit further from Qin Feng. Right when she settled into her new position, Qin Feng slid right next to her. She scooted again, and Qin Feng followed. Qin Feng, don't sit so close to me, it's kind of warm, Yun Xiao said bashfully. Her face flushed slightly. Haha, Teacher Yun Zhao's body is too fragrant. I can't help but want to get close and smell it. Qin Feng looked at Yun Xiao with a smile. This time, he didn't scoot closer to her again. His expression shifted sharply, and he said with seriousness, Teacher Yun Xiao, why were you looking for me at this time? Qin Feng knew that Yun Xiao wouldn't take the initiative to contact him, for no reason. Something must have happened. Qin Feng changed too abruptly, so Yun Xiao was not really able to adjust in time. She calmed herself and then said with seriousness, Qin Feng, why haven't you been going to school lately? Something happened at home that interfered with my studies. I should have found some time to tell Teacher Yun Xiao this personally, but I was busy all the way until now. I'm really sorry, Qin Feng said. Yun Xiao shook her head and smiled. Since something happened at home, then I can't blame you. I trust that your father should have notified the school. But at your age, your primary job is still to study. If your family matter wraps up, it would still be best to go to school. Yun Xiao resumed her role Qin Feng's teacher and taught him closely. She knew that with Qin Feng's family background, he did not care about attending school. After this hedonistic young master was done living a carefree youth, he would directly succeed the family business and continue to squander the youths of others. When she thought about the possibility of Qin Feng never coming to class anymore, Yun Xiao felt an unnamed sense of disappointment surge through her heart. Teacher Yun Xiao, don't be too sad. Once there's time, I will go to school and pay a visit. I know that without me there, you probably miss me a lot. Actually, when Teacher Yun Xiao misses me, you can do what you did this time and call me over to your house to sit. Of course, I'm usually only free at night, so it would be better for Teacher Yun Xiao to invite me at night. Chapter 131. Chapter 131. None of you understand me. When she saw Qin Feng's perverted smile, Yun Zhao's expression fell. She glared at him. Qin Feng, I called you here for another reason as well. Qin Feng immediately became serious. He knew that this next matter was probably the important thing Yun Xiao called him over about. Go ahead. Qin Feng, ever since I was kidnapped, why you killed people to save me. So I became afraid to interact with other people, Yun Xiao said earnestly. Qin Feng suddenly thought about the system's quest to rid Yun Xiao of her fear and social anxiety. And since then, every time I see blood or any sort of red liquid, I become extremely nervous and afraid. When I see people arguing or fighting in the streets, I become so afraid that I lose all of the strength in my body. Recently, I don't even talk to co-workers at school. Whether it's a man or a woman, I feel this constant sense of vigilance and resistance. Every day I just go to class, leave class, and go home. I don't talk to anyone. I live a life of constant repetition. Qin Feng, I think that if this goes on, I'll retreat from society and lose my mind. When she talked about this, she became agitated. She was nothing like the dignified and calm teacher at the lectern. She seemed like a little lion venting its grievances. Qin Feng looked at Yun Xiao with a gentle expression. He empathized with her current mood. Almost a month passed since the time he rescued her. In that month, she didn't talk to anyone. Every day, she lived a lonely life. She wanted to change her current situation, but was powerless to do so. Too many depressed thoughts were pent up in her heart. Qin Feng leaned slightly and wrapped Yun Xiao tightly in his embrace. He pressed his chin to Yun Xiao's beautiful hair and inhaled her faint, unique fragrance while lightly patting her back. Teacher Yun Xiao, cry out loud, let it all out. That way, you'll feel better. Yun Xiao really needed to vent. She already forgot her identity and forgot Qin Feng's as well. She obediently sprawled in Qin Feng's warm embrace and cried like a little girl. She wailed and freely released the pressure in her heart. She felt that her burden slowly lightened and her mood slowly stabilized. When she became completely tranquil, the crying noises also stopped. Then, she suddenly came to her senses. She extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace as if she were electrocuted. She looked stupidly at Qin Feng. What did we do at first? We hugged. Qin Feng said truthfully. And Yun Xiao felt a gust of anxiety. She was Qin Feng's teacher, yet she hugged him. And when teacher Yun Xiao cries, your chest shakes incredibly. 10 minutes later, Yun Xiao came out of the restroom. She calmed down completely. Her body was once again cold and dignified as usual. If her eyes weren't still slightly puffy, Qin Feng would have thought that his hug with Yun Xiao earlier was merely a figment of his imagination. Qin Feng, I'm a bit tired. You head back first. Though she seemed to have resumed to a sense of tranquility when she thought about how she hugged Qin Feng and cried so noisily in front of him, she felt embarrassed to face him. Qin Feng stood but didn't leave. Instead, he walked up to Yun Xiao. Teacher Yun Xiao, there's no need for shyness between us. After all, your current predicament was of my creation. I handled those people too violently, and that left a mark on you. Qin Feng suddenly put on a profound and lofty expression. Actually, I learned psychology with an expert when I was abroad. Your current symptoms are those of social trauma. This is a psychological ailment, and the harm varies. If the shadow in your heart isn't eliminated, then you might end up completely closing yourself in. Then you won't interact with anyone anymore, and you'll become a serious victim of social trauma. Qin Feng's words were well presented, but Yun Xiao still eyed him suspiciously. Did you really learn psychology? Qin Feng nodded earnestly. Then, according to my current situation, what stage am I in? Yun Xiao asked anxiously. Since teacher Yun Xiao contracted the psychological ailment for less than a month, you're currently in the beginning stage where you close yourself off. You just need to go through continuous psychological treatment. It's still considerably simple to return to normal. Then you have a way to treat me. Yun Xiao now entrusted herself to Qin Feng. She had no other choice because she realized that she began to hate and reject interacting and speaking with others. But she didn't have those kinds of feelings with Qin Feng. Or maybe her conflicted feelings were really weak and could be disregarded. Of course I do, Qin Feng said resolutely. What method is this? Massage therapy. Yun Xiao's expression fell. Once she heard the name of the method, she felt that it was not dependable. What kind of massage would cure a psychological ailment? She looked at Qin Feng coldly. Qin Feng, you're trying to mess with your teacher again, aren't you? Qin Feng's expression was serious the whole time. He shook his head and said, Teacher Yun Xiao, you've misunderstood me. This massage therapy was carefully studied. First of all, once you undergo qi flow massage, It'll scatter the knotted, depressed energy and allow your internal chi to flow properly. Secondly, when massaging, I'll come into close contact with you. I'll agitate you and let you slowly acclimate to interacting with others. Lastly, you'll achieve a stage where you won't reject interaction or contact with anyone. When she heard that close contact was required, Yun Zhao's heartbeat immediately increased. Once again, she felt suspicious of Qin Feng's intentions. But when she saw how serious and dignified her looked, it didn't seem like he was lying. At that instant, Yun Xiao didn't know what was best to do. Teacher Yun Xiao, I know you don't trust me. I know no one trusts me. You all listen to rumors and believe that I'm an accomplished, hedonistic, rich young master. You don't have heart-to-hearts with me. You constantly put up your guard against me, and you lump me in with the beasts and perverts. Qin Feng gave a long sigh. Forget it. Who told me to be born to a rich family? I deserve it. I have such a hard life. When I was young, I was brimming with talent and so handsome I had no friends. Those that interacted with me either took a fancy to my family's business or our reputation. I was treated as an object and was used time and time again. As a result, I even acquired these bad names. I originally thought that Teacher Yun Xiao was different from those base people and would know and understand me. I thought you could treat me earnestly and wouldn't put up your guard against me like you'd guard yourself from a thief. All right, since this is the case, then I'll leave first. No matter what, I sincerely wish that you get well soon, Teacher Yun Xiao. Qin Feng's head drooped, and he showed Yun Xiao the view of his extremely sad and dejected back. His steps were small, and it seemed like it took a lifetime to walk a distance, less than 10 meters. He wanted to give Yun Xiao time to urge him to stay. When Qin Feng already got to the door, Yun Xiao's soft voice suddenly drifted over. Can you stay and help treat me? Qin Feng's back faced Yun Xiao, so she didn't see the evil smile of someone who got away with his plan that graced Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng turned and resumed an expression of loneliness. He looked at Yun Xiao. Teacher Yun Xiao, you don't have to force yourself because you pity me. I think it'd be better if I went home. Qin Feng, don't leave. Yun Xiao suddenly rushed forward and hugged Qin Feng from behind. Teacher was wrong at first. You were kind enough to offer me therapy, and I put up my guard against you. It's nothing more than close contact, nothing more than a massage. We even hugged already, so what's there to be afraid of? I'll stop talking. You're the doctor, and I'm the patient. In the doctor's eyes, there's no such thing as gender. I hope that we could also toss away these worldly concepts and our identities. What do you say? Qin Feng suddenly turned and pulled Yun Xiao tightly into his embrace. He concentrated on feeling the softness and bounciness of her chest and nodded vigorously. Teacher Yun Xiao, you're right. In Yun Xiao's fragrant bedroom, she already changed into a purple silk nightgown and lay on the bed. Qin Feng sat on her back and admired the jade back she exposed. Qin Feng, can we start now? Yun Xiao couldn't help but ask this after Qin Feng sat on her completely motionless for 5 minutes. Ahem. Teach Yun Xiao. I have to give you a qi conducting massage, so I'm in the middle of gathering the qi in my body. Don't be anxious, Qin Feng said awkwardly. Okay, then concentrate on what you need to. I'm in no hurry. Qin Feng retracted his appreciative gaze. All in all, he still had a quest to achieve and really did need to help cure Yun Zhao's social trauma. He wasn't completely talking nonsense when he mentioned the qi conducting massage earlier. These things were in medical records. Since he was the son of a prominent family, Qin Feng was forced by Qin Huang to memorize Tang and Song poems since he was young. He read the Yellow Emperor's internal canon, so he had an impression of how to cure certain ailments. He squinted and felt the qi flow from his dantian. As a level 1 internal expert, it was not difficult to draw out his qi. His palms fell lightly onto Yun Zhao's jade back. Her body tensed, and a peculiar sensation passed through it. Gusts of cold qi flow suddenly entered her body and flowed through her vital energy passage. It felt like little earthworms were crawling on her body. Her whole body felt limp and numb, and she also felt a bit comfortable. This feeling was too strange. Yun Zhao's delicate body began to twist uncontrollably. Qin Feng, are you done? Ah, I just started. Yun Xiao struggled. I can't take it anymore. I still can't accept such close contact with you. Hurry and get off me. Yun Xiao started to become agitated. Her social trauma began to break out. She wouldn't be able to stand it even if a normal person stayed in the same room as her. Yun Xiao already reached her limit in allowing Qin Feng to sit on her and give her a cheek-inducting massage. Teacher Yun Xiao, I can't come down. You must rid yourself of those feelings of fear and resistance, Qin Feng said insistently. Yun Xiao began to twist more wildly. She already began to smack Qin Feng with a book sitting at the head of her bed. She seemed to have lost her senses. Her eyes were red and her hair was askew. Fuck off! Hurry and get away! Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Who the hell has those kind of guts? Qin Feng grabbed onto Yun Zhao's arms and persevered. He was prepared to pass this rut with perseverance. Maybe it might help rid Yun Xiao of her social trauma once and for all. Qin Feng anchored her arms and legs. Yun Xiao struggled with all her might but couldn't escape. At this time she began to scream. She suddenly lost all the strength in her body and extended her neck to slam her head into the corner of her bedside cabinet. I can't do this anymore. I'm going to die. Qin Feng had sharp eyes and lithe hands. He immediately grasped Yun Zhao's willowy waist and pulled her back. When he saw Yun Xiao fall into hysterics, Qin Feng did not dare to continue. If this went on, he was afraid he'd forced her into insanity before curing her of her social anxiety. Teacher Yun Xiao, don't be afraid, I'm Qin Feng. I'm getting down. I'm not touching you anymore. Teacher Yun Xiao, wake up. Qin Feng crawled off Yun Zhao's body, cupped her face, and shook it. Yun Xiao slowly calmed down and stopped yelling. After another couple of minutes, the red veins in her eyes slowly receded, and the coldness that shot out of her body retracted. Then she fell limply onto the bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Qin Feng, what happened to me at first? Yun Xiao suddenly asked after a while. Nothing much. Teacher Yun Xiao was extremely cooperative for the therapy. Now the therapy is over, so rest well, Teacher Yun Xiao, Qin Feng said with a smile. Yun Xiao nodded. She knew for certain that she lost her senses earlier, but good thing an incident didn't occur. She weighed Qin Feng's receding back and suddenly thought of something. Qin Feng, do you know where Lin Bei Bei went? Qin Feng halted in his steps. He turned and asked while standing at the door, What happened to Lin Bei Bei? She hasn't come to school for the past 2 days. Do you know where she is? Qin Feng's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Teacher Yun Xiao, when did she stop going to school? Qin Feng and Yun Xiao both knew that Lin Bei Bei was a good, studious student. She never cut class for no reason, much less miss class for a couple of days. Yun Xiao thought about it, then said, 3 days ago. Qin Feng did an internal calculation and realized that Lin Bei Bei didn't go to school starting from the day after he went shopping with her. Qin Feng, there's something that I don't know whether or not I should tell you about. Yun Zhao's long, shapely eyebrows furrowed slightly. She thought about the time she saved Lin Bei Bei by the sports field. She hesitated and didn't know whether or not she wanted to mention it. Teacher Yun Xiao, if there's something to say, then say it. Qin Feng became serious and felt a bad premonition. 4 days ago, I saw Lin Bei Bei get pulled into the little forest while I was on the sports field. She was almost molested by that person. Yun Xiao ended up mentioning it. Good thing I got there in time and saved her. Who was it? Who the hell had those kinds of guts? Qin Feng suddenly growled. His eyes turned red and he looked like a vicious wild beast. Yun Xiao jumped in shock. She shook her head. I don't know. When I got there, that person already ran away. I asked Lin Bei after, but she refused to say who it was. Qin Feng fell quiet. His brain whirred as he calculated the timing. No wonder Lin Bei suddenly called and asked him to find her at the Royal Clubhouse. No wonder she was a bit different than before and was extremely dependent on him. No wonder her face was a bit red and swollen. She even found an excuse and said she was allergic to a makeup product. She didn't even need to put on makeup. That must have been because she was hit when she resisted. Qin Feng cracked his knuckles, turned around sharply, and disappeared through the room door. Before Yun Xiao came to, Qin Feng was gone. She hurriedly shouted, "Qin Feng, if you find Lin Bei, call me and let me know she's okay." Acropolis City's first hospital, intensive care wardroom. Lin Bei sat at her mother's bedside. She peeled an apple with an empty expression. "Ah!" She suddenly yelped in pain. She furrowed her attractive, long, and shapely eyebrows and lowered her head to suck on her cut finger. Bei, are you all right? Why were you so careless? Hurry and let your mom see." Mother Lin's heart ached. After all, her daughter cut her finger because she was peeling an apple for her. "Mom, I'm fine. Lie down and rest." Lin Bei found a bandage in the room and stuck it on her wound. "Mom, have some apples." Mother Lin took the apples. But how could she possibly have an appetite? Her daughter stayed with her in the hospital room for a full 3 days. She didn't even go to school. During these 3 days, she looked like she lost her soul. She sat by the window and spaced out every day. There were a couple of times when Mother Lin called her, but she didn't hear. Bei, is there something you'd like to tell your mother?" Mother Lin pulled Lin Bei to her bedside and lightly stroked her head. Lin Bei suddenly threw herself into her mother's embrace and burst into tears. She held it in for 3 days. There was no one to spill her heart out to, and she didn't dare bring these matters up with her mother. She already took the initiative to move out of the Royal Clubhouse. Now she was homeless, so she could only spend her nights in this hospital room. Due to Yu Wenxiang's threat, she was even more afraid to go to school. If she bumped into Yin Wenxiang at school, he would definitely stop her or maybe even abduct her. Lin Bei was like a lost little lamb. She really didn't know what to do. Let it all out and it'll be okay. Mother Lin saw how sadly her daughter was crying and her heart ached. She didn't give her daughter a wealthy life or carefree happiness. Instead, she made her bear more suffering. Hiding in her mother's embrace was like lying in Qin Feng's. Both felt extremely safe and secure. Lin Bei cried for a good while. Her mood slowly stabilized, and she sat up to move out of her mother's embrace. Bei, is this because of that Qin Feng?" Mother Lin suddenly asked. Lin Bei's delicate body trembled. She bit her head and nodded. "You fell for him?" Though she could tell, Mother Lin still wanted to hear her daughter's response. "Mom, don't ask any more." Lin Bei blushed slightly, lowered her head, and tugged at the corner of her shirt. Mother Lin smiled. "Then how does he feel about you?" Lin Bei hesitated for a while. She couldn't quite tell how Qin Feng felt about her, and that was why she was in so much pain. He cared a lot about her and protected her, but he didn't clearly break through that layer of gauze. And 3 days ago, he even rejected her. Bei, you're now an adult. There are some things your mother can no longer protect you from, but I still worry about you. It's very normal for you to like someone, but you have to clearly understand their character and other aspects of them so you know whether or not they're worth liking. Don't be careless and don't get tricked. Mom, I know, don't worry. I'm going to go out and get some fresh air. Lin Bei knew her mother was worried about her, but she couldn't explain the relationship between her and Qin Feng, so she found an excuse to run out of the hospital room. Bei, the sky will be dark soon. Don't go too far, just walk around in the hospital and come back. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Would rather die than concede. Lin Bei listened to her mother's words well. She didn't leave the hospital. After all, she was also afraid to walk outside at night alone. She arrived at the pavilion in the garden behind the hospital and sat down. She looked at the stars in the night sky and fell into a daze once again. Suddenly, two dark shadows leapt out from behind Lin Bei. They hit her in the neck, and she fainted. The two carried her in a van and quickly disappeared into the night. Young Master Yu, we got her. We're heading over now. Within the van, a bearded man spoke into the phone with a dark smile. Hurry up. 2 words came from the phone before the line was cut. There were a total of 3 people that kidnapped Lin Bei. 1 was in charge of driving, and 2 sat in the back and guarded her. Of the 2 in the back, one of them was the man with the big beard that just made the call, while the other was a bald man. When the gazes of the 2 in the back fell onto Lin Bei's body, their eyes glinted with evil. Big Beard, this gal is quite pure. She looks like one of the fairies in paintings. I can't help but want to get refreshed, said the baldy with a smile. Big Beard smacked his shiny head. You must want to die. This is the gal that young Master Yu is interested in. The most we can do is feast our eyes. If you dare to secretly touch her, and young Master Yu finds out, then 18 generations of your ancestors will be annihilated. Baldy was so frightened that he pulled his hand back and screwed his head with a silly grin. I was joking. Once again, Qin Feng brought his 28 bicycle to its full speed. He rode the bicycle in such a way that it was about to fly. Very soon, he arrived at the royal clubhouse. Hey, young Master Qin, you're here. The chubby manager, Lu, immediately welcomed him. There's none of your business today. Fuck off. Qin Feng was in an extremely bad mood. He waved manager Lu away and flew to Lin Bei's room alone. He opened the door and rushed in. He took a loop around the large suite and was immediately disappointed. There was no trace of Lin Bei in the room. Even her clothes and toiletries were missing. It was clear that Lin Bei moved away, and she left without saying goodbye. Qin Feng dialed a number and called manager Lu over. Young Master Qin, how can I help you? Manager Lu could tell that Qin Feng was extremely off today. He knew young Master Qin for a long time, but this was the first time he saw him so agitated. Where is the person in this room? Qin Feng shouted at Manager Lu. Manager Lu wiped the cold sweat that was all over his head. He trembled and said, Young Master Qin. She left. Where did she go? I don't know. She left quietly. I thought she was moving to the Qin Manor to live with you, young Master Qin. So I didn't pay much attention to the matter. He couldn't be blamed. After all, Qin Feng had just taken Lin Bei out all day. And the next day, she moved out. Given Qin Feng's prior track record, Manager Lu naturally concluded that she was taken into young Master Qin's grasp and moved to the Qin Manor to play the bamboo flute with Qin Feng every night. I'll deal with you when I get back. Qin Feng shoved Manager Lu away and ran out of the royal clubhouse. After a series of guesses, he realized that since Lin Bei was currently homeless, if she didn't stay at the royal clubhouse, then she could only have gone to her mother's hospital room. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at Acropolis City's first hospital. He went over to Mother Lin's hospital room, pushed open the door, and saw Mother Lin lying quietly on the hospital bed. However, he did not see Lin Bei. Auntie Lin, has Lin Bei been at the hospital these past couple of days? Qin Feng's heart was filled with worry for Lin Bei. Once he walked in, he got straight to the point. Mother Lin sat up. She closely considered Qin Feng. You must be Qin Feng. That's me. Auntie, Bei hasn't gone to school for the past couple of days, so I purposely rushed here to gauge the situation. Qin Feng, Bei has stayed here with me these past 3 days. I could tell she was in a bad mood. Did you guys fight? When Mother Lin saw that Qin Feng worriedly ran over in the middle of the night, the worry in her heart lessened. She could tell that Qin Feng cared about her darling daughter. "Auntie, then where is Bei? Bei? She was just here. She said she wanted to go out for fresh air." "Wait, this girl went out for a good while. I told her not to run around, so all things considered she should be back by now?" Mother Lin suddenly became worried. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He already had a bad premonition, but in order to prevent Mother Lin from worrying, he stood and said, "Auntie, don't worry. I'll go out and find Bei. You rest and don't think about anything." Okay. Then I'll trouble you to find her," Mother Lin said. After leaving the intensive care hospital room, Qin Feng called Uncle Fu to pinpoint the location of Yu Wenxiang's cell phone. He already came to the detailed deduction that the only person in Acropolis University that had the guts to violate Lin Bei was Yu Wenxiang. Very quickly, a text message arrived containing Yu Wenxiang's current location, the Wanfeng Hotel. Since Yu Wenxiang was at a hotel at this time, this reaffirmed to Qin Feng that he had abducted Lin Bei. Anger erupted within Qin Feng. His eyes turned completely red and his entire body was ablaze. He rushed out of the hospital and sped towards Wanfeng Hotel on his 28 bicycle. Wanfeng Hotel, top floor presidential suite. At this time, Yu Wenxiang leaned comfortably on the sofa. A cigar dangled from his mouth and a glass of red wine was in his hand. He daydreamed about the wonderful and passionate time yet to come. The doorbell suddenly rang. With a look from Yu Wenxiang, the two people wearing black standing by the door ran to open it. "Young Master Yu, we've brought her." Big Beard and Baldy had smiles of flattery as they brought Lin Bei in. Yu Wenxiang bolted upright. He looked at the unconscious Lin Bei with a green glint in his eyes. "Very good. You all can leave to receive your compensation." "Thank you, young Master Yu." The two smilingly left the room. At this time, Yu Wenxiang's expression fell serious. He gave the two wearing black by the door a look. They nodded in acknowledgement and followed the other two out the door. Not a minute later, the two wearing black returned to the presidential suite with blood stains on their hands that had not yet dried. They said respectfully, "Young Master Yu, the nuisances were eliminated." Yu Wenxiang suddenly laughed maniacally. This time he was completely at ease. Now, besides the two bodyguards in black standing by the door, no one else knew about his abduction of Lin Bei. He could now peacefully enjoy this lovely meal. "You both are dismissed." With this command, the two wearing black retreated and shut the door. Yu Wenxiang gleefully arrived before Lin Bei. He splashed the red wine he was holding onto her charming face. In an instant, Lin Bei woke up. "What do you two want to do? Let go of me, hurry, and let me go." After awakening, Lin Bei's memory was still at the time where she was knocked unconscious. She knew she was in danger and struggled with all her might. Her body was tied with rope and her hands were bound behind her back. No matter how strongly she struggled, she couldn't break free. She began to look around the premises. When she saw Yu Wenxiang standing before her, her heart sank abruptly. "Young Master Yu, let me go." "Haha, let you go? Do you think that's possible?" Yu Wenxiang squatted and admired Lin Bei's beauty. Because she was struggling with all her might, her hair and clothes were disheveled, revealing an enticing unruliness. Yu Wenxiang became restless as he weighed her. "Young Master Yu, I beg of you, let me go." Lin Bei continued to struggle. She was so frantic that tears sprang from her eyes. She looked both lovely and pitiful. "All right, once I finish satisfying myself, then I'll let you go," Yu Wenxiang said. "Yu Wenxiang, release me quickly. I won't let you touch me. If you dare touch me, I'll tell Qin Feng for sure and have him take care of you." Lin Bei knew that there was no use in begging for mercy with a beast like Yu Wenxiang, so she thought she might as well burst out and use Qin Feng to suppress him. Yu Wenxiang's expression immediately turned cold. He gnashed his teeth and glared at Lin Bei like an enraged beast. he sent a slap flying over. Pow! This slap was powerful. Fresh blood trickled out of the corner of Lin Bei's mouth. However, there was no trace of fear or pain in her face. She stubbornly lifted her head and looked coldly at Yu Wenxiang. Hit me. For every slap that you give me, Qin Feng will help me give you 10 in return. You buy. Yu Wenxiang was thoroughly enraged. He threw another slap. He suddenly pounced at her and wanted to tear her clothes. You think Qin Feng is really great, do you? I'm going to come on to you right now. What can he do to me? Where is he right now? Maybe he's having a good time hugging some young girl. You've overestimated your place in his heart. Yu Wenxiang began to wildly tear at Lin Bei's clothes while she struggled with all she had. However, her 2 sleeves were completely torn off, revealing 2 white shoulder straps. The sight made Yu Wenxiang's desire shoot up into the sky. Haha, number 2 beauty of the art department, let me taste you tonight and see how delicious you are. Yu Wenxiang's eyes glowed green as he stared at Lin Bei. This time he pounced at her thighs and wanted to remove her jeans. Lin Bei's tears fell like rain. Her weak and tender heart was already filled with Qin Feng, and it could never contain another man. She had to either live as Qin Feng's woman or die before getting violated by anyone else. Suddenly, Lin Bei leapt with all her strength and rushed towards the coffee table beside her. Thump! With a crunch, Lin Bei crashed headfirst into the corner of the coffee table. Fresh blood immediately poured out of her forehead. Her vision went black and she fell unconscious. Fuck, what bad luck. When he saw this scene, Yu Wenxiang's face turned cold. He spat. Since you'd rather die than have me touch you, then you're pretty fucking chaste. But I'm not doing what you want. Even if you're going to die, you have to satisfy me before I'll let you die. Yu Wenxiang's eyes were completely red. He had already become a complete pervert. When he saw Lin Bei's completely bloodied face, he not only didn't stop. Instead, he became even more excited and wild. He extended his hand to tear apart Lin Bei's pants. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. Regret you were ever born. Thump! An enormous sound came from the door. Yu Wenxiang jumped in shock and looked towards it. The front door had already disappeared, and it soared into the room. A large and tall man stood at the door with a heavy expression and a wintry coldness. Yu Wenxiang trembled at the sight. Qin Feng bent his body slightly and stood at the doorway. His swift and fierce gaze swept through the room. When he saw Lin Bei lying on the ground with blood all over her head, his heart stopped abruptly. A burst of murderous energy exploded out of his body. He rushed forward and appeared by Lin Bei's side. Bei, what's wrong with you? Bei, wake up. He embraced her and called her name gently, but Lin Bei seemed to be in a sleep of death. She heard nothing. He immediately pressed his fingers onto Lin Bei's neck. He was still able to feel Lin Bei's pulse. He was previously extremely nervous, but this allowed him to relax slightly. With a thought from Qin Feng, he spent 100 hedonist points, bought an elementary gold sore medicine, ground the pill into powder, and lightly dabbed it onto Lin Bei's wounds. After doing all this, Qin Feng slowly put down Lin Bei, stood, and looked at Yu Wenxiang like he was looking at a dead man. Tell me, how do you want to die? His voice was low and strong. His aura seemed to have the power to swallow rivers and overturn oceans, and his gaze was as cold as frost. At this time, Qin Feng stood there with his body slightly bent. He looked like an undefeated god of war that had the ability to sentence someone to death and provide them with the ability to choose from different types of death. Qin Feng's sudden arrival scared Yu Wenxiang, but after calming down, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Last time when they fought on the sports field in Acropolis University, they were evenly made and it was hard to determine who was superior. However, Yu Wenxiang underwent frantic training, and went from stage 3 to stage 4 abilities. He obviously would not be afraid to face Qin Feng again. Haha, I should be asking you that. You think you can touch me? How funny. Even if you didn't come, after finishing up with this tramp, I'd come to crush you personally. Yuan Xiang laughed arrogantly. Qin Feng didn't care at all, and his expression didn't change in the slightest. He stood there quietly, then said icily, "Since you don't want to choose, I'll choose for you." Right after speaking, Qin Feng made his move. He moved like lightning and instantly arrived before Yuan Xiang. The winter iron gloves flashed with a wintry light and fell ruthlessly on Yuan Xiang's abdomen. The simple punch was incomparably powerful and imposing. It sent Yuan Xiang flying. He crashed heavily into the wall and sank into it. After the fist fell, Qin Feng moved his foot and arrived before Yuan Xiang once again. At the moment, Yuan Xiang had an expression of fear and incredulity. He had stage 4 abilities with 5x strength and 5x speed. However, in front of Qin Feng, he fell after a single blow. Before he was able to react, he was already defeated. His rear and waist were already submerged into the concrete wall. His legs and the area above his abdomen were outside, suspended in midair. This was an extremely strange situation that could only be seen in movies. Now that this occurred in real life, even Yuan Xiang had a hard time believing it. That's impossible, completely impossible. I have stage 4 abilities. How could I be unable to beat you? Qin Feng, I'm going to trash you. Yuan Xiang forgot about the sharp pain in his body. His eyes were lifeless. It looked like someone pulled out his soul. Completely deranged, he brandished his fists to hit Qin Feng. He cut a sorry figure and looked unspeakably comical. Yuan Xiang, you're definitely going to regret you were ever born. Qin Feng threw another punch with a snarl. His destructive abilities were terrifying when he wore the winter iron gloves. He smashed one of Yuan Xiang's legs. With a ka-cha, Yuan Xiang's thigh snapped. With a bang, his leg was also smashed into the wall. It would never come out again. Ah, Qin Feng, hurry and stop. Let go of me, and I'll never bother you again. I'm begging you to let me go. This punch brought Yuan Xiang to his senses. The sharp pain in his body forced him to cry out pitifully. He lost his previous arrogance and confidence. If he wasn't currently stuck in the wall and unable to move, he would undoubtedly be kneeling before Qin Feng and kowtowing in a plea to have his life spared. In the eyes of these rich young masters, face and dignity were nothing compared to survival. Do you think that's possible? Qin Feng growled coldly as he punched again. This punch pounded into Yuan Xiang's other leg. The bones in this leg also shattered, and the leg was smashed into the wall. Qin Feng did not stop. He continuously brandished his fists and pounded Yuan Xiang. He intentionally avoided Yuan Xiang's crucial areas, but smashed every other part of his body. Yuan Xiang weighed helplessly as his body was hit bit by bit into the wall. It hurt so much that he hovered between life and death, but he could do nothing about it. A sense of previously non-existent despair sprang involuntarily. It was exactly as Qin Feng had previously said. Yuan Xiang suddenly regretted, deeply regretted, abducting Lin Bei. He regretted provoking the powerful Qin Feng and regretted coming into this world. This kind of living was worse than death. He wanted to die, but he couldn't. He lived but hurt in every way possible. Yuan Xiang didn't want to experience this again for the rest of his life. Thump! Yuan Xiang's arm was smashed into the wall. Thump! His other arm was also smashed in. Thump! This fist slammed into his abdomen and sent his entire body into the wall. Only his head dangled outside of it. Yuan Xiang suddenly began to laugh maniacally. Finally, in this final moment before his death, he was able to break free. He was not afraid. He was actually incomparably expectant. He wanted Qin Feng to quickly smash his brains. He couldn't continue to withstand this torture. Wham! A fist smashed into Yu Wenxiang's skull, and the world fell quiet. However, in Qin Feng's mind, this hadn't ended. It was just the beginning. Because Lin Bei was injured, Qin Feng was utterly infuriated. After this, he was going to take the initiative to step through the doors of the Yu household and completely annihilate the entire clan out of existence. He said previously that Yu Wenxiang would regret ever coming into this world. Qin Feng wasn't joking when he said those words. Qin Feng looked at Yu Wenxiang, who was currently sunken into the wall, with a tinge of emotion. Then he felt too lazy to spare this human scum another glance and turned to go towards Lin Bei. He squatted and wrapped Lin Bei in his embrace. Qin Feng called her several times, but Lin Bei still felt nothing and stayed in her state of unconsciousness. Qin Feng immediately pulled out his cell phone and called Uncle Fu. He summarized the situation and told him to send people over as quickly as possible. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. Walk down without looking back. 5 minutes later, a bodyguard from the Qin manor arrived. Once he entered, he looked at Qin Feng, bowed, and said, "Young Master Qin, the car waits downstairs and Uncle Fu is on his way. Let me take you to the hospital first." Qin Feng carried Lin Bei and followed the bodyguard downstairs. They got into the black BMW, and the bodyguard rushed down the road to the first hospital. Uncle Fu probably had everything prepared long ago. At this time, Feng Wentian, the director of the first hospital, waited outside the front entrance of the hospital with 4 doctors wearing white gowns standing behind him. Once they saw Qin Feng carrying Lin Bei, they immediately rushed forward and welcomed him. "Young Master Qin, what's the situation?" Feng Wentian looked at Lin Bei. His heart jumped in shock when he saw blood all over her head. Anyone who saw such a pure and beautiful girl hurt to this extent would feel a heartache. "Director Feng, I think she hit her head on the corner of a coffee table. You have to think of a way to save her." When Qin Feng saw Feng Wentian, he grabbed his arm. Because he was so anxious, he couldn't control his strength. Feng Wentian winced. "Young Master Qin, don't be anxious. Let go first." Qin Feng realized he was impolite and immediately let go. "Director Feng, you have to save her." "Don't worry, young Master Qin. We will definitely try our best. Hurry and follow me to the operation room." After Feng Wentian finished speaking, he quickly led the way. Qin Feng carried Lin Bei and followed behind him. They arrived before the doors of the emergency room. Qin Feng bent over and kissed Lin Bei's bloody forehead. "Bei, you have to hang in there. Nothing can happen to you, you hear? Young Master Qin, give us the patient. Even delaying a second is dangerous." Feng Wentian couldn't help but urge when he saw how reluctant Qin Feng was to part with Lin Bei. After this, Qin Feng placed Lin Bei on the stretcher. The 4 doctors wearing white gowns immediately pushed Lin Bei into the operation room, and the door to the room shut tightly behind them. Qin Feng sat alone on the bench outside. His mind was flooded with Lin Bei's smile. He thought of how Lin Bei courageously stood out to cheer for him the first time he trained his body on the sports field. He thought of when he brought Lin Bei to eat at the Royal Hotel and fooled that idiot Tai Meng. He thought of how she angrily pouted her lips when they sat at the same desk at school, and he couldn't help but pinch her cheeks and touch her thigh. He thought of that time she wore the chi pao and looked like a beautiful fairy that walked out of a painting. He thought of that pitiful girl that went to the royal clubhouse to sell her body to make money to cure her mother. And also, Qin Feng suddenly realized that he had too many memories with Lin Bei, so many that he wasn't able to recall them all. In his mind, Lin Bei was a pure girl that loved to laugh. Her destiny was turbulent, but she never lowered her head. She was unyielding, independent, and hardworking. Qin Feng couldn't understand how Yu Wenxiang could make a move on such a cute and kind girl. If he could start over, Qin Feng still wouldn't hesitate. He would still punch Yu Wenxiang into the wall, fist by fist, and make him dangle between life and death. "Young Master Qin, after who knows how long, a familiar voice passed into his ear. Qin Feng turned his head to find that Uncle Fu was already beside him. "Uncle Fu, you're here," Qin Feng said listlessly. Uncle Fu gave a long sigh. He already clearly understood the situation. When he looked at Qin Feng, there was a strange glow in his eyes. This kind of young Master Qin was a bit unfamiliar, but also likable. Because of a girl, he beat the prince of Jincheng City's youth syndicate to death. This kind of courage wasn't something normal people could possess. Young Master Qin, the situation is pretty much under control. Qin Feng looked for someone to bribe the boss of Wan Feng Hotel to destroy the security tapes. I also got someone to clean the site, so there won't be any of young Master Qin's fingerprints, Uncle Fu said calmly. Qin Feng nodded. He was always reassured by the way Uncle Fu did things. Young Master Qin, how is Miss Lin? After hesitating for a bit, Uncle Fu opened his mouth to ask. Qin Feng didn't know how to respond to Uncle Fu. He also wanted to know how Lin Bei was doing right now. At this time, the doors to the emergency room opened. Feng Wentian walked out with a worried frown. Director Feng, how's the situation? Lin Bei's fine now, right? Once he saw Feng Wentian, Qin Feng immediately rushed forward. Feng Wentian shook his head helplessly. He took a deep breath and said, Young Master Qin, we really did all we could. If someone didn't apply some mysterious medicinal powder on Miss Lin's wound, I'm afraid she actually wouldn't have made it while on the way here. There are both good and bad aspects to the current situation. Miss Lin's life is no longer in danger, but she can't wake up. To use a professional term, she has fallen into a vegetative state. When he heard the words vegetative state, Qin Feng's heart dropped sharply. He couldn't accept this reality. How could a kind and beautiful little lady in the prime of youth fall into a vegetative state? No one had the right to strip her of her smile, her every move, or the feelings she expressed in her youth. Yuan Xiang couldn't. Qin Feng couldn't. No one could. Qin Feng was angry. He was so angry that his heart was ablaze with fury. Feng Wentian and Uncle Fu stood beside him and could feel that the surrounding temperature began to rise. Even Feng Wentian, an elderly with bountiful life experiences, didn't dare to look directly into Qin Feng's blazing and severe eyes. Young Master Qin, I'll go try again and see if a miracle happens. The atmosphere was too stifling. Feng Wentian couldn't stand it and ran back into the emergency room. Only Qin Feng and Uncle Fu were left in the empty entrance to the emergency room. Uncle Fu, help me take care of the paperwork for Bei's stay at the hospital. I still have something to take care of. Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth. A gleam flashed through Uncle Fu's eyes. His voice trembled a bit as he said, Are you going rush over to Jincheng City's household completely alone? Yes. In front of Uncle Fu, Qin Feng didn't have to hide anything. He nodded resolutely. Do you have to go alone? You can order me to send people over, Uncle Fu said. This time, I won't trouble Uncle Fu. I'll take care of my own business, said Qin Feng word by word through clenched teeth. Uncle Fu fell quiet for a good while. He considered Qin Feng again. The expression on his face changed completely. He didn't seem like an underling of the Qin manner that always put on a look of respect and obedience. His gaze was deep as he looked closely at Qin Feng. He seemed more like an elder closely examining his successor. Qin Feng, I followed your father for 20 years. I weighed you grow, and in my heart, you're no different from my own son. I won't comment on how you were in the past, but from today onwards, I'm going to get to know you again. I'm going to why you bring Chairman Qin and I changes and surprises, why you become stronger, and why you gain the ability to stand on your own. At that time, you won't need Chairman Qin and I to constantly wipe your behind. At that time, you will even able to protect Chairman Qin and I. All these years of effort were worth it. Qin Feng, this time I support you. Uncle Fu suddenly stuck out a fist. Qin Feng also stuck out a fist and fist-bumped Uncle Fu. He said solemnly, "Thank you, Uncle Fu. You're an elder that has always been someone I respect." This was the case before and is still the case now. Uncle Fu's eyes reddened slightly. "Qin Feng, I'll go with you. We'll fight side by side." Qin Feng looked at Uncle Fu and bowed. He said sincerely, "There's no need, Uncle Fu. Stay at the hospital. Before I return, help me take care of the Lin mother and daughter. I'm afraid someone will come harm them. I'm leaving. Please don't tell my father about this yet." Qin Feng left. He knew about the perils of this task. If he told someone that he was going to challenge a powerful family, he would certainly be ridiculed. He also knew that what he was doing defied rationality. This kind of impetuousness might bear extremely severe consequences. But who never went crazy during their youth? That kind of youth isn't called youth. Qin Feng could go fight to the death and he wouldn't regret it. But if he didn't go, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He walked resolutely. To use song lyrics to describe it, don't turn back, and keep going. Jincheng City, a manor in the Jiao district. When natives of Jincheng City passed this large manor, they would definitely take a detour around it. They didn't dare to casually stop there. After all, this was the territory of Jincheng City's #1 syndicate. It was said that the ancestor of the Yu family was a troublemaker that came out of a group of beggars. After, he set his roots in Jincheng City and began to develop his abilities. From this time up to Yu Wen Xiang's generation, it had already been in development for 30 years. They had a completely stable foothold on Jincheng City because of their long history of underworld undertakings and their viciousness and mercilessness. Even if Jincheng City's underground was a mixture of both the good and bad, and there were a large number of sects, the eldest son of the Yu family was still not someone they would casually mess with. There weren't very many problems with this kind of syndicate. At this time, they were in the living room of the villa. All of the relatives and descendants of the Yu family were gathered. These people all held gloomy expressions. They were split in 2 rows and sat on the 2 sides of the room with seriousness. Their shining gazes were directed towards an elder sitting in the lobby. The elder was a little more than 70 years old. He wore black clothes for practicing martial arts. His aura was as cold as ice, and he was calm and prestigious. This was the family elder with the highest status at the moment, Yue. "Dad, our Yu family holds power over Jincheng City, and our name is spread far and wide. Who the hell dared to offend our Yu family? Today, my Xiang'er was killed in Acropolis City. I hope you can take responsibility for this situation. I want to mobilize all of the Yu family forces. We have to find this stinking brat, even if we have to overturn Acropolis City. I'm going to throw him into a deep fryer and swallow him whole." Yu Wenxiang's father, Yu Hualong, suddenly stood with agitation. Then a man in his 30s stood. This was Yu Hualong's second younger brother, Yu Dingtian. When he discovered Yu Wenxiang died, he wasn't mad at all. On the contrary, he looked at his older brother with a merry laugh and said, "Older brother, don't be so agitated just yet. We're all saddened by this murder, but we don't even have a clear image of the situation yet. So how could we just jump in and act on this situation? Plus, Yu Wenxiang is the strongest among the younger generation of the Yu family, and he just broke through to the 4th stage. If his opponent didn't have even a bit of ability, how could he kill him? He must be someone from an important family to be able to murder a stage for expert. We cannot act without thinking." Yu Dingtian shook his head and sighed. Chapter 136. Chapter 136, Making People Equal. "Dingtian, don't fucking cry crocodile tears. When you found out that Xiang'er died, who knows how happy you were. Now your son can smoothly become the new successor of the younger generation." Yu Hualong glared and shouted at Yu Dingtian. Yu Dingtian's face dropped. "Older brother, you can't say things randomly like that. You're framing me right now. We all know what kind of person Yuan Xiang was. According to the intelligence I gathered, he was beaten to death because he forced himself on a campus beauty. Even I think this kind of immoral behavior is despicable. What are you saying? Fucking say that again, Yu Hualong suddenly burst out. He pointed at his second younger brother and growled, You think your brat is proper? Doesn't he also force himself on the maidens of Jincheng City all day? Who knows how many families he's wrecked? And you fucking have the nerve to talk about my son? I'll kill you first. The Yu family began in the underworld, so this kind of explosive and dirty talking was a habit that lingered in their bones. The Yu family elder coughed twice and stood when he saw that Yu Hualong and Yu Dingtian were about to start fighting. Both of you stop right now. By doing this, you are both rebelling. Currently, the Yu family has experienced an enormous humiliation. The Yu family's direct descendant and grandson has been murdered. And you two are in the mood for internal strife? I don't care whether or not Xiang'er forced women into bed. But if someone dares to touch someone of our Yu family, they need to pay the painful price. Dad, you're right. Xiang'er's life is the most important. Nothing else matters much. Even if there were hundreds of these tramps, they're worth nothing compared to our Xiang'er's one life. How is the research going on the murderer? Have you found out who it is? The elder sat back onto his tiger head chair and opened his mouth slightly. We're in the middle of looking into it. I believe we'll have the results very soon, Yu Hualong said. There's no need to research anymore. This young master has delivered himself to your doorstep. A low bellow passed through the lobby. The audience was extremely shocked. They looked towards the doorway. All they saw was a youth with regular features and clear pale skin appear at the doorway. He stood straight and tall like a pine tree. He looked impressive and exuded a faint chill from his body. Though this feeling couldn't be seen or touched, the audience in the manor felt how vivid it was. Some people even began to shiver. Stinking brat, who are you? The Yu family clan was just in the middle of a meeting. They were mad that an outsider suddenly appeared. Yu Hualong directly stepped out and glared coldly at Qin Feng. His eyes were like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark night. You could call me a boor because I just killed a domestic animal. This animal's name was Yuan Xiang. Qin Feng's voice was soft and deliberate, but when this phrase fell into the ears of those in the Yu family's lobby, it was like a shock of lightning that blasted their brains open. The audience was dumbstruck. They stared at Qin Feng wide-eyed and slack-jawed. This time, they truly examined and sized up Qin Feng anew. He was just a youth. He had no weapons in his hand, and there was nothing hidden on his body. They questioned his mental abilities because he ran over to the doorstep of the mansion of the No. 1 underworld family and said these bold words in a calm and collected manner. This guy wasn't a fool, he was a lunatic. Ha ha ha! Stinking brat, are you here to pay for your crime? Yu Hualong suddenly laughed loudly. Halfway through laughing, his expression became sinister. He glared viciously at Qin Feng. You think our Yu family members are a bunch of idiots? Tell me who sent you. Who dared to kill my Xiang'er? I'm going to shred him into 10,000 pieces. Qin Feng had a soft and calm expression. A fresh breeze blew his soft hair, and he said lightly, I killed Yuan Xiang. You all no longer need to be suspicious. Humph, you think I'll believe you? You're treating our Yu family like some inferior clan. You killed my son, and you dared to personally come to the Yu family to deliver yourself into the hands of death? I saw through your little show right from the get-go, and I'm fed up with it. If you're straightforward and you tell us who the person behind the scenes is, I might spare your life. Whoever dares to bother someone of our Yu family will not meet a good end. Yu Hualong was not the only one who didn't believe Qin Feng was the murderer. Even the rest of the audience in the Yu family lobby didn't believe him. Yuan Xiang had just broken through to stage 4. Among those of his generation, he was already considered a glorious and talented martial artist. Externally, Qin Feng looked young. He didn't look like a capable expert. It clearly made no sense to say, he killed Yu Wenxiang. You think the lives of the Yu family are precious? Qin Feng refuted coldly. He did not care about these people's deliberations. Of course they're precious. Our Yu family members are the dragons and phoenixes of humanity. How can ordinary people compare to us? You killed Xiang'er just because he forced himself on a woman. Even if she had 10,000 lives, her value still wouldn't be comparable to one of our Xiang'er's fingers. Yu Hualong yelled with agitation. So many women fight to get into the front doors of our Yu family. If Xiang'er were to take an interest in that girl, that's luck she acquired through 8 generations of cultivation. And she still wasn't willing? What a fucking lowlife. Qin Feng's expression became malevolent. He began to exude an icy aura. In this world, people are born equal. They aren't categorized as precious or base. Yu Wenxiang deserved to die, and so do you. As his voice fell, Qin Feng already pounced at Yu Hualong. Damn it! Hurry and surround this man and cripple his arms and legs. When he saw that Qin Feng was about to make a move, the Yu family elder shouted. Then, over 10 strong men wearing black tank tops rushed in from outside. They immediately surrounded Qin Feng. These hoodlums were subordinates of the Yu family. These devils and monsters all looked at Qin Feng and wordlessly pounced at him. Over 10 big hoodlums rushed over unarmed and defenseless. They were quite frightening. Qin Feng stood in the middle of the circle, and his expression remained unchanged. He waited until the fist of the foremost man rushing over was about to fall onto the tip of his nose. Suddenly, Qin Feng gave a kick. A powerful force fell onto that man's stomach, and he was sent flying away. All of the people standing behind him fell onto the ground. While that man flew away from the kick, Qin Feng borrowed this energy to suddenly rise into the air. He flipped spectacularly and stepped on another man's head during his descent. An enormous weight immediately forced the man to fall to his knees. He was unable to stand. Qin Feng stood on one leg and stood tiptoed on top of the man's head. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the audience with his eyes ablaze. Today I came to get even with the Yu family. As for the irrelevant people, if you want to leave, then hurry up and fuck off. When the words fuck off fell, an imposing air shot out of Qin Feng's body. He delivered a flying kick and sent the man he was standing on flying, and he knocked over another row of hoodlums. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. Escaping for one's life. At this time, Qin Feng was like a fish in the water. His figure was strong, and his movements were flowing and natural. He speedily scuttled amongst the crowd and continuously punched tyrannically. Every time a fist fell, there were slight sounds of explosions. Those 10 hoodlums in black were no more for Qin Feng. With a couple of moves from him, they all fell to the ground. Brat, you must be looking to die if you dared to run and cause trouble with our Yu family. Yu Hualong suddenly exploded. He wielded a large blade and slashed at Qin Feng. He could tell that Qin Feng wasn't an ordinary person since he displayed a flawless external fist technique. And from the strength revealed earlier, he was at least a stage 2 expert. This kind of expert would be largely unaffected by the punches and kicks of ordinary people. This blade was like a crashing wave. It was imposing and majestic and hid an enormous power. This made Qin Feng instantly more alert. He didn't have the courage to block Yu Hualong's blade head-on. He put more strength into his legs and retreated violently all the way out of the Yu house and into the empty courtyard. Stinking brat, you want to leave? Since you're here, stay here forever. Yu Hualong brandished his blade and gave chase. Compared to Yu Wenxiang, his old man was clearly more ferocious. Half of the Yu territory was beaten and won over by Yu Hualong. Every slash of this large blade in his hands was meant to kill. It was completely different from those fake flowery and showy techniques. In the pie-black night, Several glints of a blade and flashes of winter light shone occasionally. The gloves and large blade clashed time and time again, releasing ear-piercing and wind-tearing noises. The opponents were able to gauge one another's ability through this exchange. At this time, Yu Hualong was at the peak of Stage 5 external expertise. He brandished his large steel blade with 7x strength. He was incomparably fierce and impossible to block. At this time, Qin Feng was at Stage 2. In addition to the strength potion he drank previously and the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, he could only use 6x strength, but he had 6x speed, so he was faster than Yu Hualong, and this made up for his inferior strength. For a moment, the two fought with no clear victor. This fight was extremely intense. In the lobby of the Yu house, Elder Yu's face darkened dramatically. His deep and handsome eyes flashed. He looked at Yu Ding Tian and commanded, "Ding Tian, go out and help your older brother deal with that brat. How dare he come cause a ruckus at our house? Kill him." "Yes, Elder." An almost imperceptible cold smile skirted through Yu Ding Tian's face. He casually walked behind the elder. Suddenly, a dagger with winter light appeared in his hands. He forcefully stabbed it into the elder's lower back. Slam! The blade fell, but Yu Ding Tian did not feel reassured yet. He pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into the elder's back. This time, he pierced the heart from behind. A surprised and angry expression hung on the elder's face. He died with unresolved grievances. "Elder, you're already so old. It'd be good to die. You'll be able to sleep and live in ease and comfort all day." After stabbing the elder to death, Yu Ding Tian's expression turned cold. "Don't blame me. Who told you to give all the good things to older brother and that lowly animal Yuan Xiang, but ignore my son and I? Now, the heavens can't take it anymore. They got someone to kill Yuan Xiang. How could I turn my back on Providence? I'll kill you first. Then, I'll let that stinking brat who came to cause trouble and older brother fight one another. I'll just sit here and accept the benefits without lifting a pinky. Then, the whole Yu family will be mine. Haha, I'm truly a genius." Yu Ding Tian sat on the tiger head throne in the lobby. He excitedly caressed the carved jade chair. Not long before, every time there was a clan meeting, he restlessly weighed the elder sitting on the tiger head throne. He wondered when he would be able to sit on it and possess the Yu family's power. Today, his desires were going to be realized. At this moment, Yu Ding Tian's mood was indescribably ecstatic. "Second older brother, what happened to elder? Why you killed elder?" The Yu elder had 3 sons in total. At this time, the third son, Yu Dezue, walked into the lobby. When he saw the scene before him, he shouted with shock, "Third younger brother, I killed elder. From now on, the Yu family belongs to your second older brother. In the future, follow me, and I can guarantee that you'll be able to eat and drink well." Yu Dezue was 25 this year. He hadn't married or begotten children yet. In Yu Ding Tian's eyes, he was not threatening. Thus, he decided to take in this brat. "Yu Ding Tian, you're insane. You even killed Dad? You're no different from a wild beast. I have to avenge father. I'm going to kill you." Yu Dezue fiercely pounced at Yu Ding Tian. Yu Ding Tian sat calmly on the tiger head throne. His lips quirked into a cold smile. He pointed a pie-black handgun at third younger brother and strongly pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet pierced Yu Dezue's brain. Yu Dezue also completely disappeared from this world. What an idiotic choice. Yu Ding Tian sassily blew the tip of his gun. Now only Yu Hualong is left. I'll first let him fight that brat. When everything is done, then I'll come out and clean you all up. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng and Yu Hualong had their hands full fighting one another. After testing one another out, they both had a good grasp of the other's strengths and weaknesses. At this time, they went all out to kill their opponent. Roar! Yu Hua Long roared in anger. He leapt up again. The large blade in his hand glinted coldly in the moonlight. Die, you stinking brat! Blood rays fill the sky. The large blade in Yu Hua Long's hand suddenly danced crazily and swayed left and right. The speed became increasingly quick. In the end, it looked like he held a phantom fan. At the same time, Yu Hua Long suddenly leapt and arrived above Qin Feng's head. He slashed downwards with his large blade, forming phantom images that joined to form the image of a long blade that was at least a meter. The blade surged downwards like a waterfall, imposing and vast. Even when it was a couple of meters from Qin Feng, he was able to hear the fierce sound as it sliced through the air. Qin Feng's expression was extremely heavy. Yu Hua Long was clearly using moves of certain death. When he exchanged blows with him initially, Qin Feng knew how frightening his strength was. His current violent slash almost touched Qin Feng, and he could imagine himself flying if the blow were to connect. He stood in his original spot and didn't react. When he saw that the blade was about to hit his shoulder, he suddenly detached his flying dragon armor and its weight. At the same time, he used inner qi to bring his speed to its maximum. This happened so quickly that Yu Hualong's eyes spun. He couldn't see Qin Feng's position clearly due to the shock that filled his eyes. When he was fighting with Qin Feng earlier, Yu Hualong was shocked by Qin Feng's ability time and time again. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that there'd be someone in the 4 cities of Yun province of this ability at Qin Feng's young age. This kind of ability was enough to kill his own son. He began to believe Qin Feng's arrogant boasts that he made upon his arrival. Maybe he really was the one that killed his son. Within this blurry phantom image, a pale yellow light suddenly flashed. The next second, the light became clearer and nearer. A gust of icy death enshrouded Yu, while long fear arose from the bottom of his heart. Qin Feng's body finally came back into clear sight. He stood before him with a long and sharp sword with a pale yellow glow. Who knew when this sword appeared in Qin Feng's hands? He wore gloves with gleaming winter light and held the true steel sword with a pale yellow glow. This dazzling equipment alone was enough to stun Yu Hualong. He fought with Qin Feng so viciously and for so long that one could say that he had beaten Qin Feng from head to toe, but hadn't discovered that he had been hiding any sort of weapon. However, a sharp and long sword truly appeared in Qin Feng's hands. This defied logic. Yu Hualong thought about it until his head was worn out, but he still couldn't understand it. I think you should die first. Qin Feng didn't need to clarify because the shroud of death enveloped Yu Hualong completely. Qin Feng slashed downwards with his sword. The move billowed over with the seeming ability to split the earth and sky and overturn rivers and oceans. Qin Feng's sword moved too quickly, giving Yu Hualong no opportunity to dodge. Yu Hualong did not even feel the icy feeling of the sword piercing his chest. He stared blanking for a good number of seconds before he felt himself splitting from the top of his head slowly down to his feet. That pain of getting split felt like someone was tearing his heart and lungs. Bang! Yu Hualong's body burst. He was cut in half, and fresh blood dyed the green grass. The hooligans of the Yu household were dumbstruck. Ever since Yu Hualong jumped in to fight Qin Feng, these people didn't dare make any moves. They all had eyes and could tell that this was a mob between experts. They were only small fries, so even if they contributed to the fight, they would only make a mess for Yu Hualong. All of those present were well aware of Yu Hualong's ability. They even feared it. He was the number 1 expert of the Yu family and the number 1 expert of Jincheng City. The Yu family could only stably preserve their position on the throne as the number 1 overlord of Jincheng City due to Yu Hualong's existence. No one dared to offend him. But on this day, the Yu Hualong with a godlike existence in their hearts was killed by a youth. The scene was so violent and fiery that these people looked at Qin Feng differently. Their previous anger towards him had become endless dread. I'll say it one more time. If you're not someone of the Yu household, fuck off now. In a bit. Even if you want to leave, I won't let you. Qin Feng held the long sword in his hand and stood on the ground. When he said these words again, no one dared to question the validity of his threat. Close to 100 hooligans surrounded the courtyard at this time, and they all looked at one another. In the end, they arrived at a unanimous certainty. They rushed out of the Yu household gates and ran for their lives. That's right, they were running for their lives. Bang, bang, bang. The spectators had just begun to run away when a series of gunshots rang out from outside. Yu Dingtian stood at the entrance of the Yu family villa with a cigar dangling from his mouth. The pie-black handgun blended in with the dark night. He didn't even look and fired randomly into the crowd thrice. After the 3 gunshots, 2 people fell to the ground. Next, there was the sound of Yu Dingtian's arrogant laughter. Chapter 138. Chapter 138. Destruction of the Yu family. Ha ha ha, you want to run? Then run, you show off. Aren't you just a brat whose hair hasn't completely grown yet? What era are we in? You think that if you're a martial cultivator, you'd be able to do anything? Why don't you fucking rise to the heavens for me to see? Humph. In the end, you've trained so hard for over 10 years only to be killed by my handgun. Idiot. It is now the era of technological advancements. You're all fucking idiots. You still think we're in an era of cold weapons. You all used your fists to punch and legs to kick, and you even pulled out a sword? Fuck, you even smeared fluorescent yellow powder on it? You really have a fucking personality. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Dingtian fired another 3 shots into the air. At this time, the whole audience stopped. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. I would like to announce right now that the Yu family elder is already dead. My older brother Yu Hualong is also dead, and 3rd younger brother Yu Dezue is also dead. Now, the Yu family has already become mine. From now on, don't worry and follow me to conquer lands under the heavens. I won't treat you all unfairly. Yu Dingtian was immensely pleased with himself. He looked toward Qin Feng and let out a large laugh. As for this brat, he has pretty good skills. At his young age, he even eliminated my older brother. What a pity, what a pity. Idiots like you put in the effort to practice martial arts. But why don't you practice your marksmanship? I want to let you know right now that no matter how impressive your abilities are, when faced with my handgun, you're only a... Yu Dingtian wasn't able to say nobody when a spray of blood splashed from his head. A little throwing knife had already run through his head. He fell over with his body straight and tall. Though he died, his eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. Even during the instant he died, he still didn't understand how his death had occurred. Ugh, I had to waste 100 hedonist points to kill this scum. What a pity. Qin Feng didn't even look at the dead Yu Dingtian. He sighed and shook his head. He looked into the hedonist sovereign system and found that his hedonist point balance was 0. He had just used his last 100 points to buy a little throwing knife to kill Yu Dingtian. Once again, he longed to acquire 3,000 hedonist points so he could quickly buy the wind blade martial skill. Then he'd be able to throw knives whenever he wanted, and these would be formless and shadowless throwing knives. Qin Feng was pretty lucky. He ran over to obliterate the Yu family during a moment of internal strife. That idiot Yu Dingtian helped him a lot. However, Qin Feng depended on his ability more and more. If he didn't have absolute abilities, he would have been killed by Yu Hua long ago. Qin Feng didn't feel a shred of sympathy when he weighed the Yu family get completely annihilated. This conclusion was of his personal creation. He didn't give these people another glance, leapt away, and disappeared into the night. In the large Yu family courtyard, over 100 hooligans stood scattered. They stood there looking like they lost their souls. Who knew what they were thinking about? Suddenly, in the dark night, a wave of power rushed into the Yu household. This group of people wore red tank tops and black pants. There were close to 100 of them in total. In the dark night, they looked like a massive black snake that quickly rushed forward. Very quickly, they rushed into the Yu family courtyard. Big Brother Biao, have all these people gone crazy? When the people in red entered the courtyard, they noticed something strange. All of the Yu clan members were standing there stupidly. Even if they were beaten, they wouldn't even know how to retaliate. Someone was here before. The Yu family has probably provoked someone that could not be offended, so their entire clan was annihilated. The man called Big Brother Biao's eyes filled with shock. He looked at the core members of the Yu family and found the scene hard to believe. He was big and tall and kept a full beard. If Qin Feng left any later, or if Big Brother Biao arrived a tad earlier, they would have met and would definitely cry and hug one another. Deep in the night, Big Brother Biao led the Red Clan, which had close to 100 people, into the Yu household. This just so happened to be the Zhang Biao that took the blame for Qin Feng and escaped out of Acropolis. After he arrived in Jincheng City and joined their Red Clan, he relied on his own body and comradeship to become valued by the boss of the Red Clan. Not even a month had passed, and he already became the second in command. The Yu family has already been annihilated. Brothers, hurry and grab onto this opportunity to completely crush the remnants of the Yu family's power. Keep those that are willing to surrender and join our Red Clan, and kill those that are unwilling. Under Zhang Biao's command, many of his subordinates were incessantly excited. They originally thought there would be a vicious battle tonight. Who would have thought that before they rushed over, someone had already obliterated the Yu family? Though they hadn't seen Qin Feng's hot-blooded battle, they were impossibly moved even just by imagining it. The Yu family wasn't that easy to wipe out. Qin Feng had already become a mysterious expert in the hearts of the spectators. When Qin Feng returned to Acropolis City's first hospital, it was already the wee hours of the morning. He changed his clothes and looked clean, fresh, and refined. No one would connect this current him with that sword-wielding devil King Qin that went to the Yu household on his own and killed without blinking. He lightly pushed open the door to the intensive care wardroom that Mother Lin was in. Right away, Qin Feng saw Lin Bei lying in the adjacent bed. The moonlight just so happened to shine on her lovely profile. She was a gentle and serene beauty, mixed with an icy coldness. "Qin Feng, you're here." Mother Lin had not slept. She suddenly spoke, quietly. "Auntie Lin." Qin Feng felt ashamed. He didn't know how to face Mother Lin. "Qin Feng, come sit." Mother Lin pointed at her bedside. Qin Feng hesitated before sitting. When she saw Qin Feng seated at her bedside, Mother Lin exhaled deeply. She seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Her face was filled with distress. "Qin Feng, someone named Uncle Fu told me what happened. These people are not even comparable to wild beasts. I can't believe they did such a thing to Bei. It's my fault for spoiling Bei so much. I shouldn't have let her go outside on her own in the middle of the night. I just have one daughter, and she's at the age of overflowing youth. If she never awakens and leaves her youth in the hospital room on the sickbed, what will I do?" Mother Lin was just an ordinary citizen, and she suddenly suffered such a great blow. She wept noiselessly. Qin Feng patted Mother Lin's back and said staunchly, "Auntie Lin, don't worry. I'll find the best doctors in the country. We'll definitely be able to cure Bei and wake her up. And you don't have to worry about the money. Our Qin family is influential and our company is large, so this money is nothing much to us." When Qin Feng rushed back to the hospital, Uncle Fu was still guarding the door to the hospital room. The results regarding Lin Bei's condition had come out. The impact to her brain led to internal bleeding. Her life was preserved, but there was no knowing when she could awaken, and maybe she would lie in bed for the rest of her life in a vegetative state. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. General Manager, Li is my friend. When Qin Feng knew of Lin Beibei's condition, he was extremely sad. However, he could not fall. He comforted Mother Lin for a while and waited until her emotions stabilized before sitting in front of Lin Beibei's bed. He lightly caressed her fair, soft, and smooth face. He incessantly prayed that she could regain consciousness soon. Master, is there a need to be so excessive? You possess the hedonist sovereign system. It's just a cerebral hemorrhage. It's not a big deal. Little Pig's voice resounded in Qin Feng's brain. If Master can concoct magic pills, then you could even create nature-defying medicine that could bring the dead back to life or make you never grow old. As for this cerebral hemorrhage, you could concoct any old blood qi pill and cure it completely. Master, I suddenly feel that it's really embarrassing to follow a master like you. Little Pig, I'm punishing you and preventing you from coming out of the system for a whole year, Qin Feng said with anger. After yelling at Little Pig, Qin Feng thought for a bit and changed his expression. He looked at Little Pig with the desire to gain his favor. He smiled. Haha, Little Pig. I was just playing around at first. Is what you said true? If I concoct a blood qi pill, I could wake up Lin Beibei? Blood qi pills can help ordinary people quickly step onto the path of a martial artist and allow them to possess the ability to congeal and stimulate blood flow. Also, it can also restore and nourish damaged channels of qi flow and organs. Lin Beibei had only hit her head with her own strength, so the damage isn't that large. Even using the blood qi pill to cure her is a bit excessive. Little Pig said all this with a bit of anger. Qin Feng was a bit down, but he suddenly became excited. The 100-year blood lotus Suqiu you shoved him was coincidentally the most important ingredient necessary to create the blood qi pill. Now, all he had to do was raise himself to the 4th stage of inner qi so he could create the blood qi pill. Then, Lin Beibei would regain consciousness. With this, Qin Feng's desires to become more powerful became more voracious. A breezy and rainy night in Jincheng City, Yun Province. Though it was already the wee hours of the night, many people in Jincheng City were still awake. To people on the road, this night was a strange one. The Yu family, who had a stable position as the #1 overlord family of Jincheng City, had its entire clan eliminated in the night. When the other large underground powers heard this report, they became restless. They all surrounded and attacked near the Yu household in hopes of getting a piece of this big fatty meat. In a luxurious villa in another corner of Jincheng City, the lights were still blazing brightly. 2 men sat in the lavish and majestic lounge. One was old while the other was young. The youth lay leisurely on the sofa, while the elderly man stood to the side and waited for the youth to speak. Uncle Ghost, have you discovered who exterminated the Yu family? The youth was imposing and impressive. He wore a long traditional Chinese robe, and his voice was calm and stable. Second young master, those that were sent out to investigate said they were unable to find the culprit. All of the surveillance in the Yu household has been destroyed. Also, that person was extremely cunning. They probably didn't drive over and didn't leave and come using the same route. I'm afraid we don't have any leads to follow, Uncle Ghost said. If Qin Feng was here, he would go all out in a fight with Uncle Ghost. Last time, when he killed and beheaded Mada, he was that someone clad in black who took Mada away. He was talented, nimble, and impossible to predict. After hesitating for a bit, Uncle Ghost said, during the time that the Yu family was obliterated, the spy we planted in Acropolis City had reported that Qin Feng had gone missing. After hearing Uncle Ghost's words, malicious light flashed through the previously calm and cold eyes of this youth. You think Qin Feng annihilated the Yu family? If these words were spoken a month ago, the youth would be the first to burst into laughter. However, after weighing Qin Feng for a month, both the youth and Uncle Ghost began to reacquaint themselves anew with this seemingly crazy, hedonistic young master. First, he found Feng Tianhua and Mada who to deal with Qin Feng, but Qin Feng saw through his plans. Then, Feng Tianhua's father was captured, and the Feng family fell like the setting sun past the hills. Also, Ma Da, who was killed, and his father Ma Dalong's flying dragon gang, was suppressed by the Qin family. Then he found Chaoyang to frame royal group, but he was also caught by Qin Feng. The evidence of skimping on resources was still sitting in the police station. Then he joined hands with Hao Yun of the Hao family to deal with Qin Feng. Hao Yun was killed at the scene, and a war began between the Hao and Qin families. At this time, the Hao family had already fallen into dire straits. Only the Hao elder was left, and he was hiding for his life. All of this occurred clearly because Qin Huang was helping Qin Feng, but Qin Feng's own ability and intelligence could not be overlooked anymore. The second young master originally never paid attention to Qin Feng, but at this time he sat up straight on the sofa. His eyes grew increasingly cold. He didn't need Uncle Ghost to respond because he had already come to a conclusion on his own. He planted countless spies in Acropolis City specifically to watch Qin Feng's every move. The second young master naturally knew about Yuan Xiang making a move on Lin Bei. Yuan Xiang had just provoked Qin Feng, and then the Yu family was wiped out. If this was a coincidence, then it was too coincidental. We've all underestimated Qin Feng. The second young master sighed. Suddenly, a bone-chilling murderous aura shot out of his eyes. He stared at Uncle Ghost closely and commanded, "No matter what, within 3 months, I want to see the Qin family heavily damaged and Qin Feng become a cripple." Qin Feng stayed beside Lin Bei in her hospital room for 3 days before he could resume his normal life. At this time, he sat in the lobby of the sales department. His head was filled with quests. Qin Feng wanted to die when he saw the bright red value of 0 hedonist points. Qin Feng opened the hedonist sovereign system and looked closely at his task bar. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known. He took a look and jumped with surprise. He still had 12 pending quests. Make Lin Bei the host's girlfriend. 100 hedonist points. Time remaining, 7 days. Conquer Han Ying. 500 hedonist points. Time remaining, 2 months and 9 days. Investigate and discover the criminal behind Ma Da, who. 500 hedonist points. Time remaining, 10 days. Dissolved by Qing's hatred toward the host. 500 hedonist points. Break through to stage 3. 1,000 hedonist points. Help teacher Yun Xiao get rid of her fear and social anxiety. 1,000 hedonist points. Eliminate all of the capital's Liang family's forces. 20,000 hedonist points. Train Lu Bingbing. 3,000 hedonist points. Train Su Ruoro. 3,000 hedonist points. Rise into the second level of internal techniques. 500 hedonist points. Help Li Yuqin rid herself of marriage and treaty headaches. 2,000 hedonist points. Take down the Sky City Su family's company. 10,000 hedonist points. After looking at these 12 quests in succession, Qin Feng chose 5 of them based on the time he had left to complete them and the ease of their completion. He was prepared to hurry and finish them as soon as possible. At this time, he was in dire need of hedonist points. If he wanted to awaken Lin Bei, he would need to concoct a blood qi pill. However, only those that had broken through to the 4th stage of internal techniques could concoct pills. At this time, Qin Feng only had stage 1 internal abilities. Who knew when he could break through? However, the system sold ready-made blood qi pills for 10,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng was prepared to finish his quests more quickly. If that really didn't work out, then he'd use hedonist points to buy a blood qi pill and wake up Lin Bei first. The 5 quests he chose were as follows. Make Lin Bei the host's girlfriend. Train Su Ruoro. Help teacher Yun Xiao get rid of her fear and social anxiety. Help Li Yuqin rid herself of marriage and treaty headaches. 2,000 hedonist points. Investigate and discover the criminal behind Ma De Hu. Of these 5 quests, some were about to expire, and some were what Qin Feng considered to be comparatively easier. Qin Feng, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Su Ruo's voice drifted over. I'm thinking about you, Qin Feng said with a smile as he looked at her. A crimson blush immediately arose in Su Ruo's pure and fair face. She gritted her teeth and said, Qin Feng, why you seem to have something on your mind these days. You can talk to me about whatever's making you unhappy. Though I'm not really one for comforting others. I've heard people say that if you tell someone the things on your mind when you're upset, you'll feel much better. Don't worry, no matter what you say to me. I'll make sure to keep it a secret. I'll never let anyone else know about it. Su Ruo smiled at Qin Feng and looked at him with her large and expressive eyes wide. Su Ruo, come to my office for a bit. Qin Feng had not yet spoken when Liu Chen's voice suddenly drifted from her office. Su Ruo was so shocked that she stuck out her tongue. She looked nervously at Qin Feng. Oh no, no. General Manager, Li discovered that you were secretly talking during work. I'm sure she's telling me to go over right now to scold me. Qin Feng pinched Su Ruo's face when she saw how apprehensive she looked. Don't worry if General Manager Li makes things difficult for you. Say that my friend. I gave General Manager Li a pair of stockings before, and she did give me some face. Su Ruo walked into Liu Chen's office, half believing and half doubting Qin Feng's words. General Manager Li, why you were looking for me? She entered and shut the door. Ruo, don't stand, come sit. Liu Chen smiled at Su Ruo and indicated for her to sit in the chair across from her. After Su Ruo sat, she was extremely nervous and didn't dare move about carelessly. Ruo, don't be nervous. I wasn't looking for you because of something work-related. I just wanted to casually chat with you about your family. Liu Chen laughed when she saw that Su Ruo still looked afraid. In fact, Liu Chen had a request for Su Ruo. Ever since she saw Su Ruo sit in Chairman Qin's car and leave with him, Liu Chen took the time to observe her every day after work. She realized that for the past 3 days, Su Ruo left in the same car as Assistant Han and Chairman Qin. This time, Liu Chen was certain about Su Ruo's identity. She was most certainly a part of the Qin household, but she just kept a low profile. The whole time, she was forced by her mother to marry into the Qin family. This time, she was prepared to use Su Ruo as her entry ticket. Ruo, is there anything you're not used to in the company? If there's anything you don't understand or find difficult, don't be shy. Just tell me. Liu Chen first said these courteous words before presenting her request. Chapter 140. Chapter 140, Not Seeking to Progress. Su Ruo was overwhelmed by the favor she was receiving. She would have never thought that the general manager of the sales department would call her over to talk about these things during work hours. She suddenly thought of Qin Feng's words from earlier. Could it really be that General Manager Li was being friendly with her to give Qin Feng face? Su Ruo thought to herself that when she had the time, she should buy a pair of stockings for Liu Chen as well. It was said that it's really important to network with both upper management and the lower class employees in a workplace. General Manager Li, the company is great and the coworkers all care about me. I'm very happy working here, and I've learned a lot of things, Su Ruo said. That's good, that's very good, Li Yuqing said absent-mindedly. She suddenly swayed the topic to the real one. Ruo, there aren't many of us females in the sales department. You're a very earnest and diligent worker, so I also really like you. If possible, outside of work, we'll consider ourselves good sisters? What do you think? Su Ruo didn't completely understand, but she nodded. Since we're good sisters, then I want to ask you something. Are you a member of the Qin family? In the end, Liu Chen asked her burning question. After asking, Her little heart was stuck in her throat. Su Ruoro wasn't sure why Li Yuchen was asking this. Since General Manager Li was her superior, and since she had a weak and soft personality, she naturally didn't have the guts to ask too many questions. She thought for a bit. She wasn't a member of the Qin family, but she worked in their home. According to the custom of the Qin family, she was actually considered a family member. Yes, I can be considered that. Though this response was ambiguous, Li Yuchen was impossibly excited. It was clear that if a member of the Qin family were to work in their own company and start as a sales representative, they were looking to experience the life there. How could she bring up this matter directly? This unclear answer proved everything. Ruoro, so you're a member of the Qin family. Then you must know young Master Qin. You aren't young Master Qin's little sister, are you? Li Yuchen grabbed Su Ruoro's hands and asked excitedly. Huh, I am not. Su Ruoro was scared stiff. Li Yuchen realized that she had lost control of her emotions. She retracted her hands and smiled awkwardly. Ruoro, why you have the means of contacting young Master Qin, right? Can you tell me? Su Ruoro stared blankly at Li Yuchen. She couldn't comprehend why Li Yuchen would want this. General Manager Li was very strange today. However, since General Manager Li was her superior at work, Su Ruoro didn't dare ask questions. She thought a bit before saying, General Manager Li, I only know young Master Qin's QQ number. Okay, a QQ number is good enough. Hurry and tell me, Li Yuchen said directly. She knew that she guessed correctly. It seemed that Su Ruoro really was a member of the Qin household. If she could get young Master Qin's QQ number and slowly form a relationship with him, she should have a little bit of hope in marrying into the Qin family. Su Ruoro pulled out her phone, pulled up Qin Feng's QQ, and read it out loud. Li Yuchen immediately whipped out a pen and wrote it down. After acquiring a way to contact young Master Qin, Li Yuchen was impossibly excited. She began to talk to Su Ruoro about some superficial things again when Su Ruoro took the initiative to suggest that she take her leave. General Manager Li, if there's nothing else, then I'll go back to work first. Okay, you go do what you need to. Li Yuchen had a friendly smile. She looked like she had suddenly remembered something and immediately asked with her eyebrows raised. That's right, little sister Ruoro, is that Qin Feng also someone of the Qin family? Su Ruoro's heart violently trembled. Why was General Manager Li so concerned about this question today? After hesitating for a bit, she nodded. He is. He's like me and doesn't really have a high position in the Qin family. At this time, Li Yuchen understood everything. No wonder the deputy manager of the administrative department covered for Qin Feng. No wonder she always saw Qin Feng and Su Ruoro arrive and leave work together. So they were both members of the Qin family. It didn't matter whether or not they had high positions. If they were members of the Qin family, they could not be provoked by ordinary people. Li Yuchen deeply experienced the idea that danger lurks on every side in a workplace. Luckily, she hadn't previously offended Qin Feng or Su Ruoro. Otherwise, she could kiss her position as general manager goodbye. Su Ruoro felt a bit ill at ease. Before leaving, she looked at Li Yuchen again. Majorly, don't tell any outsiders about this. I am also in a difficult situation. Little sister Ruoro, don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. After receiving Li Yuchen's promise, Su Ruoro was then able to feel reassured. She returned to her work desk. What happened? Did you give Manager Li my famous name? She didn't do anything to you, did she? Qin Feng asked casually when he saw Su Ruoro return. Su Ruoro shook her head. She thought a bit and decided she wouldn't tell Qin Feng about the events that just recently transpired. She was afraid that Qin Feng would yell at her if he knew she revealed information about young Master Qin. Nothing. Manager Li was looking for me for a very normal chat. This was the second time Su Ruoro lied. After speaking, her face turned red. She lowered her head and pretended to work to prevent Qin Feng from noticing. On the other hand, Qin Feng didn't pay attention. He continued to think about the quests. At the same time, the atmosphere in Wang Chao's office became extremely cold. Wang Chao sat on the chair, facing his newly hired ass-kisser, Xiao Zhang. When Xiao Zhang noticed that Wang Chao looked like he had eaten shit, he forced a smile and asked, "Group Leader Wang, you were looking for me." "Fuck, I'm pissed to the moon. This Qin Feng has recently become more and more arrogant. Ever since the cafeteria incident, he has a good reputation and is well regarded. When he walks into the company and stands in the elevator, you could hear practically employees everywhere talking about him, and most of them praise him. What kind of taste do these people have?" Wang Chao didn't seem to be having a conversation with Xiao Zhang. It was more like a middle-aged woman whining. "This brat hadn't come to work for the past 3 days and didn't even greet me, much less mention anything about the leave of absence slip." The atmosphere of the sales department used to be quite good, and they all listened to me well. Ever since Qin Feng's arrival, everything changed. This is really a case where a piece of rat shit ruined a whole pot of soup. Look at Su Ruoro. She was originally such a cute and innocent girl. Now she hangs around trash like Qin Feng. Pretty soon, she's going to become a lowly woman. And General Manager Li, I think she also has something improper going on with Qin Feng. Say, are all the beauties of the sales department blind? They won't even look at a handsome and talented man like me. But they run over to associate with a hooligan with no future like Qin Feng instead. I can only use 4 words to describe these people. Not seeking to progress. Wang Chao's incessant nagging was like Tang Seng chanting Buddhist scriptures. Xiao Zhang's head felt as though it was about to explode. He wanted to rush up, and so Wang Chao's mouth closed. But in reality, he could only retain a smile and look really earnest and interested while he listened to Wang Chao's unceasing complaints. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. An absolutely brilliant scheme. "Xiao Zhang, tell me, who's more handsome between me and Qin Feng? Who is more talented?" Wang Chao suddenly looked towards Xiao Zhang with a cold and wintry air. Xiao Zhang looked at Wang Chao's shoehorn face and said without thinking, "Group Leader Wang, of course you're more handsome and more talented. Qin Feng is on a completely different level from you. How could he compare to Group Leader Wang?" Wang Chao's icy gaze warmed, and a hint of a smile was revealed on his face. Suddenly he said severely, "Xiao Zhang, say that again with your hand to your heart. If you're lying, you'll be struck by lightning 5 times. Xiao Zhang's lips tweed. He unwillingly placed his hand on his chest and thought to himself that it was no big deal. If there was lightning in the future, he just wouldn't leave his house. He gritted his teeth and said, "Group Leader Wang, of course you're more handsome and more talented." This time, Group Leader Wang bloomed with happiness. He walked up beside Xiao Zhang with a jolly laugh and patted his shoulder. He nodded with extreme satisfaction. "Xiao Zhang, of the people I've seen in this company, you're the one with the best taste. You have outstanding abilities. I will definitely never mistreat you." After hearing Wang Chao's words, Xiao Zhang felt that it was worth lying on his conscience at first. "Group Leader Wang, you want to deal with Qin Feng?" Now that Xiao Zhang was considered one of his own, Wang Chao didn't pretend in front of him. He revealed a cloudy and fierce expression. "I look forward to his death." Xiao Zhang saw that his opportunity had arisen. He immediately said with a smile filling his face, "Group Leader Wang, I have a way of dealing with Qin Feng that could get him immediately ousted from the company." "What is this method? Hurry and tell me. If it really works, then I'll help you nab first place in the sales department for this month," Wang Chao asked excitedly. "Group Leader Wang, you've already said that there was something strange going on between Qin Feng and General Manager Li, so we can't use her to suppress Qin Feng. However, we can look to even higher levels of the company. If we can get Qin Feng to offend someone in senior management, no one would be able to save the brat. Sooner or later, he'll be sent out of the company." A sinister smile appeared on Xiao Zhang's face. Wang Chao furrowed his eyebrows and nodded. Xiao Zhang's larger target really wasn't bad. However, Wang Chao couldn't think of concrete details on how to carry this out. Xiao Zhang, do you already have a plan? Spit it out. You don't need to beat around the bush with me. Xiao Zhang was pleased with himself when he saw that he had piqued group leader Wang's interest. I do indeed have a brilliant plan. The target is the newly arrived Lofty Beauty Assistant Han. She is a famous person that is right beside Chairman Qin. If someone offended her, they'd be offending Chairman Qin. Isn't that a way to get someone to beat it in minutes? Once they thought of Han Ying, her elegant and sexy appearance and her charming and enchanting expression arose in their minds. They fantasized for a bit on their own before returning to the issue at hand. Group leader Wang, think about it. If Qin Feng offended Assistant Han, and if it were something extremely severe, then what would happen? According to Assistant Han's strict and tyrannical personality, she'd destroy him on the spot. You're very right. Then, how would we get Qin Feng to offend Assistant Han? Wang Chao felt that this plan was becoming increasingly plausible. Xiao Zhang revealed a sinister smile. He pulled out a condom from his wallet. This gave group leader Wang a fright. Wang Chao immediately stepped back 3 steps and looked nervously at Xiao Zhang. He said indignantly, "What are you doing? I'm not the kind of person you think I am. And even if we're actually doing it, I want to be the initiator that carries out the attacks." Xiao Zhang had an expression of confusion. He didn't know why Wang Chao was suddenly so agitated. He looked at the condom in his hand, then looked at Wang Chao. He came to a sudden realization. His lips tweed and he said with disgust, "Group leader Wang, you've misunderstood me. This condom was prepared for Qin Feng." Prepared for Qin Feng? Wang Chao became aware that he had forgotten himself. He immediately straightened out his white dress shirt and cleared his throat. He said with complete seriousness, "Why did you prepare such a thing for him?" "My plan is to make Qin Feng deliver documents to Assistant Han's office and to place this condom in the documents. When Assistant Han looks through the documents and discovers this plaything, she will certainly be furious. Maybe she might even cripple Qin Feng and terminate him on the spot. Qin Feng would then be notorious far and wide. If the plan goes as expected, Group leader Wang would be rid of his eyesore. The sales department would still be your territory, and everyone would have to listen to you." Xiao Zhang said his entire plan in one breath. He was deeply afraid that Wang Chao would misunderstand him again. "Xiao Zhang, that's clever. It truly is clever." After hearing the plan, Wang Chao's eyes glowed and he smiled so much that his mouth was about to cramp up. "I didn't realize that you'd be even more sinister than me." No, I couldn't compare myself to Group Leader Wang," Xiao Zhang immediately said with a jolly smile. Group Leader Wang's expression suddenly fell. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm more sinister than you? Are you saying I'm a vile and sinister person?" Xiao Zhang was originally trying to kiss ass, but he didn't think Wang Chao would interpret it this way. He was drunk. He hurriedly explained, "I was saying that I only know how to do these little schemes and crafty ideas. I can't compare to someone on the scale of Group Leader Wang. The ideas that you'd come up with would be much greater in both idea and action. People like me can't compare to that." Wang Chao's anger completely dissolved and his face broke into a blooming smile. "You little brat, you only know how to kiss ass. Go, hurry, and call Qin Feng over. I can't wait to see him get turned into waste." "Okay, then I'll go." Wang Chao and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances and extremely vulgar smiles. At this time, Qin Feng was splayed on his desk in the lobby of the sales department. He was thinking about which quests he should complete first in the afternoon. Suddenly, a friend request notification popped up in his QQ. Qin Feng tapped on the notification and examined the profile, a single 26-year-old female. Her profile picture was a pair of beautiful fair legs. Qin Feng despicably rejected the request. He had seen plenty of these random requests from strangers, and most of them were cheats fit for losers. They clearly weren't to the taste of this hedonistic young master. How could he reject my friend request? Liu Chin sat in her office and looked nervously at her computer screen. She saw young Master Qin reject her friend request and suddenly felt disheartened. She heard that young Master Qin liked beauties and long legs. She purposely took a picture of her beautiful legs and used it as her profile picture. However, she was still rejected. However, Liu Qin clearly wouldn't give up just like that. She thought for a bit. Then, her face flushed slightly as she ran to lock the door to her office. She copied those fujoshis and tugged her collar down a little more and a little more. She lifted her phone over the top of her head, emphasized her chest, revealing a deep chasm. After hesitating 3 times, she swiped this to her profile picture and sent young Master Qin another friend request. Fuck, another person wants to add me. Isn't this young master too charming? Chapter 142. Chapter 142. Meeting with a beautiful woman. Qin Feng opened the notification manager again. It turned out to be the person from before. The profile hadn't changed, but the profile picture had changed again. Based on Qin Feng's expertise from inspecting countless chests, he had to say that this weapon had the strength of over 50,000. It had the ability to kill a field of single men in seconds. However, since this chest was too stunning, Qin Feng wondered if this person had just downloaded a picture from the internet. They were like the lovely legs from before, so beautiful they looked kind of fake. He also became increasingly certain that this person had to be one of those women that use their bodies to cheat people of their money. Qin Feng viewed those kinds of people with disdain, so he rejected her request once again. What? This cleavage is still not good enough? Do you want me to strip myself bare? In the office, Liu Chen was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Originally, she wasn't the kind of person who used sex appeal to curry favor with people, but she forced herself to do these things she was unwilling to do in order to fulfill her mother's wish. In the end, young Master Qin didn't even care to add her. She knew that if she sent another friend request like this, he would definitely be annoyed. He might even blacklist her forever. After some consideration, Liu Qing could only give up and stop. She decided to try and add him again in a couple of days. Without the distraction of the friend request, Qin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang again. He looked at the notification for an incoming call. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Thank you for calling the sales department of Royal Group. I'm the gold medal sales representative Qin Feng. If you wish to buy a house, I can speak with you about it in detail. I am this company's elite salesperson. All business is limited to negotiations and signing contracts in the company. I will decline all dinners and appointments that use the excuse of buying a house or negotiating a contract. Of course, if you're a beauty, that's another story. As a sales representative, Qin Feng said all this with complete seriousness. When Su Ruaro, who was sitting across from him, saw how Qin Feng said all this with seriousness, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bai Qing, who was on the other side of the phone, had an expression of shock. She thought she called the wrong number. Oh! I was wondering why young Master Qin hadn't been coming to Royal Hotel, so he has swide jobs and became a sales representative. If all of the beauties of Acropolis City found out, wouldn't they all jump into the river or hang themselves? Oh, it's Miss Qing Qing. I was just thinking of you and was about to call you. I even had your number pulled up and was about to press on it when you called first. Qin Feng recognized Bai Qing's voice right away. He thought about how he still had a quest relating to Bai Qing, so he could use this opportunity to take care of it. Young Master Qin, if I remember correctly, you never asked me for my phone number. How would you call me? Bai Qing's voice was extremely flirtatious. Whoever heard it would feel limp and numb. However, her current expression was exceptionally icy. She bit her lip tightly, and a bit of a murderous air flickered in her eyes. The last time she and Qin Feng met was half a month ago, when Qin Feng brought her to the royal jewelers and bought an 890,000 yuan, 5-carat diamond necklace. However, after the necklace was purchased, Bai Qing hadn't worn it at all. Why would she wear the necklace Qin Feng gifted to her? She hated Qin Feng to no end. If this necklace was gifted to her 4 years ago, Bai Qing would have been moved to tears and she'd marry Qin Feng. But he gave it now and gifted it to her with the intention of courting her. This made Bai Qing hate Qin Feng even more. Ahem, is something the matter that you're calling me Miss Qing Qing? Qin Feng's lie was caught, so he coughed twice and changed the subject. Young Master Qin, we have a high school reunion, and everyone's bringing their significant others. I want to bring you to this reunion as my boyfriend. Would you happen to have the time to attend? Bai Qing said, coquettishly, as a fake boyfriend. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He felt that this wasn't really a good idea. It could be considered that. Bai Qing said, this reunion will be at the mountain resort. We'll leave in an hour and stay for a night. If you attend this reunion as my boyfriend, we'll certainly be living together tonight. Qin Feng's expression changed. He said with extreme sincerity, a high school reunion is a really important reunion. How could you not bring a boyfriend if you want to preserve face? Wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't you dare leave without me. After hanging up, Qin Feng suddenly stood. He looked at Su Ruoro with seriousness. Ruoro, don't wait for me after work. Go back in older sister Ying and Chairman Qin's car, and tell them that a master of sales who will share his many years of sales experience is coming to Acropolis City for a lecture. I must listen to this lecture and learn some sales techniques from the senior. Don't wait for me tonight for dinner. And after eating, don't wait for me either. Rest early. After saying this, Qin Feng ran out like the wind. After running halfway, the voice of an ass-kisser called out from behind him. Qin Feng, it's work time. Where are you running to? Hey, did you hear me? Hurry and get back here. Group leader Wang is looking for you. The more Xiao Zhang shouted, the louder his shouts became. In the end, he hurt his throat, but from start to finish, Qin Feng didn't spare him a glance. At this time, he disappeared from sight. 10 minutes later, a low-key 28 bicycle stopped lavishly in the VIP parking area of the Royal Hotel. Right when Qin Feng got off his bike, he saw an angry security guard run over. Hey, stinking brat, this is Royal Hotel's VIP parking lot. You're riding a... The security guard stopped mid-shout because he recognized Qin Feng. This was the Prince of Royal Hotel, young Master Qin. The security guard's expression changed like he was putting on a show. In an instant, he went from being furious to putting on a favor-currying smile. Young Master Qin, you're really too domineering for riding this 28 bicycle. In the current flighty society, as long as they have some money, those dog-fart rich young masters love competing and flaunting their wealth with their luxury cars. They want to eat their family property on their heads for others to see. There are too few people like young Master Qin who are so wealthy and powerful yet so low-key and eco-friendly. This is the sad state of society. While talking, the security guard's eyes moistened. Young Master Qin, you're truly a great role model that I should learn from. I'm truly touched. Are you done kissing ass? If you say any more, I won't give you a tip. Qin Feng said lowly, go. And this young master's seat of compassion. If it's scraped, rubbed, or stolen, I'll come looking for you. Young Master Qin, don't worry. This little one will definitely want for you well. The security guard promised while trying to gain Qin Feng's favor. He weighed Qin Feng's, slowly receding back before he dared to reveal a despicable expression. He muttered quietly to himself, what kind of young Master Qin are you? I praised you for so long, but you didn't even give me enough to buy a bottle of water. What a miser. Qin Feng sneezed all the way from the parking lot to the Royal Hotel. He knew that there must be someone talking smack about him behind his back. "Young Master Qin, you're here." Once Qin Feng walked into the hotel, all of the managers and various employees that welcomed guests ran over. He had not come to the Royal Hotel in a long time. With his sudden appearance, the employees of the hotel did not dare to neglect anything. Qin Feng ignored these people's sweet talking. After entering the hotel lobby, he stood there blankly. His vision went straight ahead and fell on the body of a seductive beauty. In Qin Feng's memory, Bai Qing always wore her work uniform, a black suit with black pantyhose. This was the first time he saw her dressed casually. She wore a long, blue silk dress, and there were some simple designs weaved into the dress. Her smooth and exquisite legs were unrestricted, and she wore a pair of black, crystal high heels. She gave off a high-class and sexy aesthetic appeal. This was a long dress with a low neckline. It revealed the lovely fairness of Bai Qing's chest. Her beautiful and refined collarbones and her long jade neck were both details worthy of admiration. Also, the addition of a diamond necklace that shone with an air of extravagance on her impossibly fair jade neck upped her dress style a couple of levels. Bai Qing could already see Qin Feng. She wore a charming smile on her face and walked towards Qin Feng with small, quick steps. With every step she took, there was a crisp clack of her high heels hitting the marble floor. The sound echoed in Qin Feng's heart. It was rhythmic and extremely sexy. The edge of her dress covered her knees and fluttered slightly with the wind. The sight attracted Qin Feng's gaze. She hadn't yet arrived, but he could already smell the fragrance that was exuded out of the bottom of her skirt. With a sincere heart, Qin Feng prayed that Bai Qing would fall so he could take a peek and see if she was wearing safety shorts under her dress. "Young Master Qin, what are you looking at that you're so entranced?" Bai Qing walked up beside Qin Feng and naturally placed a tender and fair jade hand onto his shoulder. She intentionally stuck her body close to Qin Feng's and stuck out the soft, white of her chest for Qin Feng to see. Qin Feng suddenly used his strength to pull Bai Qing tightly into his embrace. He blew into her ear, "Miss Qing, how about we skip the vacation village? Let's get a room. I have lots of questions regarding academic research that I would like to discuss with you about." Bai Qing was caught off guard. Qin Feng's sudden actions made her squeak in surprise. At this time, her chin was pressed into Qin Feng's shoulder and her face was stuck to Qin Feng's ear. She could clearly feel Qin Feng's hands fall restlessly onto her behind, causing a faint iciness to pass through her charming eyes. "Young Master Qin, so many people are looking. How could you be so rough? Everyone feels embarrassed." Bai Qing smiled tenderly and struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace. "I've already agreed to the reunion, and I took today and tomorrow off for it. Wait until we get to the vacation village. We're going to live together at night, young Master Qin, so don't be in such a hurry." Once again, Bai Qing took the initiative to lean into Qin Feng's embrace and lightly punched his chest. Qin Feng took Bai Qing's jade hand with a jolly smile. Okay. I won't be in a hurry. When we get to the vacation village, we'll study well." Chapter 143. Chapter 143. It's great to be young. A total of 20 people were invited to this class reunion, though there were originally 48 people in their high school class. After 5 years, they had lost contact with a lot of classmates, and some classmates moved to other cities, so it was inconvenient for them to attend the reunion at this time. The starting point of the reunion was set at Royal Hotel because this hotel was a landmark in Acropolis City. It was somewhere that everyone could find. At this time, Qin Feng and Bai Qing sat waiting and chatting on the sofa in the lobby. After around 10 minutes, over 10 people arrived in succession. Bai Qing was clearly a bit moved to see these people. After all, they were high school classmates that she hadn't seen in 5 years. They were all comrades in arms that struggled together in preparation for the fight against the college entrance exam. When she saw them, Bai Qing's emotional state returned to that of her school life from 5 years ago. At the time, she was the genius goddess of the school. She was an influential figure. She was a dazzling celebrity. She was supposed to have a limitless future ahead of her. She was supposed to have a beautiful future to look forward to. But now, Wei Wang lay right. Bai Qing was the manager of the Royal Hotel, so she took up the job of receiving her old classmates. She stood in the middle of the crowd and greeted everyone. "Haha, how did you become so fat? I almost couldn't recognize you." "Huh, I sit in the office all day and I don't work out. Let's not bring it up." "Zhao Bin, not bad. How did you get these muscles? You must attract a good amount of beautiful women." "Goddess Qing Qing, don't tease me. I'm a fitness instructor now. I encounter plenty of beautiful women every day, but no one has invited me to dinner." "Then you have to take the initiative to ask them out. Women are sensitive." Bai Qing stood in the crowd and chatted happily with the people there. Qin Feng was slightly enchanted by the genuine and bright smile she had on her face. She lost the polite smile that she put on for work, as well as the false charm and flattery she used on him. She was an eternal goddess, standing amongst the crowd, a crane amongst a group of chicken. She regained her true self. She seemed to have returned to her high school days, and looked like a youthful and bright young lady that was enjoying happy times without worries. Without the pressures of life and the restrictions of society, there was only the happiness and laughter of the school days. There was only sincere friendship and pure love. Those beautiful memories will remain in her heart for her whole life. She'll reminisce about it repeatedly and yearn for. Slowly, Qin Feng also began to reminisce about his high school days. Besides the beautiful women, with names Qin Feng couldn't really remember, that he played with, besides him already forgetting when he lost his virginity, besides how he ruined his family by showing off and spending recklessly, if Qin Feng disregarded all of these things, he found that he didn't really have memories of anything else about his school days. But these were all manifestations of his ignorant youth. He thought his best memories would be when he courted over 3 digits of beauties during his school days and spent over 8 figures of yuan. But looking back, these events became muddled long ago. However, the image of a cute, pretty, and cold, noble girl gradually became clear. That image was Zhao Lingxian. A series of memories surged up like the tide right after this. In elementary school, he snuck caterpillars into Zhao Lingxian's pencil case. She would be so scared that she burst into tears in class. In middle school, boys blocked Zhao Lingxian after school to touch her body. After Qin Feng saw this, he beat them up and they had to transfer to another school the next day. In high school, after the self-study session, Zhao Lingxian was surrounded by some hooligans on her way home. These people looked to rob and rape. At the time, Qin Feng was just a hedonistic young master without enough strength to truss a chicken. But he picked up a brick and fought with 4 hooligans holding daggers. He didn't hurt the hooligans, but he was stabbed 4 times, and the way he looked while he was injured, with blood pouring out of him, made the hooligans run in fright. There were too many memories. Precious memories drift away with the passing of time and become increasingly fewer. But the things still remembered become the most precious and important memories. Everyone has an unforgettable and public impression of their youth. How great it was to be young. Zhao Qian. Ah, it really is you. You're really getting prettier and prettier the older you get. At this time, one of Bai Qing's high school dorm mates arrived. Bai Qing was extremely moved. She hugged the trendy and elegantly dressed woman and shouted in surprise, "Bai Qing, you're one to talk. Look at you. You look like a famous celebrity. I instantly look like an ugly duckling when I stand next to you." Zhao Qian laughed and scolded Bai Qing, immediately arousing the agreement of the others. The gazes of the males that arrived never shifted away from Bai Qing. Among them, some were still single. They immediately began to praise Bai Qing. They didn't know if they had an opportunity to take this goddess. Goddess Bai Qing, you keep getting more and more beautiful as time passes. In high school, Bai Qing was the goddess of the whole school. Now, 5 years have gone by in the blink of an eye. If I suddenly saw Goddess Bai Qing on the streets, I would definitely think she was a famous celebrity. Goddess Bai Qing is not only as beautiful as a fairy, but also outstandingly talented. Back in the day, you were the top scorer in the humanities for the whole city. A beauty that is both talented and attractive is truly admirable. Look at that. Men are outwardly calm, but internally passionate. Once they see our goddess Bai Qing, they can't handle themselves. Zhao Qian feigned anger and glared at everyone. Then she looped her arm in Bai Qing's and said with a smile, "Goddess Bai Qing, hurry and tell everyone. You're so talented and outstanding, and you're a goddess with flawless beauty. You probably got a boyfriend long ago. Maybe you're even a hot mom right now. Hurry and let these stinking men give up." Zhao Qian's words made some people embarrassed. They screwed their heads awkwardly and laughed. "Zhao Qian, don't twist our meaning. We were praising out of the bottom of our hearts. We did not mean for the praise to be impure in any way. Even if Goddess Bai Qing got married, she will eternally be a goddess in our hearts." "That's right, that's what we meant," the men who were praising Bai Qing all echoed in agreement. Laughter immediately passed through the group, but a flash of sadness passed through the main character Bai Qing's face. She was indeed talented and attractive. She was a pure beauty. The people that chased after her could form a united group. But that was all in the past. Beginning from that night, she lost her chastity and her halo. Only she knew the suffering she experienced these past 5 years. When did she get married and have kids? Until now, she hadn't even had a relationship that filled her with longing. She wasn't as grand as these people made her out to be, but she had to pretend for the sake of living and preserving face. This was the helplessness of reality. "Wow, look who's here. Hurry and see who's here, everyone." Earlier, the men in the group were endlessly excited. Now, the women could finally scream, crazily. There was someone wearing a white suit with white leather shoes and a white hat. He wore all white as if he were the Prince Charming in fairy tales. He walked in with his head high and his chest puffed. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. A tall, rich, and handsome man has arrived. The man had attractive features, a chiseled face, an impressive appearance, and a dominating aura like that of a king. With a glance, one could tell he was a handsome and accomplished youth. This man's name was Fang Zhiming. He was an influential figure in high school and the most handsome boy on campus in Cloud City. Not only was he handsome with a good family background, he was also a Prince Charming that a lot of girls pined after. Their classmates considered him and Bai Qing an ideal couple, a ma made in heaven. This reunion was held due to Fang Zhiming's suggestion, and he paid for all of the expenses. "Fang Zhiming, young Master Fang, is here." Wow. Even after not seeing you for so many years, young Master Fang is still just as handsome as ever. Little white-collared workers that sit in offices like us really can't compare to you. That's a given. Young Master Fang covered all the expenses on his own for this trip to the mountain resort, and it's where the rich in Acropolis City hang out. Young Master Fang must have started a good number of large companies, and maybe the companies are already on the market. Fang Zhiming squeezed through the crowd. He enjoyed the flattery from these people. He maintained a calm smile on his face and greeted the people around him. Fang Zhiming's gaze was fixed on Bai Qing the whole way over. At this time, he suddenly stopped beside her. "Bai Qing, long time no see." Fang Zhiming had a gentlemanly smile and looked at Bai Qing with water-like tenderness. The air seemed to stand still. Time stopped and fell quiet. 5 years ago, the two were a ma made in heaven. Now that they met again 5 years later, one was overbearingly handsome and the other was as beautiful as a fairy. They stood together, quietly like a beautiful landscape. Bai Qing's heartbeat couldn't help but increase. Back then, she didn't accept Fang Zhiming's affections due to her studies. Now that they met again after stepping into society, she couldn't help but feel a bit affected. Fang Zhiming, long time no see. Bai Qing blushed slightly and spoke softly. You're getting more and more beautiful. Fang Zhiming's gaze gradually heated. He had the urge to rush up and ravage Bai Qing, but buried this feeling very deeply. On the outside, he looked like a noble and gentlemanly prince. Your hair got messy, let me fix it for you. Fang Zhiming extended his long and slender fingers to touch Bai Qing's face. Bai Qing suddenly took 2 steps back when she saw the hand approaching her face. But she didn't move backwards on her own volition. She was pulled back into a man's embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Bai Qing is my woman, so don't get too cozy with her, or I might beat you up. Qin Feng appeared at the perfect time. He glared at Fang Zhiming. He used this kind of gentlemanly, cool guy act so much back in high school that he had become tired of it. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Let go of me. Bai Qing extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace with some anger. This was the first time Qin Feng saw this bone-chilling gaze with a light, murderous aura in her eyes. He thought about the system's quest regarding Bai Qing, dissolved by Qing's hatred toward the host. However, Qin Feng couldn't understand why Bai Qing would hate him because they were not even on familiar terms. He didn't really have much of an understanding of Bai Qing, and felt nothing towards her if her sexy figure and beautiful features were disregarded. Thus, Qin Feng was not angry, even though she was shy towards Fang Zhiming. However, while women have accurate perceptions of other women, men have accurate perceptions of other men. Especially since Qin Feng was a dissolute young master with lots of experience with relationships, he could tell right away that Fang Zhiming didn't really like Bai Qing. He just wanted to dominate her body. If someone loved you and hadn't seen you for 5 years, the first thing they'll ask you is whether or not you're doing well when they see you. They'll closely examine the changes in you that occurred during these 5 years with an expression of heartache. However, once Fang Zhiming came up to her, he only complimented her beauty and wanted to touch her face. Qin Feng cursed all of them to impotence. When Qin Feng thought about how he used to be that kind of person, he silently and internally retracted his curses. Hey, where the hell did you come from? How dare you disrespect our goddess, Bai Qing? Are you looking for a beating? What a pervert! How could you do these despicable things in broad daylight? Just you wait. I'll have you arrested immediately. Bai Qing had a high status in the hearts of the audience. They dreamed about her for 8 years, but never actually hugged Bai Qing. They hadn't even touched her hand. Now that Qin Feng roughly hugged Bai Qing before their eyes, they were enraged. They wanted to beat him up. Calm down, everyone. This is my boyfriend, Qin Feng. Bai Qing checked the audience through clenched teeth. After speaking, she snuck a glance at Fang Zhiming. When she saw the hate flash through his eyes, she felt a bit disappointed. Qin Feng was never afraid of trouble. At this time, he hugged Bai Qing and even roughly touched her waist. He looked at the audience with self-satisfaction. What? You want to cause trouble because there are a lot of you? This is my woman. What's wrong with hugging her? I can even kiss her. While saying this, Qin Feng purposely caught Bai Qing while she was unprepared and kissed her on the cheek. Did you see that? I kissed her. I'll have you all know that I can even do more. Qin Feng said this and began to remove Bai Qing's dress. The audience swallowed their drool. This time, no one came out to stop him. They all internally urged Qin Feng to hurry and remove all of Bai Qing's clothes so they could all feast their eyes. Qin Feng's hand was poised above the zipper on Bai Qing's back. Suddenly, he stopped and grinned evilly at the audience. Stop your delusions, everyone. Why would I remove my girl's clothes in front of you all? I'll have a good time with Bai Qing at night when none of you are around. Bai Qing was using all her might to suppress her rage. She weighed as the hatred in Fang Zhiming's eyes continued to intensify. She knew that any possibility of a relationship between them was now gone, so her hatred towards Qin Feng increased exponentially. This guy has really gone crazy. How would we want to see Goddess by Qing's body? She's a pure and saintly goddess in our hearts. She's not someone we could recklessly violate. Goddess Bai Qing, why would you date a stinking man like him? He's clearly a hoodlum. I really can't on. Bai Qing, hurry and break up with him. We'll all support you. The people that couldn't see Bai Qing's body began to hate Qin Feng even more. They all realized that they were played like monkeys by Qin Feng. Stop, guys. We're having a reunion. We haven't seen each other in so long, but we were able to gather today. Let's be happier. Bai Qing scrambled out of Qin Feng's embrace. She walked up to Zhao Qian's side and linked arms with her as she said this. Bai Qing is right, we came here today for a reunion. Seems that most of us are here, so let's get going. Feng Zhiming glared at Qin Feng. Then he put on the airs of a leader and led everyone towards the exit of the hotel. Right after walking out of the hotel, a gorgeously dressed beauty ran over. Qin Feng even knew her. Last time, they bumped into her at the Royal Jewelers. She was Chao Yang's little lover and Bai Qing's other dorm mate, Zhu Dinyo. Oh, that's not right, she's called Angel, like the beings in the sky. Back in the day, Zhu Dinyo was also one of the school beauties. Now that she put on makeup, she was even more movingly charming. When the audience discovered that Bai Qing had a boyfriend, they shifted their attentions to Zhu Dinyo. When they saw her walking over, they went to greet her fawningly. Zhu Dinyo held a polite smile as she greeted everyone. There was a bit of anxiousness in her eyes. She looked around while greeting everyone. When her gaze fell on Qin Feng, she was so excited that she almost shouted aloud. Zhu Dinyo was originally too lazy to go to the reunion, but ever since Chao Yang was arrested and she discovered Qin Feng's true identity, she wanted to hook in this rich young master. Zhu Dinyo lingered outside the door of the Royal Hotel and the Royal Jewelers for half a month, but she didn't see Qin Feng. Thus, she wanted to use this class reunion to see Qin Feng. She knew about the relationship between Qin Feng and Bai Qing, so she guessed that Qin Feng would come for sure. Now that she saw Qin Feng, she was even more certain that she guessed correctly. Bai Qing, long time no see. I've missed you to death. Zhu Dinyo immediately dashed up beside Bai Qing, but glanced occasionally at Qin Feng and gave him flirty glances. Bai Qing gave Zhu Dinyo a weird look. The two of them got into a tussle just half a month ago, and Zhu Dinyo even got slapped by Chao Yang. This person hated her to no end, so why would she take the initiative to run over and greet her? Zhu Da, Angel, how do you do? Bai Qing kept her distance and asked simply, Oh, Bai Qing, don't call me Angel. That's such an unsophisticated name. I'm Zhu Dinyo. I want to be myself. Zhu Dinyo said with a sugar-coated voice as she gave Qin Feng another flirtatious glance. However, from beginning to end, Qin Feng didn't even glance at her. He clearly didn't see this vomit-inducing, flirtatious glance. Are the two beauties still chatting? Let's leave. It's time for us to head out. At this time, Feng Zhiming walked over and called the two to leave. He intentionally ignored Qin Feng, who was standing to the side. He clearly did not want to take Qin Feng along. Qin Feng, let's go. Feng Zhiming didn't call Qin Feng, but Bai Qing took the initiative to walk over to Qin Feng and hook her arm around his. Bai Qing had her own thoughts and plans. If Qin Feng wasn't there, there'd be no need to go to the mountain resort. When he saw this scene, Feng Zhiming's face darkened slightly. He challenged Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, who would have thought that our pure jade beauty would be taken by you? I wonder how you did it? I didn't really do anything. I'm just a sales rep in the company. Qin Feng hugged Bai Qing more tightly in front of Feng Zhiming. He even intentionally touched her body. What Qing and I have between us is true love. We don't consider money or influence. When Fang Zhiming heard the words true love, he almost threw up. I really feel sorry for Bai Qing. Nowadays, if you don't have money or power, you can't survive in society. When the time comes, you won't even have the money to buy milk powder for your baby. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. His style is so cool. That's right, we're driving to the mountain resort this time. Mr. Qin, you're definitely someone with a car, right? Fang Zhiming smiled playfully at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded seriously. I have a vehicle. Of course, nowadays a QQ or a shoddy car made in the country is less than 50,000 yuan. It would be laughable if Mr. Qin couldn't even afford that. Fang Zhiming shook his head with pity. Originally, I thought Goddess Bai Qing was still single, so I purposely sped over in my two-seater Benz supercar and left shotgun for her as well. Now it seems as though I was thinking too much. While Fang Zhiming was talking, he stole a meaningful glance at Bai Qing. He saw a gleam flash through her eyes, so he immediately felt pleased with himself. Miss Bai Qing, our classmates were correct, this Mr. Qin isn't good enough for you. Right now, I would like to cordially invite you to sit in my Benz supercar to go to the vacation area. I don't know if you'd be willing. Fang Zhiming was confident and arrogant. His expression was one of someone who had the wind in his grasp, who knew how many beauties he took using money and influence. Thus, when facing a loser without money or influence like Qin Feng, he planned in advance and was sure that Bai Qing would stand out and take the initiative to take his arm, dump Qin Feng, and become his lover from here on out. He waited for this moment for a long time. A gust of pride and excitement swept through his heart. There's no need for that. My boyfriend has a car, so I'll take that there, Bai Qing said through clenched teeth. Bai Qing knew Qin Feng's identity. His family background was much more illustrious and wealthy than Fang Zhiming's. However, Bai Qing didn't care about money or influence. Otherwise, she would have been on good terms with Qin Feng long ago. Ever since she graduated from high school and entered the workforce, she had the mindset of a young girl when it came to relationships. She longed for a happy and romantic love like the one between Snow White and Prince Charming. She still hadn't seen Fang Zhiming's true colors, so she thought he had the air of Prince Charming. Thus, she had a sliver of positive feelings towards Fang Zhiming. However, in order to take revenge against Qin Feng, she rejected this invitation. She felt a bit down and helpless inside. She knew that the pure romantic love from fairy tales had completely left her long ago in one of the days after she graduated from senior year of high school. She had to accept this reality. She didn't want to be delusional any longer. Bai Qing's rejection struck Fang Zhiming like a burst of violent lightning. His arrogant and tyrannical aura fell apart. This undisguised slap in the face made Fang Zhiming feel extremely awkward. He paused a bit before laughing a jolly laugh. He looked at Zhu Dinyo. Miss Zhu, you'd certainly be a rational person. Would you be willing to sit in my luxury supercar to the vacation area? If this were the Zhu Dinyo from before, she would immediately and eagerly follow the tall, handsome, and rich young Master Fang Zhiming if he invited her. But this time, she rejected him, and rejected him resolutely. She came this time to court Qin Feng. She clearly knew that compared to young Master Qin, Fang Zhiming's background was nothing. Mr. Feng, I'm really sorry. I haven't seen Bai Qing in a while, so I would like to chat with her some more. I'll sit in Mr. Qin's car. How stupid. Fang Zhiming was slapped a third time. Enraged, he turned and left immediately. At this time, the classmates attending the reunion already drove up to the door of the hotel. They waited there in a long line. The cars were of different styles, and there was at least one beauty in every car. The number of beauties was determined by the grade of the car. However, all of these cars were all parked in the ordinary parking area, so they got their cars quickly. Fang Zhiming and Qin Feng's vehicles were parked in the VIP section. At this time, the two of them re-encountered one another there. Zhu Dinyo and Bai Qing knew of Qin Feng's identity, so they knew it made sense for Qin Feng's car to be in this area. On the other hand, Fang Zhiming's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Qin Feng getting his car from the VIP area. "Mr. Qin, is your vehicle here as well?" "Yeah, but it's a bit annoying to retrieve your vehicle here, so I won't be parking here in the future." Qin Feng happily wrapped his arm around Bai Qing the whole way. At this time, he had already arrived before the 28 bicycle. The security guard was still there. "Thanks for your hard work. Have 5 yuan to buy a bottle of water to drink." Qin Feng grandly tossed the security guard 5 1 yuan coins and sent him away. He patted the seat of his bike and looked at Bai Qing with a smile. "Qing, what do you think? Isn't my new ride great?" Bai Qing, Zhu Dinyo, and Fang Zhiming all looked at Qin Feng with different expressions, but they were all frozen and speechless. "Haha, Mr. Qin, I'm not seeing things, am I? This is the vehicle you were talking about? Ha ha ha, you've really opened my eyes. You city people really know how to have fun. Normal people wouldn't even be able to find a toy like this." Fang Zhiming was tickled to death. He didn't know where Qin Feng found the guts to ride this bicycle. If it were him, he wouldn't embarrass himself this way even if he were beaten. To ride a bicycle, and an old-styled 28 one at that? For a rich young master like Fang Zhiming, he felt like he had time-traveled. "Qin Feng, can you be more serious? Hurry and bring out your car." Bai Qing didn't believe that this was his vehicle. She thought he was fooling around to mess with Fang Zhiming. She had seen Qin Feng's Batmobile before, but didn't see it in the parking lot. "This is my new ride. I'm not lying to you. I think this bicycle is great. It has great speed and it's environmentally friendly. Don't you think? And the style is really cool." Qin Feng said with honesty. Bai Qing and Zhu Dinyo's mouths tweed, and Fang Zhiming had finally laughed enough. He looked at Bai Qing again. "Bai Qing, you won't go to the reunion on a broken bicycle, would you? Those are our old classmates who would embarrass themselves like that. Let's go. Get in my race car. It's the yellow Benz AMG GT. You're a beauty. You should be made with a nice car. What era are we in right now? It's better to get ahead in the world by abandoning your scruples than to be poor. Bai Qing, I hope you can understand. Otherwise, it might be too late to regret it later." Fang Zhiming continuously egged Bai Qing on. Bai Qing looked at Qin Feng's expression, and it didn't look like he was joking. She hesitated for a bit before walking directly up to Qin Feng's bicycle. She said expressionlessly, "Let's go." Qin Feng smiled and carried Bai Qing onto his bicycle. Then he looked at Zhu Dinyo, who stood stupidly to the side. "Zhu Dinyo! Oh no, Miss Angel, I'm so sorry, my bicycle can only take 1 passenger. Think of a way to get to the vacation area on your own." Chapter 146. Chapter 146. It's my first time here. "Mr. Fang, Qing and I will leave first. We'll meet you at the vacation area." Qin Feng really did ride his bike with Bai Qing in tow. They disappeared from view. With great effort, Zhu Dinyo snapped out of her daze. She just realized a serious problem. She was left alone with no one to take her. She immediately ran over to Fang Zhiming. She said with a sugar-coated voice, "Zhiming, it seems like there's an empty spot in your car." "Fuck off, go call a cab." Fang Zhiming wasn't interested in Zhu Dinyo, so he didn't even try to conceal his feelings. His engine roared like a wild beast, and he sped off. She internally despised and cursed at Qin Feng. "You idiot, you're riding a broken bicycle, and you said you'd meet us at the vacation area? You won't even be there by the time we have to leave the next day." At this time, Qin Feng rode his 28 bicycle through the busy streets. Right from the beginning, Bai Qing was unwilling, but then she became alarmed. With her eyes wide open, she weighed as Qin Feng passed car upon car. She thought she was dreaming. So bicycles could also be this fast? Even cars and buses couldn't see up to them. The feeling she repressed built up as the bike sped up and they began to break free. She felt light and airy, like she was about to float to the sky. Bai Qing slowly opened her arms and drank in the bicycle. Sunlight, streets, flowers, grass, and trees. She felt as though she had returned to her school days. Back then, everyone rode bikes too, and from school. The only way a boy could court a girl was to invite the girl he admired to sit on his bicycle and silently transport her to her destination. Those were pure and lovely times, and they were times that Bai Qing always wanted to return to but could not return to. Now that she sat on Qin Feng's bicycle, she felt the clear breeze whistle past her ears. She could no longer hear the bustle of the city and relaxed completely. She felt closer and closer to the scene of her dreams. She closed her eyes slightly. The sunlight shone through her long eyelashes and into her black eyes. Bai Qing saw herself from 5 years ago, smiling at her with a sweet and pure smile. Qing Qing, you are the first to sit on my bicycle and have the guts to fall asleep. Who knows how long later? Qin Feng's voice sounded by her ear. Bai Qing immediately awakened. She realized that she had fallen asleep. Ah, where are we, Qin Feng? Bai Qing looked around and gasped in shock. Sunlight, a beach, the ocean, palm trees, beautiful women in bikinis, outdoor dining areas. Was she still dreaming? We're at the mountain resort. Qin Feng smiled and said, Did you want to get down? What? We've already arrived? Did I fall asleep for a couple of hours? Bai Qing jumped in shock. She wanted to get off the bike, but Qin Feng still gripped her small waist tightly. Qin Feng, let go. If not, how would I get off the bicycle? Qin Feng didn't let go. He used some strength to carry Bai Qing off the bike. Qing Qing, you fell asleep for quite a while. It's been almost half an hour. Half an hour? Bai Qing didn't believe it. The distance between the Royal Hotel and the mountain resort was a total of 70 kilometers. Even if one were to drive faster, it would take an hour. Qin Feng was biking, so how did he make it in half an hour? She pulled out her phone to check the time. She was so shocked that she almost tossed her phone away. They really did only use half an hour to get here. Bai Qing immediately looked around again. When she saw the enormous "The Mountain Resort welcomes you" sign, she then became convinced that they had indeed arrived at the mountain resort. She stared at Qin Feng and looked him over as if he were a monster. A while later, she said, You're really abnormal. Qin Feng parked the bike. When he saw that no one else had arrived yet, he hugged Bai Qing with a smile. She struggled instinctively, but quickly fell into a compromise. Let's go get a room first. What do you think of the presidential suite? The presidential suite here has a 2-person jacuzzi. We can take a dip at night. It's sure to be great. Qin Feng smiled evilly. A flash of hate passed through Bai Qing's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. She said neutrally, Young Master Qin, seems like you come here often. It's said that this place is the casual hookup haven. Nah, I've just heard this from friends. It's my first time here, Qin Feng said earnestly while looking at Bai Qing. After speaking, the two arrived at the hotel lobby and heard the beautiful manager there warmly welcome them. Oh, who do we have here? Am I seeing things right? Isn't this our young Master Qin? Oh, young Master Qin, you haven't been here to let loose in a while. You really have great taste. Every time you bring a different girl, and each one is prettier than the last. Look at this beauty. She has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. How unfair are the heavens that such a perfect woman could be created. Qin Feng didn't know what to say because what shouldn't have been said was already said. It was all said by this damned beautiful hostess. He felt a pain pass through from his waist, and Bai Qing's soft, cold laugh passed into his ear. Your first time here, huh? Young Master Qin, I found that you never do things seriously, but you're particularly earnest only when you're lying. You flatter me, you flatter me. Qin Feng looked awkwardly at Bai Qing, smiled, then glared coldly at the beautiful hostess. "Hurry and take us to the presidential suite." "All right." The beautiful hostess responded excitedly. She even asked conscientiously, "Young Master Qin, do you also want me to call in 2 female students like before?" Qin Feng's mouth tweed. He was prepared to fire this hospitality manager after this trip was over. This mountain resort was also one of Royal Group's vacation estates, and it made a lot of money for Royal Group these past couple of years. However, Qin Huang was not the one who chose this land or made this mountain resort. Back then, Qin Feng had too many women around him, and there was nowhere fun to take them. Qin Feng casually sighed. "Wouldn't it be great if there was a mountain resort with a beach and ocean where I could sit under the shade of a parasol and watch a bunch of bikini-clad girls playing volleyball in the day and play with the 2 balls on their bodies at night?" Thus, this battlefield haven, this campground where the rich took their mistresses, was established. Especially in the summer, this place was packed every day. The rooms had to be booked a week in advance. However, the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel was never open to the public because it was for Qin Feng's private use. They took the elevator to the top floor. Qin Feng swiped the card key and brought Bai Qing into the presidential suite. This room was large. It took up the entire top floor and was a total of over 500 square meters. The inside was split into many large sections: an exercise room, a library, a tea room, a sauna, a sunroom, an entertainment room, and every kind of room under the sun. Right from the beginning, Bai Qing knew Qin Feng's family was rich and that he spent life as a dissolute young master. However, now that she experienced this luxurious lifestyle personally, she was deeply stunned. She arrived at the massive balcony. A slight breeze mussed Bai Qing's beautiful hair. She squinted her beautiful eyes and plainly saw the entire mountain resort. The feeling was splendid, and Bai Qing basked in it. Qin Feng suddenly walked over and hugged Bai Qing's slim waist from behind. He stuck his face to her ear, and his warm breath fanned over her. "How is it? Do you like it?" Bai Qing's gaze was distant and even distracted. How could she not like this kind of lavish life where food and clothing were not lacking and there were no struggles? Everyone would like this. If Qin Feng really loved her and gave her such a splendid life, she would be so moved that she wouldn't know how to repay him. However, this was not the case in reality, so Bai Qing felt that this kind of life was extravagant. This did not belong to her. It was an illusion and a trap set up by Qin Feng. After he tricked her into giving up her body, this would all become bubbles and would burst with single a touch. "I don't like it." Bai Qing extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace. She walked expressionlessly into the restroom, shut the door, and fell into a daze. She leaned onto the wall and used a lot of effort to stabilize her emotions. Then, she pulled out her cell phone and sent a text. "I've brought Qin Feng to the mountain resort. He's in the presidential suite on the top floor." Soon, a reply text arrived from that number. "Very good. Continue to enchant Qin Feng. I'll send people to take care of the rest. Keep your cell phone on and await my cues over text." After reading the message, Bai Qing locked her screen. Her phone had a password, so she was not afraid Qin Feng might discover the texts. She washed her face, gathered her wits, then walked out of the restroom. Feng Zhiming came on his own. He spent over an hour driving before he gradually arrived at the mountain resort. After a line of cars parked into their own parking spaces, the men and women in the cars all came running out. They screamed with delight once they saw the beautiful scene made up of sunlight and the beach. Feng Zhiming was the only one who looked at his Hua with a downcast expression. He knew that Bai Qing and Qin Feng probably wouldn't come anymore. If he rode that broken bicycle the whole way, he would be crazy by the time he got here. He was extremely dissatisfied. He arranged this reunion because he had only recently discovered Bai Qing's whereabouts. He found out that she was also in Acropolis City, so he wanted to take Bai Qing under the guise of the reunion. 5 years ago, Bai Qing was cute and pure. 5 years later, she was sexy and enchanting. Just the mere image of Bai Qing flashing through his mind would ignite flames of desire in Fang Zhiming's heart. He was about to lead these classmates to check-in before thinking of a way to contact and trick Bai Qing into coming over. However, he turned to see the extremely out of place and eye-cawing 28 bicycle parked nearby, mingling with a row of luxury cars. He was so shocked that his mouth tweed and he almost fell to the ground. Fang Zhiming immediately ran over to the bicycle. He bent over and crouched over it to closely examine every part of it. He tried to find evidence that could prove that this was Qin Feng's bicycle. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. Need to pretend to be a muscular man. With his eyes alone, Fang Zhiming was unable to confirm whether or not this was Qin Feng's bike. He extended his hand to caress the bike's handlebars, seat, body, and even its tires. He looked to be lovingly caressing a beloved treasure. In truth, he already had the answer. In the current day and age, the chance of seeing a 28 bicycle was lower than seeing a car crash. If Qin Feng said he was riding his bike over, and a 28 bicycle that was exactly the same as his was parked at the mountain resort, the answer was clear. However, Fang Zhiming was still unable to accept reality. How could he ride a broken bicycle with Bai Qing and make it to the mountain resort before him? Fang Zhiming suspected that Qin Feng swayed to a car midway with his bicycle in tow. "Young Master Fang, what are you doing?" The remaining people encircled him. They saw Fang Zhiming caressing and inspecting a broken bicycle lovingly with a strange expression on his face. "Huh, I am not doing anything. I just thought this bike was really cool, don't you think?" Fang Zhiming was nervous, so he was unable to find any other excuse. He just blurted out and repeated what Qin Feng said before without thinking. However, Fang Zhiming received an answer from the faces of these people that clearly wanted to laugh but didn't dare to do so. He suddenly felt that he was a bit idiotic. "Haha, there's nothing to it. It's just that this old-styled bicycle aroused a lot of memories from my high school days, so I couldn't help but look at it. Let's go. It's really hard to reserve rooms here, so I reserved 20 rooms half a month in advance. Let's get everyone to their rooms so we can rest and put down our luggage. We'll meet at the banquet hall on the 8th floor at 8 o'clock. Fang Zhiming's emotions stabilized quickly, and he led these people into the hotel. They were all assigned rooms in the reception hall of the hotel. In addition to Qin Feng and Bai Qing, there were a total of 23 people at the reunion, so 20 rooms seemed inadequate. However, the reality was that after the room assignments were made, there were 6 extra rooms. After all, these old classmates hadn't seen each other in such a long time. With the foundation of 3 years of deep friendship in high school, the hour-long car ride nurtured an even deeper friendship. Also, a fair amount of men and women exchanged gazes and directly got a room in preparation to reminisce about the past and completely examine one another's bodies at night. The travel arrangements for this reunion was made for 1 day and 1 night. They were to arrive in the afternoon and leave the following afternoon. The thing they were looking forward to the most was tonight's dinner at 8 o'clock. At the moment, there were a good number of hours until it would be 8. These people seldom had the chance to take time off and have fun at the beach. Thus, after putting down their things in their respective rooms, they all ran to the beach. At this time, Qin Feng and Bai Qing were on the balcony of the presidential suite. Bai Qing sat under a parasol drinking juice and admiring the scenery. Qin Feng stood with a pair of binoculars and admired the beauties in bikinis on the beach. "Qing, your ass-kissing classmates are here. They're currently playing on the beach," Qin Feng said with a smile. Bai Qing changed into a sky-blue bikini and had a white silk shawl draped over her shoulders. Her sexy and well-developed body was faintly discernible and exuded a charming flirtatiousness. She arrived beside Qin Feng and picked up the binoculars. She looked through them to see that her classmates really had arrived. She gave Qin Feng a slightly dissatisfied look Your classmates are ass-kissers. Let's go. We'll head over as well. They're classmates I haven't seen in 5 years. I kind of miss them. Bai Qing took Qin Feng by the arm and they headed to the beach together. The mountain resort vacation area was Acropolis City's Grade AA scenic area. Royal Group had turned this area into a beach. From a glance, all one could see was blue ocean and skies. The beach was filled with people. There were those that were buried in the sand and comfortably basked in the sun, and there were also bikini-clad beauties playing volleyball. The playing techniques of these beauties was unimportant. What was important was that when they jumped up and down, the severe trembling of their chests was visually pleasing. This attracted the gazes of who knew how many men at the beach. Feng Jiming and the rest arrived at the beach. Each of them chose the types of entertainment they enjoyed. Feng Jiming, on the other hand, lay on the beach. 2 men, Zhao Bin and Lu Ming, sat beside him and rubbed olive oil especially used by bodybuilders on his body. Zhao Bin, how is it going? How much longer will it be? Feng Jiming asked with anxiousness. Young Master Feng, don't be anxious, I'll be done soon. This olive oil is used especially for American bodybuilding competitions. When you rub it on your body, it darkens the skin to emphasize a healthy tan and shines under the sunlight, making the muscles more prominent and distinct. As a fitness instructor, Zhao Bin was an expert in these aspects. Okay, then don't be anxious either. Apply it well. Make sure the olive oil is rubbed on evenly. The best would be to try and exhibit my well-built physique. After hearing what Zhang Biao said, Feng Jiming didn't rush him again. All in all, he set up this high school reunion to trick Bai Qing into bed, so it really took Feng Jiming a lot of effort to set up. He intentionally set this reunion at the mountain resort so he would have the chance to see Bai Qing wearing a bikini. At the same time, he wanted to wear swim trunks and bare his upper body. For the past couple of months, he exercised and trained his muscles under Zhao Bin's instruction so he could show off his muscles to Bai Qing. He wanted her to admire him and look at him with a blush and accelerated heartbeat. Lu Ming, have you seen Bai Qing? Feng Jiming looked around the beach, but was not able to spot Bai Qing's figure. Lu Ming was also on the lookout the whole time, but he also had not seen her. He shook his head and said, Nope. Don't be anxious, young Master Feng. I'll tell you the instant I see her. Young Master Feng, it's done. Zhao Bin was done applying the olive oil. Feng Jiming sat up excitedly and used all his strength to flex his pectoral and abdominal muscles. He looked at Zhao Bin and Lu Ming and asked, Look at me first, how are the results? After graduating, Zhao Bin and Lu Ming were not getting by so well. When they found out that they would see Feng Jiming at the reunion, and that he opened his own company, they began to think of ways to gain his favor. They thought to themselves that no matter the result, they would shower him with a barrage of praise. However, when their gazes fell on Feng Jiming's body, they were clearly stunned. Feng Jiming trained himself these past couple of months, so the muscles on his body were budding. Now, with the polishing provided by the olive oil, the muscles were clear and defined. The defined lines of his muscles, his full, large pectoral muscles, and his already extremely prominent six-pack could compare to some of the bodybuilders on magazine covers. Chapter 148. Chapter 148, Bikini Beauties. Young Master Feng, you're too handsome. You're truly too handsome. The result is too great. Your body could be compared to Schwarzenegger. If I were female, I would fall into your arms, young Master Feng, Zhao Bing and Lu Ming gasped. You two stinking brats, you only know how to kiss ass. After hearing their words, Feng Jiming was unable to contain his glee. He pulled out a large mirror and examined himself. He discovered that his muscles were much more apparent. In particular, the planes and lines of his muscles were much more defined. Feng Jiming nodded in satisfaction in regards to the quality of his muscles. He tossed away the mirror in his hand, put on a pair of black sunglasses and stood. He walked on the beach, naturally. He looked to be walking aimlessly, but he was actually walking towards the area where his high school classmates were gathered. Wow, look, that man is really handsome. His muscles are really big. I really want to touch his pecs. You have to look at the abs of men that have truly trained. That man doesn't only have pecs, he also has a clear six-pack. He really is a muscle man. Don't you all feel as though that person looks kind of familiar? Look closely. Isn't that our classmate Fang Jiming? It wasn't just men that liked looking at bikini beauties. Beauties liked to admire muscular men even more. By revealing his body, Fang Jiming immediately elicited a wave of gasps. He was tall, large, healthy, and strong. He had lots of muscles. He wore cool sunglasses and had a fashionable air about him. He easily became the focal point of the gazes of beautiful women. Fang Jiming, you're really handsome. Someone from the crowd suddenly shouted. The corner of Fang Jiming's lips formed an almost imperceptible evil smile. He suddenly stopped and turned slightly towards the direction that the shout had come from. At the same time, he confidently and casually removed his sunglasses, furrowed his thick eyebrows, and said calmly, "What did you say?" "Fang Jiming, you're really handsome." The female strained her throat and yelled. Fang Jiming pretended not to hear. He was so excited that he wanted to fly. "Louder, I can't hear you." Fang Jiming faked it extremely well. That woman yelled again a good number of times and attracted the people all around. Wow, it really is Fang Jiming. It really is Fang Jiming. Fang Jiming, you're too handsome. I'm still single. Do you want to consider me? Fang Jiming's high school classmates looked over. The women screamed when they saw his sexy muscles, while the men looked on with envy. There were too many people on this beach, so the gazes of a good amount of strangers were also attracted to the scene. They expressed some shock when they saw Fang Jiming. It was considered a feast for the eyes to see such a strong and handsome, pretty boy on this beach. Fang Jiming immediately became the focal point of the spectators. He continued to uphold a natural expression externally, but he was extremely excited internally. He basked in the feeling of being treated like a famous celebrity and being the focus of 10,000 eyes. Wow, look over there. That woman has a really nice figure. She's really beautiful. She couldn't be a famous celebrity here on vacation, could she? So sexy. Her figure is really too sexy. I hope a strong gust of wind blows by and blows away this beauty's bikini. Fang Jiming enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention when a series of gasps resounded from all around. The commotion was even greater than that elicited in response to Fang Jiming. It was like a vicious downpour. It could not stop. No one paid any more attention to Fang Jiming, but he still stood there posing like a fool. He lost the halo of a famous celebrity and looked more like a sculpture of no interest to anyone. After all of the gazes fell on Bai Qing, they could not peel their eyes away. She had a tall and slender figure, skin fair and clear like snow, a lovely pair of slim and straight legs that reflected dazzling rays of light, a sexy and raised behind that swayed side to side as she walked, a flat stomach, an attractive belly button, a small and full waist, a full and spectacular chest, fair and refined collarbones, and black lustrous hair that flowed over her shoulders and was mussed by the wind. The spectators' hearts were similarly mussed. The woman was too beautiful. Though she wore large red sunglasses that covered half her face, spectators were certain that she was an ultimate beauty. The sky-blue bikini that she wore was simple, fashionable, and timeless. In an instant, all of the men who saw Bai Qing immediately fell, lying on the ground. They admired Bai Qing's beauty by looking up at her. Fang Jiming finally came to his senses, so the crazy screams were not elicited by him. He awkwardly looked over. After his gaze fell on Bai Qing's body, his entire body immediately reacted. However, when he saw that the person Bai Qing was currently holding on to his chin phone, this reaction immediately dissolved and a cold expression appeared on his face. Bai Qing here. After straightening out his emotional state, Fang Jiming waved Bai Qing over. Bai Qing acknowledged him with a nod. She held Qin Feng's arm and walked calmly and steadily towards Fang Zhiming. Bai Qing, you're really too beautiful in a bikini. When Bai Qing arrived by his side, Fang Zhiming found that Bai Qing was clearly even more enchanting and seductive. If Qing wasn't wearing clothes, you'd find her even more attractive, huh? Qin Feng said this casually as he played with Bai Qing's long hair that cascaded down her shoulders. Fang Zhiming immediately held the expression of someone who had just eaten shit, and he was so choked up that he couldn't speak for a good while. Bai Qing, all of our old classmates are playing in the water. Fang Zhiming changed the topic. He decided to ignore Qin Feng. He extended his arm and pointed at the ocean. He looked to be indicating a direction to Bai Qing, but he was secretly flexing and using the opportunity to display his muscles. Bai Qing looked in the direction Fang Zhiming pointed. A good amount of classmates were waving at her. Bai Qing smiled and waved in return. She didn't notice Fang Zhiming's well-built muscles. When he saw that Bai Qing hadn't noticed his well-built physique, Fang Zhiming suddenly put his arms behind his head and used it as a pillow. He puffed up his chest in a straying position and flexed his abdomen to condense his six-pack. He said casually, the weather today is great. We chose the right place by planning our class reunion here. Bai Qing, what do you think? Fang Zhiming had asked, so Bai Qing looked at him politely. This time, she noticed Fang Zhiming's conspicuous muscles, but she continued to have a calm and normal expression. She said lightly, I heard that you organized this class reunion. I must thank you. Oh, why are you being polite with me? I'm also extremely happy that I could organize this class reunion and help our high school classmates find their memories and pasts. Bai Qing, in the future, we have to work hard together. Fang Zhiming revealed a bright and sunny smile. He realized that Bai Qing didn't have much of a reaction towards his pectoral muscles, so he intentionally pumped his fist and naturally flexed his biceps.